waiting for it. We're live? We're live. Adam, I think we're live.
I hope so.
I hope so too. I'm just going to I need a little confirmation from the chat, and I'll trim this out later. Are we live? Can you hear both of us, for the love of God? Okay, I think we're good, Adam.
Okay.
I think we're good. Okay. I'm going to do my introduction here. Everyone's saying
Don't screw it up.
Okay.
Don't screw it up.
Hi, everyone. Tony from Hack the Movies here with my good friend Adam from Adam Does Movies. Hello, Adam.
Hi.
And
Excited to be here.
Yes, and today we're going to talk about all the movies in 2022 that I either didn't see or didn't review on the show. And this is a live episode, and the name of the game is Super Chats. Please leave a Super Chat if you want to ask us a specific question, if you want to weigh in on your opinions on the film, or if you just want me or Adam to say something stupid within reason. I hate that I have to specify that, Adam, but
I feel like we're going to say something stupid regardless.
We're going to say something stupid. I just want to make sure, like I don't want to get like $100 super chat, and then it's like, please talk about the election results of this. I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Within reason.
This is a movie channel.
This is a movie channel. I mean,
right.
Barely. We get called out all the time. So I have a list here of movies. I had a list here of movies that we're going to talk about. Now, Adam has seen more new movies than me, which is good. But I think I've seen a few that he hasn't.
Okay.
Let me pull up here. This is great. We had so many difficulties before this because I thought I knew how Streamlabs worked, and it turns out I do not know how Streamlabs worked. So the next one will be better. So first up, a movie I did not see, but I have something to say about it. Hotel Transylvania, Transformania. Now, Adam, what did you think about this film?
It's an Amazon exclusive. What can you say? I mean, you know what? Fun fact, I didn't know that Adam Sandler isn't even voicing Count Drac until about halfway through. I was like, something's wrong. Something's not right here.
It's because that Netflix deal, right?
I think that's the conspiracy theory. That's the one playing in my head, that he had that like Netflix signed thing. Amazon at some point got the rights to Hotel Transylvania. So they're like, Sandler's out. We can make fun. We can get someone to sound like Sandler. Turns out they kind of did, but the movie sucked regardless.
Really? Now, Adam, this might shock you, but I don't have kids, so I don't usually see these movies. I don't know anything about Hotel Transylvania. Are the other ones good or entertaining?
I mean, that seems almost unfathomable that you don't have kids. Aren't women just throwing themselves at you constantly?
You know, Adam, you'd be shocked that they are not.
Wow. Superstar Tony from Hack the Movies?
Well, I rose
from the Dark Knight?
So I had a girlfriend as I was rising to fame, and then she left. And post-COVID, women just don't want to leave their houses. So
true.
Sorry, I'm not rolling in poontang.
This is why you promote the OnlyFans.
This is why I promote the OnlyFans, but
this is where that comes in.
But not on YouTube, because YouTube doesn't like that. So
okay.
This stream's getting struck. Thanks, Adam.
The whole thing is done. The whole thing is gone.
Wrap it up, guys. Unsubscribe. No, I'm kidding. Don't you fucking dare. Anyway, are the other Hotel Transylvania movies like good? Are they entertaining?
Believe it or not, I have kids. I have 2 children.
Oh my God.
And a wife, and we celebrate the entire catalog of Hotel Transylvanias until this last one. 3 was a little rocky, but the first 2, I think they're kind of classics at this point. They're fun family flicks.
And I only wanted to talk about this because I did a web series years ago called Mummy Cop that features all the classic monsters. Of course, I played the title character Mummy Cop in the web series, but there was District Attorney Dracula, Wolfman Warden, Frankenfed, the ex-bride of Frankenfed. There were a lot of characters. And I'm bringing this up because on my Patreon a few nights ago,
there it is,
I live streamed me watching all of season 1 with my Patreon tier. That's the exclusive live stream tier. And we all had a good, I thought I was going to hate it going back to my old work. I thought I was going to cringe. But a lot of it still holds up. So You can watch
Charming.
You can watch Mummy Cop on YouTube, but if you join Patreon, you can watch that stream where I'm giving fun facts throughout.
How do I find that, Tony? Is that patreon.com/hackthemovies?
It's patreon.com/hackthemovies is where you can find that, Adam. That is where you can find that.
Thank you.
Now, oh, I forgot. So another thing with Streamlabs, apparently you have to make slides like it's 1998.
Yeah.
You can't just import a picture for a slideshow. So Adam, I don't know if you have the stream pulled up on YouTube.
I don't actually. If people are saying mean things,
no, that's fine. That's fine.
I'm gone.
So I can't like show an image of what I'm talking about, but I can pull an image up on here, and I can just wave the poster in front of our faces.
Oh, that yeah.
Oh god! My screen went away. On
YouTube.
Yeah, I'm back.
What a disaster.
What a disaster.
Listen, these guys, he needs all the super chats he can get today.
I just had more super chats. It'd be fine.
We'd have a proper setup here. He wouldn't be running this on his own.
So our next movie, here we go. The 355. Now, Adam, I'm looking at the poster of this movie, and it seems pretty woke. What can you tell us about it?
Yeah, woke indeed, I guess. That's the flavor of that's the word of the year. I don't know. Honestly, I don't remember it. I watched it. It felt like a fever dream. I had cereal one morning, and I think it was on Peacock. I checked it out on the Cock,
is a
and I'm like, you know
exclusive.
what? Yeah, Peacock's got it. I got it. So I watched 355. Jessica Chastain. I think Lupitia's in it. They look good, but it's just like the most basic shit tough girl stuff you could think of. There's the hacker girl that can get into anything. It's just kind of very tropish, and there's nothing new brought to the table. And honestly, I don't think I made it after an hour and a half I was out. It's too long. It's nonsensical. Just kind of, it's there and it's gone.
Okay, well, that's a ringing endorsement for 355.
I mean, it came out like 1,000 years ago. That really came out this year?
You put it on the list. Yes, that was January.
Did I put it on the list?
So we're going month by month. This was
that's
January.
Right. I went on Letterboxd, and I sort, there's no like month sorting that I know of. It's only year sorting. So I just kind of was like going through the popular ones. I'm like, okay. So yeah, I guess 355.
Wow. So the next film, sadly, I have not seen this.
That's too bad.
But I have a fun story. Jackass. Hold on. 4 and Jackass 4.5. Now, tell me about Jackass here. Was it good?
If you've seen a Jackass movie, you know what you're gonna get. And what I get is some fun debauchery, boys being boys, over the top violence.
All the boys are back, and of course, I bet you my favorite Bam Margera had a lot to do. What was your favorite Bam Margera moment in the movie? Well, what do you love most about Bam Margera? As a Bam Margera fan, will I enjoy this film?
You're not going to be disappointed. Bam is basically all over this film. It's essentially a Bam picture. It's like, where's Johnny Knoxville? Where's the other cast? Bam is everywhere.
You know, I didn't see
He's not in the movie.
I didn't see him in the advertisements.
Yeah, he's not in it.
Why would they make a movie about
I think he's in a tough state, I believe. Times are tough for the Bam household.
I think
but the movie is fun. Like if you like the Jackass movies, it's a good time. I laughed my ass off.
I do.
I think my favorite part was they put him in a room and they shut off all the lights and they pretend there's like a live snake in there. There's not, but it's like psychological warfare, and these guys are freaking out. I was like, that's good stuff.
I want to check it out. I actually not like but like I've hung out with Steve-O a few times.
Oh, he seems cool.
That guy is pretty cool. Wild. The YouTuber I used to work for, he was really good friends with. So he came to like Philly, and I was filming a vlog with them, and like we had some weird metal art thing near the art museum. I'm sorry, you're not from Philly. Near the Rocky.
I know nothing about art.
Sorry. The Rocky Steps. Near the Rocky Steps.
Thank you.
Yeah, not this beautiful museum with all this architecture. The Rocky Steps. There was this big metal art thing that he just like climbed and almost fell off. He was like 40 feet in the air. Like the guy is not on drugs anymore. But when you hang out with him, you're like, oh, you were on drugs for a while. But no, he was always like a really cool dude. And it was like weird, like getting to hang out with him, like at his house and whatnot. He was like a really nice guy. But yeah, I want to check out Jackass 4.5. What was the difference between 4.5?
Sorry, I was making sure the mic was set to like straightforward on the mouth and not this whole room thing, but I think we're okay. I think we're all
it
right.
actually sounded great, but you fiddling with it.
I know I screwed it. The whole thing is shot.
The stream is
sorry.
just a success. What's the difference between 4.5? I guess they just added more stuff.
Yeah, I think they did the same thing with 3. I think that 3.5. They shot so much stuff that they just had a whole other movie ready to go, kind of like Anchorman 2, where they shot a whole bad movie and they're like, we have a whole other bad movie that we can release. That's how. It was.
Yeah. And then next, The Adam Project. Now I assume this is a movie about you.
It's about me. Yeah,
okay, first off, congratulations getting a Netflix movie.
Kind of a big deal.
Yes, a very big deal. Now, what is this film actually about, Adam?
You know, a lot of people have said I'm kind of like Ryan Reynolds, you know, minus the looks, the charm, the success, the money, the women. Otherwise, we're basically the same guy. Like, essentially the same guy. The Adam Project also, I believe, came out 17 years ago, it feels like. I guess I have it on the list, so it came out this year. The Adam Project is about it's time travel based. So Ryan Reynolds... in the actual Ryan Reynolds runs into his younger self. So there's a boy playing him and then Ryan Reynolds playing him. And they learned that things have not gone well in the future. So he has to fix something in the past, which means talking with his dad, who's Mark, is it Ruffalo? Yeah, he's in it. Zoe Saldana's in it for like 20 minutes.
Okay.
It's not great. It's not terrible either. It's like you can watch it. It's 2 hours long, I think. And then you forget everything that you saw because it's a Netflix movie and they're usually bad.
Okay. So, if you go back in time and tell your younger self, something, what would it be? What would be some advice?
I'd say stop. I'd say, you're not going to like where things head. Try something else. I don't know. I think you have to, unless you really fucked up in life, it's good to have that history lesson. It's good to have those past experiences to shape you.
I'm going to go back to, I believe, 2013 or 2014 when I worked at a credit union. And the old ladies who said that Bitcoin isn't real money, this time I'm going to punch them in the face. And I'm going to throw whatever little money I had, because I did not have a lot of money, just all in Bitcoin.
You're going to get the Elon Musk almanac or whatever, like in Back to the Future.
Yes. I'm going to hunt down those ladies that tried to convince me that Bitcoin was fake money, and I'm going to punch all of them. And I'll be able to bail myself out in a few years when it eventually skyrocketed. Now, I am saving the chat for super chats, but we have another co-host in the chat. Our good friend Casey, who says, "Have you guys talked about Barbarian yet?" And this is how I know. This is how I know Casey didn't watch the 2022 horror movie stream, because I talked about Barbarian there.
Wow!
But just
throws the co-host under the bus.
But just for Casey, right now, I really liked Barbarian. Did you see Barbarian?
Yeah,
Barbarian was great.
I hate it.
What?
I hated that movie. That's on my worst of 2022 list. It's like number 5 on my list.
I love that you didn't even let me finish the sentence. Barbarian was great. I got to like the G and you're like, oh, I hated it. It was awful.
The rest of the stream is just going to be me bitching about Barbarian. Strap in.
Well, I loved Barbarian.
What did you like about it? The nonsensical plot?
Yes, I really enjoyed
horrible
that.
Pacing, the illogical characters.
I loved all of it. What I loved was that it was a Zach Cregger movie.
Sure.
And he's never done horror, as far as I know, but I've been a fan
Still hasn't.
I've been a fan of Zach Cregger since, 2006, 2007, when he did Whitest Kids You Know. And I was a big fan of Whitest Kids You Know. Tragically, Trevor Moore died, I think last year or the year before. So this is like the first thing he's like done since then, I think. I don't know. The movie really sucked me in. It was fun.
You got part of that right.
It was fun seeing Justin Long being an asshole.
He was fun. Yeah, I like Justin Long. Doing the tape measure down the hallway. That was fun.
Yes, it was fun seeing how the two people had... Casey apologizes for bringing this subject up, by the way. Two people had two very different reactions to like finding that secret room. Like, she's all horrified and he's like, oh my god, I can make so much money from this.
Yeah,
I don't know. Barbarian was
was
a good
fun.
time. Barbarian was a good time. You know what? I understand someone not liking it. I understand.
I mean, I'm in the minority. You know, I think it
Yeah.
did well critic-wise
Yeah.
and, you know, viewer-wise. I think it was a little less. The audience didn't like it as much. I think it's just the whole subverting of expectations trope
Yeah.
kind of irks me a lot of times. Like the first 20 or so minutes was presenting itself as a very kind of straightforward modern horror. Like, okay, this is pretty intense. And then it just kind of keeps unraveling into more Looney Tunes levels.
That's the whole thing with expectations. I didn't watch like a trailer or anything for it.
Yeah.
I just heard it. Casey said it was good. Other people said it was good, and then it was just on HBO, and I'm like, Barbarian, sure. I'm sure there's gonna be sword fighting and and then I watched it. I'm like, oh yeah, why was it called Barbarian? And everyone said like, oh, because it's on Barbary Street. I'm like, that's not a good.
That's the funniest part is, so I like bitched up a storm about this film, and the comments that all the experts of Barbarian all had completely different takeaways about what the movie actually was.
Okay.
They're like, you're wrong, it's about this. And then the next guy's like, it's actually a metaphor about men and blah, 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 blah. It's like, oh my God. Pick a lane. Pick a lane.
I did like that Zach Kreger gave himself a cameo and then doesn't show his face. Like, he's the guy Justin Long is talking to in that one bar scene. And I'm like, because I'm watching, I'm like, that's Zach Kreger. I'm like, turn around, Zach. I know that's you. Zach Kreger is the only person from Whitest Kids that I didn't see live when they came to Philly. They had a scheduling thing, and I remember Trevor Moore told everyone in the audience to tweet Zach Kreger that he sucks cocks, just so the next day they were like, he's gonna be so confused when like 70, 80 people are all texting him at the same time that he sucks cocks. Anyway, now this next film, Uncharted. Now, Adam, you like these video games, right?
I love them.
I hate the fucking video games. They're awful.
Whoa!
How's it feel? How's it feel, Adam? Yeah,
the script.
Yeah. So you like the Uncharted games? Why?
Do you actually like the Uncharted games or not?
No, I hate them.
Oh, you were serious.
I played all 4 of the main ones, and I'm like,
and people subscribe to your channel. They like your bad taste and everything. They're cool with it. It's like a subversion of expectations here too.
My audience, I think, really hates my taste. Is what I've learned.
They're all hate watching. All of them are hate watching.
I actually wouldn't. Adam, I don't know how the channel survived me shitting on Ghostbusters Afterlife. I really don't.
Oh,
and
we're in agreement though.
And
I didn't hate it as much as you.
I never stopped shitting on it, which is funny because how we met, we did a debate on whether the movie was going to be good or not.
Yes, that's funny.
And you won that debate, but I was right in the long run.
You were right. Yeah.
I love hearing the words "you were right."
You were right, Tony.
So,
Uncharted. Yeah, what were we talking about? Uncharted.
Why do people like these games? Please tell me what I'm missing here.
I'm a sucker for a well-made, story-driven single-player experience, and Uncharted checks the boxes of like an Indiana Jones spelunking adventure. There's comedy, there's drama, there's action. I like the set pieces. Uncharted was one of the first games at that high of a level, budget, and scale to do these kind of big set piece moments where a helicopter is shooting at you. And I know it's kind of on rails or whatnot, but it still feels like you're living out the experiences that you would want to, say, in Indiana Jones running from a boulder, right? They did a good job putting that in a video game.
Yeah, I couldn't disagree more. I hate it.
Sure.
I hate all the quick time events. It just feels like I'm watching a movie and having to hit buttons. The shooting is terrible. It's funny though, because I actually really like the new Tomb Raiders, which kind of do what Uncharted does.
Yeah,
but
they kind of like picked from each other, right?
Yes, but at least the first two Tomb Raiders, the new ones, they like do what Uncharted does. But at no point do I ever feel like I'm not playing. Like I know I'm playing a game. I feel like the gameplay is so much better in the new Tomb Raiders. Whereas like Uncharted, when you're not doing those big action sequences, it's like hide behind the barrel, boop boop. I can't get into it. However,
and by gameplay you mean just looking at Laura's ass as she's climbing up.
Yes. Now, what I will say is, I remember playing the games and I went, you know what? And I think I'm on record saying this. I'm like, this would be a good movie. I would enjoy an Uncharted movie. And then they made the movie, and then I watched it on Netflix, and I went, oh my God, this movie's bad.
I was wrong.
And of course it was a Sony movie because I'm like, why are they at a Papa John's in Rome? And I'm like,
Why is
oh,
Sony still making movies? Their movies are all terrible,
and
except for like Into the Spider-Verse. That's
yeah,
like it.
but I was like, oh right, Sony has a thing with Papa
Mm-hmm.
John's, and I'm like, this is bad. And like Mark Wahlberg as Sully was a total miscast.
He was originally supposed to be Drake.
Yeah, years ago.
Yeah, years ago. This movie's been in production for like 15 years. They're like, well, he's aged out, so let's make him Sully
And then
instead.
I thought how they were making it was going to be like it takes place in the universe of the games, so it's like a little story from earlier in his life. But no, they do stuff that totally contradicts the games.
Yeah, they they combined a couple of them together.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a disaster. The thing is, it's not like a terrible movie on its own. I think that there's enough there that's at least light and fluffy and whatever. But the fact that it is Uncharted and none of these characters even remotely resemble the video game counterparts, it's just kind of
they
like,
try to.
We know what you're doing, Sony.
They try to dress Tom Holland up, and it just doesn't work.
It doesn't work. No.
Yeah, I can't. I honestly don't remember any of the action set pieces other than the plane.
There's the end one where they're lifting the pirate ships.
Okay,
across.
that I remember. That was kind of
And
fun.
the best is Sully's like he's at the bottom, and there's this comically large chain that scales up like half a mile, and Sully's like, "Oh, I got to get up there, kid." And then the next shot is him like in the helicopter punching a guy. Like that would have taken you an hour to climb that thing.
And I just remember, first off, it was weird that there was no real like supernatural thing at the end. Because the first 3 games, I believe, they introduce a supernatural thing at the end of the games, but then there's like a logical reason for it, kind of.
Yeah, the first 2 did. I don't know if the third one.
The 4th one definitely did it.
Oh, I'm sorry, the 4th one didn't. You're right.
Yeah, which I thought was weird.
Yeah.
I guess the supernatural thing in the 4th one is like, how do any of these traps still exist years later? Like this shit would have rotted. Like I want a movie where they go to like an ancient thing and none of the traps work because all the ropes and shit holding them together have just snapped over years.
So just to reiterate, Tony's got a major problem with chains and ropes holding up, but a fully naked 10-foot woman jumping off of a water tower, somehow passing the woman that jumped 5 seconds before and breaking her fall. That's fine. That flies.
Yes, that's scientifically accurate.
That tracks.
My biggest problem with Uncharted.
Yeah.
Look, I love Antonio Banderas.
Antonio Banderas.
Not that he was playing a great villain in that movie. He was definitely kind of phoning it in. But who in their right mind went, we're going to replace him with some lady for the last act of the movie?
Strong female black lead. Yeah.
And I'm just like, maybe it made sense like on paper, but when they started shooting, a producer should have came in and been like, no, this isn't working. No. This is not the actress to like replace Antonio Banderas. You got to keep Antonio Banderas. This is going to be really bad. When that switch happens, I was like, well, I'm out. It
was so lame too. She didn't bring anything to the table.
She didn't really, like, if anything, she had less of a mood. It was weird. I'm like, why is she the bad guy? Okay, whatever.
He was the one part too of that movie where I was like, oh, he's going to be a great villain. Banderas is going to be awesome. Both him and John Leguizamo in whatever that Silent Night movie is. I can't remember what it's called. Violent Night?
Crybaby Leguizamo. That's what we call him now.
Violent Night, I thought Leguizamo was going to kill it. He's going to be over the top like he usually is. But no, both him and Banderas were very kind of like low-key playing villains. I was bummed out.
Well, he was upset because I think Santa Claus is, I think he comes from like a Greek legend. And he was probably upset that David Harbour was playing him because that's John Leguizamo's new thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's complaining that, well, I was on his side when he said Chris Pratt was playing Mario was a bad idea. And I was like, good. And then he was like, it's because he's white. And I'm like, what? And I was like, but then I remember, I'm like, Leguizamo, first off, you played horrible Asian stereotypes on your old show. Also, you're not Italian and you played Luigi. Shut up.
I
made this argument before, but enough about Crybaby Leguizamo. Next movie. The Uncharted movie's awful, just like the games that Adam likes. Now,
well,
actually, before we get, is that the last one in February? That is the last one in February. Let me read a couple super chats. We'll read a couple super chats before we go on to the March films. Let me go to my super chat area here because they like disappear in the chat if you don't read them right away. You got to go to the monetization, supers, and you got to read them there. Yeah.
Wonderful system YouTube has built.
It's great. It's great. So, Mike Moorhead II said, "Let's talk movies, fellas." Thank you, Mike. Let me see here. And yes, in the future, the chats will be up on screen now that I know how Streamlabs works. I'm sorry. Rob K for $2 says, "Does Adam still love Alita Battle Angel?"
Did I love it? I like it quite a bit. Yeah. I don't know if love it. I think a
character you played loved it.
Oh God. Yeah, that's right. Terry from Nerds and Players. Yeah. That was a satirical character I played for a while. Me personally, Alita Battle Angel's fine.
I watched the last 20 minutes of it at a gym I was at. And I went, this looks bad. I'm never going to watch it. So there you go.
It's pretty good. It's kind of a cool sci-fi film.
Kenny Williams for $1.99 says nothing. He just gave us money for no reason.
Yeah, I mean, he sees what's happening over here and he's like, I can give you something.
Kenny, if you paid... Oh, no, he actually came back later, but we'll work up to it. Michael says for $4.99, you said you never watched or liked anime because Dido? Have you at least seen Studio Ghibli films? Spirited Away is highly recommended for Tony. What is Dido? I never said anything about Dido. What?
Spirited Away is fantastic. I went on a little Studio Ghibli run, or Ghibli, I don't know how you say it. Spirited Away is really good. Howl's Moving Castle I enjoyed. Kiki's Delivery Service was fine. The one I didn't like and people love, Princess Mononoke, I think it's called.
Okay.
I don't know. That one, it didn't do it for me. I was expecting kind of like a larger than life action spectacle, and really there's a cool intro and the rest of it's pretty by the books, environmentalism stuff.
Well, I don't watch cartoons for children, so I didn't.
Well, yeah, of course. Yeah.
No, I've seen Spirited Away. I think Studio Ghibli was involved with that Godzilla anime on Netflix. The good Godzilla anime, not the bad one. Psycho Jet Black for $2 says, "Is Adam that guy that bought all those HD DVDs?"
I am that guy.
A fan donated, it's back there, his entire HD DVD collection to me. And I have 2 HD DVD players, the Xbox 360 extension and a regular HD DVD player. And I put one HD DVD in there and the audio didn't work.
Beautiful. There's probably an update.
I gotta update it. No, apparently the Warner Brothers ones, like they were in such a rush to print them that they've all started breaking down like a year or two afterwards.
Easy, Tony. Don't you start bad mouthing HD DVD.
I love that
Toshiba made a quality product.
I love back there. I have the 4K Blu-ray of Matrix and the HD DVD trilogy of the Matrix.
That's remarkable. I have probably 40 HD DVDs and 0 HD DVD player.
So House of Fure for $4.99. I don't know if that's how that's pronounced. I'm sorry.
That sounds right. Yeah.
Should review movies with sequel way past the movie's relevance. Example, R.I.P.D. Undercover Brother. There was an Undercover Brother sequel. And Bulletproof. Like Bulletproof Monk?
No, Bulletproof. You don't remember Bulletproof with Damon Wayans and Adam Sandler?
They made a sequel to that?
Apparently. Well, I don't think they made a sequel. It's probably with 2 other people.
I know, hold on, do I have it here?
Because they've made sequels to like Butterfly Effect, and it didn't have like Kutcher. It was random.
In Monday's episode, much to the disappointment of my co-hosts in the review, I let them know that there is a sequel to Eraser that came out this year called Eraser Reborn. It's on HBO Max.
Okay.
Yeah.
How exciting for nobody.
And then Kenny Williams, the guy who spent $2 to say nothing, came back with $9.99 saying there's a short that casts Nathan Fillion as Nathan Drake.
I've seen it.
And that is way better than the movie. Yes, I've seen that.
It is way better
than the movie. They did have the guy who voiced Nathan Drake have a terrible cameo in Uncharted.
Nolan North?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, he's on the beach.
He's like...
Yeah, it was really bad.
Fucking Tom Holland's like, oh, I fell out of a plane. He's like, something happened to me, too. It's like... So are you like from the video game? What is this? What is this?
Thanks, old man.
And one more super chat before we get back into it from ASC Presents. That's the channel Mint Salad's on.
Mint Salad in the mix.
What was your favorite episode to record of talking about tapes this year? Either because you like the episode's bit or the movie. And that's from Mint Salad. My favorite episode that I recorded this year was the Phantom Menace episode where we were just total assholes pretending to like the movie. And just talking about did you watch that episode?
I have not seen that one. I got to watch it now.
Every time we get to a new point in the movie, we pull out a piece of merchandise tied to that scene.
I did see that. Yes. Yeah, that was hilarious.
That was one of my favorite episodes to record. Obviously with guest episodes, I had both Lloyd Kaufman and Joe Bob Briggs on the show this year. So that was amazing. But yeah, the Phantom Menace episode, me and Johanna were like legitimately just dying laughing while making that thing because we never broke character the entire thing.
That's awesome.
We just pretended it was the best movie ever. Anyway, let's get back to cool. We have a spam thing in the we have a spam bot in the chat, Adam.
Oh, nice.
Because I mentioned dating earlier. Now we have a friggin' dating app that's just sending me heart emojis.
Don't let the opportunity pass you by. Jump in. I have to give a special shout out to Mint Salad.
Yeah.
She became a Patreon over at patreon.com/AdamDoesMovies. There's a mithril level where you can request I watch a movie.
Yeah.
She requested the most random thing. Yeah. Temple Grandin, which was a TV movie.
Yeah.
And it was freaking great. It was like one of the best recommendations I've had so far. My wife and I loved that film. So thank you, Mint Salad, for that.
Mint Salad, everyone knows, no offense to other co-hosts watching, Mint Salad is the best co-host on Hack the Movies. Rich with insight. And no offense to you, Adam, and Casey in the chat. Honestly,
well, I mean, I know you're lying at this point, so it's fine.
Well, no.
The best co-host is talking right now.
And honestly, I should really start every episode without her saying, sorry, Mint Salad's not in this episode. But anyway, we got to get back to more of these exciting films. Sure. A bunch of these I have not seen. So what the hell is The Bubble? It looks really bad, and I see David Duchovny's in it.
Why do they put any of these on this list?
I don't know.
I genuinely don't remember that. But you know why? Because you set up the Google Doc and you're like January, February, March, April. So I was like, oh, I gotta put these movies down that I saw. Like we have to have something.
To talk about it. I thought
I didn't know. You shouldn't have done it by month. Like it took me a good hour and a half. I'm sitting here Googling dates that they came out. Like you stressed me out with this.
I'm sorry. I didn't think it was that stressful.
And then you have the cojones to say, I'm not the best co-host? You throw me under the bus like that while I'm on here? Anyway, The Bubble, Judd Apatow, it's not terrible.
Oh, it's Judd Apatow, like modern Judd Apatow?
Yeah, it's modern Judd Apatow. Tony, you'd hate the shit out of it. It's,
really?
as you and the kids say, very woke. There's a lot of
get
social comedy. Actually, you know what? It very much makes fun of Hollywood. It makes fun of influencers. It makes fun of just all the the stuff they went through.
Bring it in. Then.
Yeah, it's shot during COVID.
Okay.
So they're doing all the testing, the masks, the the TikToks in between shots. It had a kind of a fun concept. Just like every Judd Apatow movie, it goes on 30 minutes longer than it should.
What was the last Judd Apatow thing I've seen?
I don't know, but all of them are like that. Like even his really good ones, Knocked Up, 40-Year-Old Virgin, they're all 2+ hours, and it's like everybody knows a good comedy is an hour and a half. You get all the jokes in right away, and you get out.
I remember watching a lot of the unrated stuff, like 40-Year-Old Virgin. Like this doesn't need to be that long.
No,
I'm looking at films that he has. By the way, I hate IMDb's new layout. It's awful.
Yeah, it's not good.
I don't know what idiot. It worked fine for 20 years, and they changed it. I'm looking at his movies. What's the last one I've seen?
He produces a lot. Didn't he produce the one with the was it called Bad Boys or something? It's about the 3 kids that lose the drone and they find their parents porno tape or something.
The last movie I saw he directed was Trainwreck with Amy Schumer.
I didn't see that.
Yeah,
I have a strict no Amy Schumer policy in this house.
That was when she
what's the deal with vaginas? That's her whole thing.
That was when she was kind of tolerable, but then it turns out she was just stealing jokes, and I don't stand for plagiarism. Also, it's funny seeing how like really like aggressively liberal she is, and it's like she dated what's his face, God, that real edgy comedian. I'm blanking on his name now. That's great. She dated like one of the most offensive comedians in the world. So seeing her have
really?
that, like the more famous she got, like the less edgy she got. I'm like, all right, I remember who used to date Anthony Jeselnik, the guy who literally makes fun of people like a day after they died in his comedy act.
Oh wow. Okay. That's one way to do humor, I guess.
He's hilarious. Anyway, This next film, everyone recommended. I went to turn it on today and I saw it was 3 hours. RRR.
Yes.
Now,
RRR.
I know you liked it. I remember you either reviewed it or posted about it. Now, I hear this movie's great. It's like a Hindi film. I heard the action scenes are intense and amazing.
You're getting it all pretty correct. Yeah.
Cool.
A fun fact, I had to pull that video down and reshoot and edit apart because I called it a Bollywood film. It is not a Bollywood film. The community destroyed me over it. I felt bad. I didn't mean to get it wrong. It's Tollywood.
Tollywood?
Tollywood. So I guess they have several different versions of Hollywood over in India, and Tollywood did RRR, triple
Okay.
R. I don't like saying RR. It sounds like I'm barking.
All right.
It is a 3-hour epic. It is long, but I think it kind of, it encourages the runtime. There's musical numbers in it. There's dance scene. It's like full of pageantry.
A lot of films from there are like really long because I think a lot of them are like,
yes,
some of them are like really required to have like dance numbers and musical numbers.
That's a big thing over there.
Yeah, so that's why a lot of those movies are long. Well, I'm glad you apologized
I apologize
for
to
your
the entire
aggressive
community.
racism.
It was clearly with malice.
Yes.
I was incredibly angry in the review that I was praising the film the whole time in.
Yes, and the only way Adam can stop being such a bigot is if you donate more super chats, and I will send him to sensitivity counseling. With those super chat money, just take my word for it. That's what I'm going to use it for.
It's just sad at this point.
Now this next flick, The Lost City, it looks like a chick flick, like a date movie, so I didn't see it. But no, I actually saw the trailers for this. I'm like, this is actually a really funny concept. I think I would actually really enjoy this movie. Does it live up to the hype?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of harkens back to 90s comedies to me.
That's
it's the
what
first
I was
movie.
getting.
Yeah, it's the first movie that came out. It's not too long. You watch it, you're like, yeah, this is kind of stupid, but it's got enough fun, kind of surface level. Everybody loves Raymond type of jokes that I like.
Okay.
And it's basic.
Okay.
It's a basic bitch, but sometimes a basic bitch is better.
What it reminds me of those movies. Well, the movies with Michael Douglas and
oh yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Was it Jewel of the Nile or the Romancing the Stone?
Romancing the Stone.
Yeah, it gave me like Romancing the Stone vibes.
It definitely has that vibe for sure. Daniel Radcliff was a great villain. It's nice seeing him kind of do these weird roles, these esoteric roles since Harry Potter. Channing Tatum's funny. He's kind of playing his aloof, dumbass character. Can we agree?
What, yeah.
Go ahead. No, please go.
No,
please
I was shocked to see that Brad Pitt is in it.
He's great. He's the best part.
I
for
assume
sure.
He's in it briefly. I don't feel like he's going to be in that movie long.
I think he had. If you want a runtime estimate, I think about 15 minutes.
Okay, he's definitely in it.
Easily the best.
He's definitely in it longer than he was Deadpool 2, which was exactly 5 frames of Deadpool 2.
Yes. Yep. Tony, I can we agree that Sandra Bullock is just a treasure, just a delightful actress? Can we please agree on that? Listen,
no.
I have children, as you know, as you are well aware.
Yeah.
That are maybe mine. We're still looking at the family tree on that. But
how many years now? You're not going to get that test? You're like, I'll get that test eventually.
I've been showing these kids lots of classic movies that are kind of all ages or at least accessible for 10 years old, 13 years old.
Yeah.
She's in Gravity. She's in Speed. Like every corner we turn,
Speed
Sandra
2, Cruise
Bullock's
Control.
there. We don't talk about Cruise Control. But she's in so many good classics. Every corner you turn, there's Sandra, just ready to entertain you.
That's true. All About Steve, obviously.
Wait, why are you doing this? I know what you're doing. I don't like your game.
I love that was the year she won an Oscar and a Razzie, right? And she actually accepted her Razzie Award dressed up as the character from All About Steve.
You and I both know that is a Dane Cook vehicle. That is not a Sandra vehicle. Wait, is that the Dane Cook movie? Oh no,
I
I'm
don't
getting
think
it wrong.
it was Dane Cook.
No.
No.
Who is in that? Is that Owen? Who's the
Who the
boy?
fuck knows? Hold on.
I was thinking of Good Luck Chuck, which is Dane Cook and Jessica Alba.
Bradley Cooper.
Bradley Cooper,
And
Dane
Thomas
Cook.
Jane
I
and
mean,
Church.
we're basically the same. No.
Yeah, they're the same person.
Yeah. Oscar award-winning Bradley Cooper, Dane. I steal all my material. Cook, the same. You know, I used to be a Dane Cook guy. I got to tell you that. I got to admit that right now.
I feel like
just think he
everyone was a
funny.
Dane Cook guy at some point. Afterwards, he kind of like he got old for me pretty quick. By the time
It's kinda
college
like-
rolled around, I'm like, I'm over Dane Cook.
Yeah, it's like you throw on a Limp Bizkit album and then you watch some Dane Cook and you hit
Yeah.
some Surge and everything's right in the world.
Yeah, you can never
I
relive
never
that.
left. I never left Limp Bizkit, by the way. I'm still on Fred Durst. It's still in my playlist.
He's a filmmaker now. He did The Fanatic with John Travolta.
He did.
Now, the next thing, Marvel's Disney's Moon Knight. Now, I know I'm not the biggest MCU guy anymore post Endgame. I like some of the stuff they do. I'm a big fan pre-Endgame. I really like the MCU. I mostly enjoy the Disney Plus shows that I've seen.
What have you seen?
I saw WandaVision, obviously.
WandaVision was good.
WandaVision. Loki was great. It took me a bit to see Loki. Loki was really good.
Hang on. Loki was great. You liked the woman Loki and how they ruined the whole show?
Oh, no, I fast forwarded that part.
Oh, okay. Anytime a woman was on, you're like, I only interested in men. I'm only interested in men.
No, go back to
Yes.
Owen Wilson. Owen Wilson. There we go. So, I mean,
Yeah.
it was a little confusing when you watch a show that way.
Yeah.
Falcon and Winter Soldier was pretty bland.
Yeah.
Very bland.
That got worse as it went on. Well, they all get worse as they go
Yeah.
on, I've noticed.
Hawkeye was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Hawkeye
Till
was
the final
a lot of fun.
episode. Final episode dropped the ball.
Right before that girl says she's gonna be Hawkeye, I turn it off. And I'm like, I bet Hawkeye sent her to like cooking school or something. But
Yeah, anytime the woman's on, you just fast forward. Where's Jeremy Renner? I only like
Jeremy
looking at
Renner?
men in movies. Yeah.
That's how I watch movies. However, Moon Knight, I put it on. People were really split on Moon Knight. A lot of people didn't like it. And then I watched it. I really enjoyed Moon Knight for some reason.
Of course you did.
And of course, you apparently didn't even finish it.
No. We couldn't finish Moon Knight. We got, I think, about the third episode when they go to wherever they go. I don't know, somewhere. And everything's green screen. And it looks like ass. And
Yeah.
I was out. And then Miss Marvel was the same. We got a couple episodes in. My family collectively just looked at each other, took a heavy sigh, and I just shut it off. And that's just been how all the Disney Plus stuff has gone from that point forward.
Well, that was probably tied to your previous racism, right?
Well, naturally, yeah.
Yes.
Of course.
Which
I couldn't connect with anybody in the show.
Again, you guys send me your super chats. We're gonna send him to sensitivity counseling. He's gonna come back and be like, Tony, Miss Marvel is the greatest show ever. All the actors are great, even the guy who just got Me Too'd. I'm sure he's gonna come back and say that happened. Apparently, her dad just got Me Too'd.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah.
Delightful.
No, but something about Moon Knight, it just worked for me. It was self-contained enough that I enjoyed it. I really liked what's his face, Ethan Hawke, who's in a lot of stuff this year that I really enjoyed.
Yeah, the white guy.
Yeah. And I like
Oscar Isaac was fine. I fast forwarded whenever he was on.
No, I liked Oscar Isaac.
He was. You know what? Oscar Isaac was really good.
Yeah,
I will say that. Yeah.
The effects,
multiple personalities.
The effects. I know there was like that whole like meme of the MCU's CGI budget is $1, and they used a clip from Moon Knight. But most, other than cherry picking that effect, there were actually some really decent effects in the whole show. I like the stuff with the gods. I don't know. For some reason it worked for me, and I'm like the last person it should work for at this point. So I think it was just different enough that it really hooked me in. And then again, I was like, you know what? I guess I'm going to watch more Marvel stuff. And I haven't watched a single thing other than the ones that were in theaters. And even
Miss
then,
Marvel. What else has come out? Miss Marvel, She-Hulk.
We're gonna get to it.
I'm sorry.
Don't worry. Now, I have a question for you, Adam. Let's see. So you watched a movie with Pete Davidson in it. Are you stupid? Why?
Is that Bodies, Bodies, Bodies?
Yeah, why did you watch a movie with Pete Davidson?
Did you see The Suicide Squad, Tony?
Yes, but
Congratulations. You just played yourself.
no, but that movie worked because he gets shot right away, so that worked for me.
Who's to say he doesn't die horribly in Bodies, Bodies, Bodies?
Honestly, when I turned The Suicide Squad on, I forgot Pete Davidson was in it. There's like a high probability.
I know, he's only in it for like
had I
2 scenes.
remembered he was in it, I probably would not have watched it. But yeah, so what is Bodies, 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 and why did you watch it?
Bodies, 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 Bodies times 3 for short, as a shorthand, is another Barbarian. It's another Men.
Oh, it's a really great movie?
Yeah, it's a really great movie to a certain set of moviegoers that like absolute shit. Bodies, Bodies, Bodies takes place, I believe, over one night, and it's basically Among Us, the movie, because they play a game where there's a killer, they shut the lights off, and then they walk around with glow sticks and act like complete dipshits. Okay. And it turns out real people are being killed. Oh. So it's a murder mystery. Oh. And as it plays out, you just get more and more sick of all these people, and you want them to die, which, to be fair, is what the script's going for. It's very much poking fun of the new gen, I guess.
Okay.
But like, I don't want to poke fun of the new gen for 2 hours, you know?
Yeah.
I poke fun of myself for 2 hours. That's boring.
Now, did you see this in theaters?
Yeah, I did.
All right. So you contribute it to more money for Pete Davidson, which made him a bigger celebrity, which made him more appealing to Kim Kardashian, which made Kanye go even madder with rage. So you're basically helping anti-Semitism by seeing this movie.
I am essentially an anti-Semite.
Yeah. Everyone, please send us our super chats. We got to fix Adam.
Please help. Please help.
You like the mental?
I got on Christmas. I got, my mom sent me some suspenders because I live in a different state now. They're in Minnesota. I'm in South Carolina. So I got these ugly ass Christmas suspenders. Never worn a suspender in my life, and they all had suspenders. And my buddy Bless comes over, and he sees me in them. And he's like, "So are you a Nazi now?" I'm like, "Yeah."
I'm sorry.
I guess suspenders and just the look reeked of Nazi. So that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at in life. And then I'm in this photo with all these other white dudes with suspenders on. It's like, oh my God, just slowly backs out of the room.
I hate suspenders so much, especially as
terrible.
Especially as like a fatter guy who has to wear them at weddings. Nothing looks more worse than a fat guy in suspenders. Yeah. They're awful. Okay, next, a movie I watched right before this stream. Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. An A24 film. Now, everyone said this movie is great. I love this movie. It's like one of the best movies of the year. It's perfect. It has so blah, blah, blah. And then I watched it, Adam, and I went, yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, we got him. We got him.
I really, really liked the movie. I thought it was so solid. Yeah. Like I said, I literally just finished watching it. And
Did you cry?
No, I don't cry. I don't cry.
Did you tear up?
Adam, I've talked about this on the show. I legit have not cried since I was like 10 or 11. There's something wrong with me.
Do you want me to come over and punch you in the vagina and you can start crying?
No, that'll make me tear up from pain, but it won't make me cry.
Okay.
And people always think I'm joking, and then I like, Johanna's known me since like junior year of high school. Like, Johanna, have you ever seen me cry? She's like, no, I've never seen you cry. Anyway.
If you have kids, you just kind of like develop that. I don't know what happened. Something changed. I was like stone cold.
Yeah.
You go to a movie where a dog dies on screen and then like a little cat watches it bleed out. And I'm just like, yeah. So what? Now I'm like, feel bad for the dog. Now the cat's got no one.
By the way, I'm not being tough because like the ability to cry would help me out at like funerals, so I don't look like an asshole.
Oh, no, I didn't really think that. I just mean like I legitimately never really teared up. But then I don't know, something about the kids changed me. And, yeah.
Well, anyway, Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. Really great. Really
beautiful
great.
Movie. Beautiful.
I super enjoyed it, and I saw it was the guys who did Swiss Army Man, which I don't remember too much of that movie. That's the one where was it Daniel Radcliffe is like a farting corpse that he uses to help him do all this shit. And I remember really enjoying that movie. But yeah, no, the movie was really, really good. I was invested the whole time. And I love the jumping through different universes, like sending your conscience to different universe, which is a concept we've all seen before,
Right.
especially now. But no, this movie made it feel really, really fresh. I was invested in all the characters. It was great seeing Short Round.
Yeah, Data.
So he apparently like stopped acting like in the early 2000s and became like a stunt coordinator. And he's been doing that, and I guess like a few years back he just started acting again. Now he's in a bunch of stuff again. But yeah,
I thought I heard it was because he was having a hard time getting roles.
Yeah, he did have a hard time getting roles, but he ended up being like a stunt coordinator.
Okay.
He did a stunt coordinator for The One of your favorite films.
Favorite films? It's a good time. It's a good time. Hour and 20 minutes, Tony. You can't beat it.
Written by Glenn Morgan, and I've covered a couple of his films this year.
It's so dumb.
Yes. So yeah, the movie was incredible. I had so much fun with it. Jamie Lee Curtis was really good in it. The hot dog fingers I thought were a little much, but they made the movie.
It got a little much, but what about Raccoonatooey or whatever?
Raccoonatooey.
So good.
It was one of the funniest goddamn things.
Oh my
God.
God.
I love in a movie with all these great like visual effects, they're like, nah, just making a puppet. Who cares?
It's just a Muppet up there.
It's like the worst puppet. It's so bad. like that was a choice to make it like a really bad looking puppet.
For sure.
But yeah, you think it would be like real confusing, and you would get lost, but I never got lost once. I was like always invested in what was going on. And like, if a movie can get you like really, really invested in a scene where it's just two rocks looking at each other,
I was going to bring that up. Yeah.
Like, you know, it's a good movie. Cause that was like one of the deepest conversations in the film, and it's literally two rocks that are being subtitled. They're not moving.
Like, ...
Yeah. Yeah, I thought it was great, and I could see someone watching this and be like, "Oh, it's too artsy fartsy and whatnot." I'm like, not really. Like, there's a lot of big concepts in it, but I feel like it's entertaining enough, and the characters are grounded enough to keep you like going for that whole journey. And it was nice to see Michelle Yeoh in something good.
Oh, she was so good in it too.
Because those Star Trek shows are garbage. The last movie I saw her in was Shang-Chi, and I was like, what is this, a fake movie?
Oh, that's right. She's kind of like randomly in everything now. You notice that? She's like background characters all the time.
Yeah. Shang-Chi was one of the worst films I've seen recently.
Wow.
It looked like, and by that I mean like, it doesn't look like a real movie. Like,
yeah,
it just looks so fake, and that's gonna come up. We're gonna repeat. I'm teasing this now. There's another superhero movie that came out this year that looks like a fake joke.
Oh my
movie.
God! Hey Tony, I have a movie to add. By the way,
okay.
I don't know. Like, now's not probably the time because I saw it last night and it just came out. So this would be for December. So just maybe make a note.
Okay, when we get to December, I will make a note.
Secret note for movie in December.
Okay. But yeah, so after seeing her in that joke movie, where everything looked like a cartoon and green screen, seeing her in this movie like actually acting with like human beings, it was great. And I really enjoyed all the characters in it. Everything everyone said was right about the movie.
It was my favorite movie of the year,
and I could totally see that. Mine is The Northman. That's
like my third, I think. Second or third.
I really want to rewatch that movie. That movie like just was like tailor made for me.
It's awesome.
It's like,
did you see it in theaters?
Yep. And then we reviewed it, and much like the film in theaters, my review flopped.
Oh, yeah, I don't think mine got very many views either. But did you go to the movie and within like a minute think to yourself, "Holy shit, this is it. This is like gonna be an incredible experience."
Well,
that's where I was.
I like Robert Eggers. I really like Robert Eggers. So yeah, I really love The Northman. But anyway, the next film on the list. Yes. Okay. We're going to do this, and we're going to do April, and then we're going to do another super chat roundup. Is Deadstream, a Shudder original? He's dying for followers. Adam, I kind of want you to watch this movie.
I've never even heard of this movie.
Yeah, you're not.
Is it like Terrifier?
You're
is it
not,
like
you're
that
not like a super big horror guy, are you?
You know what? I am a horror guy, but I'm not like a B or C level horror guy. I like the mainstream stuff mostly. Halloween, Scream, all that.
Yeah, this movie was recommended to me by a few people. And I actually watched it the other night and it was a lot of fun. So basically it's a YouTuber, like a live streamer dude who has recently been canceled. And after 6 months, he's trying to like rebuild his brand. So he's going to a haunted house to do a live stream in this haunted house. And the plot is, you ever see, you should check out the movie Grave Encounters, which is a movie I've talked about a lot. The twist, this has got a similar twist. The twist in Grave Encounters is that it's a ghost hunting show.
Okay.
And the first half of the movie is showing that they're all con artists and they're faking everything. Sure. But then it turns out the place they're in is really haunted. It's the same setup for this, although he's not really being a con artist. He's just going to a house and he just has to stay there overnight, but it turns out it is haunted.
That's awesome.
But yeah, it uses the YouTube technology really, really well. My only issue is like the guy is so good at being an asshole YouTuber streamer.
Oh yeah, too good.
He's doing everything that you hate, and like I kept waiting for the movie, like when the shit got real, for him to be like finally change character and like become more of his real self. But no, he's just the asshole YouTuber throughout the whole thing. So it kind of gets hard to feel bad for him after a while.
Yeah.
But I love that they never tell you in the beginning what he did to get canceled, and it's like it's revealed later on, and it's kind of ridiculous.
Sure.
It's like, wait, that's what he did? And then everyone thinks he's racist, like you, Adam. Which we're gonna fix with these super chat.
If we can get me a nicer pair of suspenders at least.
Anyway, Deadstream is a lot of fun. Because he basically screws up. He unleashes these ghosts in the house, but I like that he had to because his live stream never ends. He's constantly getting chats and stuff, and I love when like a ghost attacks, people are like making fun of him in the corner of the movie.
That's awesome.
But then he'll like ask for like opinions, and people will send him videos, and he's playing it on the live stream. It's pretty enjoyable.
Okay.
Like I said, the one drawback is the main character. He is really annoying. And I can see for a lot of people that might be too much for them. But as a YouTuber, as someone who has live streamed, you should check it out. I think you might enjoy it. It is a Shudder original. Shudder's got some good stuff. I really like Shudder. Outside of Tubi, it's becoming my favorite streaming platform. Tubi's the best streaming platform.
Oh, Disney Plus, of course. Yeah.
No, not Disney Plus. The day my girlfriend changes her password is my ex-girlfriend.
It's over.
The day my ex-girlfriend changes her password is the day I will no longer have Disney Plus. And then I'll have to change my Peacock password because I'm sure.
But how are you going to get Moon Knight season 2?
There are ways. Anyway. Now, next up is The Bad Guys. Now, Adam, you watched a movie starring Lily Singh. Why are you stupid?
I don't even know who that is.
Oh, she's some girl. She is in this movie, right? Hold on, before I besmirch a terrible person's name for no reason.
Who the hell's Lily Singh?
She is an unfunny comedian. Who
there's a lot of those now.
Who was like big on YouTube, I guess. And they gave her like a really bad late night show, and it's it's been canceled since, but it's like one of the worst late night shows in history.
It's so funny because I have a YouTube channel, as you know, Tony, where I talk about movies quite a bit. And there's always, every movie now, it seems like I do, there's someone like, you watch this crap, it's got so-and-so who said this on this thing. It's like, why do people listen to celebrities? They're just the same as every idiot on the planet, you know? Like my neighbor says dumb shit all the time, but he's not making movies. So just watch the movie and like don't pay attention to the social media crap.
Well, she's just I've only ever seen, because I have friends who used to watch like clips from her show, and it is some of the most cringe-inducing comedy you'll ever watch.
Ooh, I don't. Yeah, has she been in any movies?
She's been in movies. I guarantee you they weren't big parts. But I remember it was funny because like some girl like did a vlog about what it was like to be in the audience for her show. And she's like, it was like one of the worst things ever. Like all the laughter was fake, which is common, but like it was a little too produced to make it seem like she was funny, and she is not funny. So you watch The Bad Guys and she's in it. How was this movie?
Who is she in The Bad Guys, does it say?
Oh, I don't know.
I'm just curious.
Tiffany Floufit.
Oh yes, that character. I have no idea. You just make that name. You just make that name up.
No, that's really it's like Mark
Tiffany
Marin, Mr.
Floofit.
Snake, Craig Robertson, Mr. Shark, Lily Singh, Tiffany Floofit.
Peter Jiggleballs is the character she plays.
Alex Bornstein is Misty Luggins.
Okay,
That
so
sounds
the bad
like a porn
guys
name. I'm sorry.
The Bad Guys is based off of a children's book series, I guess. I didn't know this until, like going into the movie.
Okay.
Apparently we have some of the books too, so
Oh.
that's kind of cool. Yeah, I guess they just kind of flew under the radar. My wife's a teacher, so she just buys books all the time. She encourages reading, which is disgusting.
Yeah.
I'm like, kids, we're watching movies.
Yes.
Yes.
Movies about books, ironically.
That's right. That's right.
Never-ending story.
I'm gonna waste my
Page
time.
Master.
This pedestrian language. The movie's really good. I had no expectations. We kind of just watched it on a whim. I think we pay for 500 different stupid streaming services, and once in a while something shows up and you're like, oh, okay, well, we'll try this one out. It's an Ocean's 11 heist type movie with animals, so I'm sure the furry community's very happy that they have some more material to work with. Voice acting's great, especially by Lily, as you pointed out, one of your favorite comedians. She is top of her game here. It's I think Aquafina's in it too. Why is she
God damn
yeah,
it.
I know. Why is she, the best thing I ever say about Aquafina is I didn't hate her.
Yeah.
I didn't hate her in this.
Real quick, Adam. YouTube
Yeah.
gave me a notification that says now would be a good time to insert ads. Creators earn more money inserting ads.
Oh.
The more viewers are watching. Give it a try. I think we should give it a try.
Do it.
We should give it a try. I'm clicking the button.
I think we're gonna be gone though, right?
An ad has been inserted. Is anyone seeing an ad?
Do they see us still? Did YouTube insert it right into the video?
I don't know. I have YouTube Premium, so I can't see ads. So I have no idea if it worked.
I don't have YouTube. Is that what it's called? YouTube Premium? I thought. What happened to YouTube Red?
It turned
Did they
into
change
YouTube
that?
Premium. It turned into YouTube Premium.
It didn't turn into YouTube Plus. Come on.
No, it turned into YouTube Premium. I believe it turned into YouTube Premium. Yeah, someone let me know if you saw an ad there, because I didn't.
Can I point out how bothered I am by your background where you got the Hack the Movies logo, but it's covered up by our video thumbnails?
Look, I'm figuring out
What are you
StreamYard.
doing? Like
figuring
throw the logo in the corner for crying out
Well,
loud.
originally we were both going to be on the side, and there was going to be posters showing.
No,
but I
still
didn't
no.
research Streamlabs enough, Adam.
What an absolute nightmare this is. I have to be back on because what we're doing right now is like some rinky-dink Mickey Mouse shit. I got to be back on. When you get your life sorted out, I'm back on.
Honestly, if it wasn't like if I didn't already set up the link a day before, I would have had it all figured out. The fact is I found out like after a day of plugging the link, and I didn't want to change the link because I care about these fans, okay?
Some guy over at Streamlabs is watching this right now, and you're killing him. You're killing him by throwing their company under the bus.
Well, I paid for Streamlabs, so I want a refund.
I paid for Streamlabs. Is this ad going? Are we live still? What is happening?
Yeah, people are saying a 5-second ad played. All right.
Okay. A 5-second ad. YouTube's like, your 20 cents. Your 20 cents has been deposited. Enjoy.
Is this movie with? Sorry, this is not a super chat, but I will make an exception because it works into a plug for you. Someone says, "Is this movies with my white friend?" Because you have a podcast called. By the way, when I saw the abbreviation, I'm like, well, clearly that means movies with my best friend, because there's no way Adam would just like make his friend's identity his race. And sure enough, I click on the video and you're like, all right, welcome to movies with my black friend. So again, super chats to stop
Super racist. Super. You know what's so funny is Bless, aka DJ Bless, aka Sutter Kane. Okay. Entirely his idea. He's like, Adam, we're calling this Movies with My Black Friend. It'll do well. People like that kind of stuff. I'm like, I don't want to call it. Can't we just call it like Adam Does Movies Podcast or something a little bit more on brand? He's like, no, Movies with My Black Friend, Spotify, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, okay, like, whatever.
Wait, he goes by the name Sutter Kane, the bad guy from In the Mouth of Madness?
Yeah, Sutter Kane is his like artist name because he does music on Spotify and stuff.
I guess
he's a big
fan
composer. Well, he's a composer, so like
Oh.
he did the music for he has one track on Halloween Ends.
Oh shit.
He scored music for Righteous Gemstones. He also does a lot of mixing of like artists. Red Hot
Okay.
Chili Peppers. He's done like a ton of big name artists. So the guy's the real deal.
Oh shit.
When I met him like at a movie at midnight. I went to Men, that garbage A24
That's
film.
on the list.
I thought you took it off.
Did I take
I
it
thought
off?
you took it off. I thought you took it off because you're like, nobody cares about this movie, which you're right.
No, I didn't take it off. I took something else off.
Okay, well, I can get to that.
I
then.
took some
That's
other
fine.
woke garbage you put on there.
Oh, well, of course.
No, I think I took like an animated movie off. But anyway, keep going.
Okay, anyway, we saw Men, not together. I don't know anybody in the state. I went by myself on like a Thursday night, and he and one other dude come out of that theater. They're the only ones there. Heads hanging low. I already know. I read their body language. So I'm like, well, that was a great film. I just kind of like put myself out there, and they turn around like, what the fuck? But we talked for like an hour about movies after that. And then I'm like, why don't we just start going to movies Thursday? And yeah, he is high energy, great dude, really good at like, he promotes my stuff every time we go out. I don't ever talk to anyone. I'm like the biggest, like, hey, one ticket for this, please. And Bless is like talking to everyone. He's like, you got to follow him. Love the guy.
You're the opposite of me. Like any time to work it in, I'm like, yes, I'm a very famous YouTuber. I'm very important. I love doing it. I don't know if Casey's still in the chat, but I've done it twice when we were out to like a group of kids. These kids will come up and like, hey, I'm very famous, important YouTuber. They're like, oh, what's your channel? I'm like, you're not my demographic. You have no idea. Like, they're like, no, we follow you. We'll follow you. I'm like, no, you guys. I don't dab. I don't do all this. I'm like,
I don't dab.
I'm like,
I've
talk
dabbed
about
several times.
I like talking about movies you've never heard of because you weren't alive.
Pluto Nash is coming up next week.
Yeah, and they're just like, what?
Yeah, what's Pluto Nash? Chris Hemsworth in that?
Now, this next film I watched yesterday.
Oh.
Ambulance. Michael
Bay.
Bay's Ambulance, which is a surprisingly really good Michael Bay movie.
It wasn't bad. It wasn't too shabby.
It's a little hacky that he referenced his previous movies in it. He references The Rock in it.
I like that. I like that they did that. Like,
he did that in Transformers
I know that movie.
When Transformers are first coming to Earth, the guy's like, this is way cooler than Armageddon. I'm like, all right.
Well, he also referenced Transformers 2, I think, and Transformers 3 when he reused the same exact shot.
He's done that a couple times.
Yeah, he's like, remember this scene from the last movie?
It on another podcast, but there's a scene in Transformers 3 during the highway chase where if you look at some of the cars, you're like, a lot of those cars look weird. And it's like, yeah, because it's a scene from the island and it's all future cars, and they replaced a car with a transformer. They just recycled footage from the island.
That's awesome. If there's any director, like if I was a Hollywood exec and I'm like strapped for time or budget, I'm like, get Michael Bay on a fucking phone. He's gonna fix this whole thing in an afternoon.
Yeah.
He's gonna have his megaphone. He's gonna be like yelling at everyone. He's gonna get it done.
But no, I really, really enjoyed it. It's got some of his visual style, not as frantic. There are moments where the movie gets really frantic. But like,
did you like the drone shit? That was the stuff that I was like, this doesn't look good.
I didn't mind it too much. Now,
it was a little
like it's pretty restrained for a Michael Bay movie. It does start to dip into some, like, the main cop that's hunting them brought his English Mastiff because he loves his Mastiff. Like, I'm like, okay. And then I do love when Michael Bay tries to be like progressive because it's just always embarrassing. And it's just like, I'm going to have a gay character, but I'm going to establish it by him like being like the worst gay boyfriend ever in marriage counseling. And then he leaves marriage counseling like an asshole. It's just like, all right, I get what you're trying to do there, Michael Bay. Could have been a little bit better. But basically the story is the guy, Black Manta from Aquaman, the new Candyman. I can't pronounce his real name. He needs a job. He hangs out with his stepbrother, who is Jake Gyllenhaal. And their dad, who raised them, was like a criminal. And he's basically, hey, we're gonna do a simple bank heist. And of course,
one last ride.
Of course, it goes wrong. There's a cop who gets shot, and they have to keep the cop alive because they know if he dies, they're already fucked. But if the cop dies, they're more fucked. So they take like a paramedic hostage. They flee in an ambulance, and it's like this chase to get away. And yeah, for the most part, I thought it was really, really well done. They eventually introduced some characters in the second act, and there's some real cringe, like horrible, witty dialogue, like the sassy girl who's making fun of everyone. Do you remember that chick? Like, she was awful.
I remember enjoying it because I went with some buddies, and we all kind of thought like this was fun. There was some things that made no sense. Don't they at one point go under a bridge and spray paint the other ambulance?
Yeah, they spray paint it like, green to like
why
throw people off.
Why take an ambulance at all at that point? Just take a totally different vehicle.
But then they get help from like a cartel who uses bombs.
And
then the cartel guy's son gets killed. So suddenly there's a big shootout. I'm like, all right, I guess Michael had to figure out a way to work that in.
Yeah, of course. But the spray painted vehicle seemed like the most obvious kick me sign ever. Like this, shittily spray painted vehicle.
I will say the movie does call it out because he's like, "Why did you bring neon green? Like, what the hell? This is a terrible idea."
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a lot of ridiculous Michael Bay stuff in it. But the rest of the movie's so competent that it doesn't. It's not like a Transformers sequel where you're just lingering all the stupid bullshit because everything else is terrible. Like, he kind of let the stupid bullshit slide in this because the rest of the movie is pretty decent.
Yeah, it was. I liked it.
Yeah, and it was fun. I like being able to see just like a regular action movie that's not tied to a big franchise.
Right. And Jake Gyllenhaal, he doesn't miss often. You know, he's usually pretty on his game. Oh my God, I just like punched my microphone.
And you know, he's the first person I think of when I cast a Persian. Jake Gyllenhaal.
Is he playing a Persian in that?
Yeah, he's the Prince of Persia. No, Prince of Persia.
Right. That's right. That was so bad. Where's John Leguizamo on that one?
Yeah, where was he on that one? I dated.
You had one job, Leguizamo.
Yeah, I dated a Persia girl, and I went to one of her family gatherings, and I was like, none of these fuckers look like Jake Gyllenhaal. I'm like, this might be a shock, but I think that movie lied to me.
That was so bad, especially when that came out not long after Lost was on the air.
Yeah.
It's like you had Saeed right there.
I
Saeed
know.
from Lost would have been perfect as the Prince of Persia.
I know. Now, the next film, Sonic 2.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I know everything that happened in this movie because I did a bonus video on Patreon where I let my editor, Jessica, just tell me everything that happened in Sonic 2 because I will never see Sonic 2 because I don't care.
Did you see Sonic 1?
I saw Sonic 1 because I had a free Blu-ray of it, and I threw it on one day, and I went, all right, that was a Sonic movie, I guess. He's in the real world, so automatically I don't like it. I'm mad that they changed the design. I don't think Sonic fans deserved a good Sonic out the gate. I think like Mario fans, they deserved a really shitty movie. They have to work up to a good Sonic movie.
They already got a shitty movie, Mario fans did. That's why we're getting it right this time.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The Sonic fans have to go through the same thing we did.
Yeah.
And one of my favorite things is loving hearing adults bitch about Sonic the Hedgehog, which they always do. I don't know why Sonic fans keep playing Sonic games. The only good Sonic game that's gotten a good review in like 15 years is Sonic Mania because it's basically the Genesis games remade.
It is funny how Sonic games, their tier is completely different. The rating system for Sonic is different from every other game. It's like, this movie's not total shit, so B plus.
But all the Sonic games are so terrible.
Yeah, they're awful.
And
they're
all
awful
the
games.
fans ever do is bitch about it. And at one point, I'm like, guys, just stop playing Sonic games. Like, what are you doing?
Is there something in the water that's turning these people into Sonic fans? Because I have a 10-year-old son. Last year, he woke up one day and he's like, this is me now, Dad. And he has like a Sonic t-shirt on, a Sonic hat. He's like, I'm a Sonic guy now. This is my whole brand at 9 years old.
Maybe he liked the movie and there was a cartoon, I think, that was popular. Like a recent cartoon.
But this was pre-movie, so this was pre-movie.
Were you sure it wasn't the animated?
He played one of the video games, and it must be something about that edgy personality and going fast that some of these guys are like, you know what? I get this headshot.
It is pretty funny. I see like kids like way younger than me being more into Sonic than any of the kids I grew up with at the height of Sonic's like, popularity. I'm like, man, you guys really... there's so many younger kids that are into way more 8-bit and 16-bit games than I was. And I'm like, but I was there for a lot of that.
We were there, Tony. We were on the ground floor.
We were
You guys
there.
are posers. You don't know anything. Your Sonic comics. Connor, thankfully, has moved on from Sonic. Now he's a tepid fan. I showed him the Frontiers trailer, and he's like, I don't care. He's Dragon Ball Z now. He's hardcore Dragon Ball Z. He's like, Dad, have you watched Dragon Ball Super yet? I'm like, there's like 400 episodes. He's like, stop what you're doing and start watching this shit.
Yeah. Well, that's on the list. Don't worry. We'll talk more about your baby cartoons. Did you like Sonic 2? Did it live up to...
Oh, yeah. I don't care.
That's what I thought. That's literally what I thought my reaction was going to be. And I'm like, I'm not seeing this movie.
It's so dumb because Sonic 1 comes out. It does like huge numbers. People thought it was, again, grading it like a video game. The scale was, this movie doesn't suck. It's fine. So therefore, it's the greatest video game movie of all time.
Yeah.
All they had to do was make more Sonic-y stuff and less human stuff. And they're like, you know what? No. Let's do more human stuff too. Make the movie 2.5 hours long or whatever ridiculous length it is. And we're going to have a 10-minute dedicated section to this Bridezilla character on her wedding. And she's just going to be like throwing a fit. Like, who is this for?
That is something Jess said. And she loved the movie. But she said that the wedding scene was good because the groomsmen, I guess, were all hot. That was one of her takeaways from that movie.
I guess I didn't notice, but that certainly could have been a thing.
You didn't notice attractive men?
I usually do, to be honest with you.
Guys, we need to send him to homophobia counseling. We need more supers. I'm sorry.
Please get those supers going. Please get them going.
Look. I think I can fix Adam.
As I just was about to say, I usually do notice good-looking guys.
No, that's you. That's you covering up for your rampant homophobia.
Hey, Tony. Wait, hang on. Just hang on.
Yeah.
Did you see the movie Bros? Just say I hate gay people. Just go ahead and say it. If you didn't see Bros, just go ahead and say I hate gay people, and we'll get.
No, Adam,
because I saw it.
Adam, I didn't see Bros because I was too busy having sex with men. Okay, now the next.
So brave.
I'm not gay. I was just trying it. Now, speaking of movies I'll never watch.
Yeah.
Fantastic Beasts and the Secret of Dumbledore. Now, I saw Fantastic Beasts 1. I have seen all the Harry Potter movies. I retain very little knowledge of them. And I watched Fantastic Beasts 1.
Yeah.
And I remember the people I was in theaters with, I remember saying, this is the best Harry Potter movie because there weren't a lot of kids in it. And then
you said that?
I said that. And then I think I said I liked the big rhino thing. Sure. And I don't remember anything from the movie, and I never bothered to watch the sequels. But I did see a trailer for this. Is this the third one? Are they on 3 now?
This is the third one. Well, they're done with 3 now.
Okay.
They're done with 3 now. This ruined this franchise is so embarrassing that they couldn't even muster up enough money from that Harry Potter teat to make a new franchise work. And they canceled the last 2 or 3 films outright. Warner Brothers is such a shit show right now, all across the board.
Well, I haven't read many of her books, but I follow a lot of her tweets. And I think J.K. Rowling just really needs to just write some new stuff for them to get that shit back there. Now,
she's definitely got a lot of supporters on Twitter, I know. Definitely a lot of stans.
Yeah.
They love her. They love her so much.
They're waiting for the next book to come out, I am sure. Now, so the Secrets of Dumbledore.
Yeah, Dumbledore.
Why does Gwildor dress like a regular person and not a wizard?
Who's Gwildor?
That's my standard. If I don't want to say a stupid character's name, I say Gwildor because that's the name of the little guy from Masters of the Universe, the live action movie.
Tony, let me tell you what a shit show this franchise is.
Yeah. Okay.
So the first movie, you remember it a little bit, you said? Colin Farrell's the villain, right?
Yes, and he turns into Johnny Depp.
Easily the best character in the movie, and they waste him by turning him into Johnny Depp.
Yes.
For the sequel. He comes out in the sequel. He looks like fucking Jack Frost. Yeah. He's Grindelwald. The greatest, most powerful sorcerer, whatever. It doesn't matter. Then he has the whole Amber Heard fiasco off camera.
Yes.
And they get rid of him. So he's no longer in the third movie.
Oh, wait.
So the third...
Real quick, I do want to mention, because you reminded me, on Patreon and for YouTube channel members, me and my editor Jess, we did watch the Tubi original Hot Take, the Johnny Depp Amber Heard story, where it's a dramatization of the court trial. So yes, I am up to date on everything Johnny Depp because I watched that very educational film. Anyway,
amazing.
Keep going.
I know nothing about the trial or anything. I don't care. Again, I don't listen to celebrities or regular people.
Well, you should sign up for my Patreon and watch that review.
Well, how can I get on that Patreon? Is there a link somewhere?
Patreon.com/hackthemovies, or if you become a YouTube Join member, everything at the $2 tier on Patreon is available for YouTube Join members. Wow. You know, you sample it. If you like it more, come over to Patreon. We got commentary tracks and everything.
So kind of you. It sounds a lot better than what I offer.
Yeah.
The character's changed for a third time in the third movie.
Okay.
It's explained that he drank polyjuice, which gave him that transformation in the first film.
Okay.
There's no explanation at all in the third why Mads Mikkelsen is now... Is it Mads Mikkelsen? Is that how you say his name?
Yeah, Mads Mikkelsen, yeah.
Why he's now Grindelwald. He's just Grindelwald now.
Grindelwald.
Doesn't look anything like Jack Frost from number 2. Doesn't sound or have manners. So it's like they don't care at all about making this even remotely consistent or a quality production. So why should we keep watching this shit?
They should have. Have you ever watched Wet Hot American Summer?
Yes.
Have you watched the Netflix shows?
Yes. Where there's like the talking
when they couldn't get Bradley Cooper back for the second season, so they replaced him with was it Michael?
I don't know. I know they did another season. I only saw season 1.
Adam Scott, I think they replaced him with.
Oh, I like Adam
All right,
Scott.
so they couldn't get Bradley Cooper back, so it was either Michael Ian Black or Adam Scott they replaced him with. And the whole thing is he's supposed to be Bradley Cooper's character, and he's like, "Do you think everyone will notice my nose job?" And that's the way to get around it.
It makes sense in a comedy.
Yeah,
that's funny.
Or
funny.
2022 Jump Street, where like the end credits, it's like Seth Rogen for a scene. And
yes.
It's like, I don't know. It's like, what are you talking about? He just got new glasses. They should have did that.
Right.
They should have did that.
They or like any of the vacation movies when Rusty is always changing.
Yeah. Grindeldor, why do you look different? Oh, I'm wearing my hair different today. Ah, okay. You did something new.
And keep in mind, that's like the last criticism that needs to be thrown at this film. That's just the first thing that came to mind.
I heard they give like a human a magic wand and then it just like works for no reason. And I heard there was a lot of like issues with that.
I don't remember if it does actually work. They do give it, like, the movie's so bad that it's so long, it's so dull and boring. David Yates, who I used to think was a great director for the later Harry Potter original films, he's been doing all these. Now I'm not so sure. It's like, these are magical movies that almost have zero magic in them anymore. The color is nothing but grays and browns.
Are they even about fantastical beasts?
Not really. They see, that's the problem is JK or whoever came up with this stupid ass idea had such a big ego at the end of Harry Potter that she's like, I could spin gold out of any bullshit that I want. And they're like, oh, remember one of the books in like the library is Fantastic Beasts? Let's make that its own thing. So I can do anything at this point. So yeah, the whole thing was bad, from just a terrible concept. And now they're stuck with it.
Look, that would be like,
we got to put beasts in here somehow.
That would be like trying to make a Warcraft movie based off the prologue to the manual from the first game.
Yeah,
you wouldn't do that. You wouldn't do that at all.
That's what they did.
That's like trying to make a Lord of the Rings show based off like a couple pages from one of the spin-off. But you wouldn't do that.
Oh my god, that show!
You wouldn't.
Did you watch Rings of Power?
I did.
All of it?
All of it.
I couldn't finish the last episode.
Wow. Much like the people in my Two Towers review, I guess you are just a problematic person.
I think we've already established I have every single issue. Guys, every phobia,
all your super chats will make Adam appreciate the dwarf lady character Diga, which I believe was her name.
That's not right.
I think that was.
I actually did like her. I liked
that was the funny thing. All the right-wing dudes who complained about her when the show came out, a lot of them were like, she's actually not that bad. It's like, well, yeah, like this, she's actually one of like the bright spots in the show.
God, it's such a hard thing to be in this space because you don't want to be like associated with some of the douchebag, movie critics out there that just are anti-woke and everything's woke and blah, 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 blah. It's like, oh shit, I kind of agree with like one
That's
tiny
how I
little
feel.
thing they're saying,
I'm like,
but they're saying it so obnoxiously, and
I'm like, a lot of times I agree with them, but I just don't care as much. I'm like,
right,
oh,
or
that's
they'll
pretty bad.
they'll have like a salient point, but then
Yeah.
they'll just run it into the ground, and they'll have 45 things that are nothing that they'll make a big deal about.
Yeah.
So I watched. Did you like Rings of Power?
No.
No, I didn't.
No,
either.
I thought it was boring.
I started out liking it though. I like the first 2 episodes they released. I was like, I love Lord of the Rings so much, and I'm a Hobbit apologist. I don't give a shit. Those movies are a wild ride. I love Middle Earth.
No, you're wrong.
Yeah, well, that's fine. I'm worse. That's fine. I'll admit.
No, you know what?
That...
I said it in the other reviews. Like, I really enjoy the first 2, but they're definitely too long, and they added too much bullshit. But
they did, for sure.
But the third one is barely a movie. Like, it is so slapped together, and they're padding the shit out of it. It is garbage.
You know why? Because Peter Jackson's like, Michael Bay, I got a project for you. Get over here. And Michael Bay's like, I got this.
Like, the one dwarf in the movie was all digital because they had to halt production and his schedule changed. And instead of just getting another actor, they're like, no, we'll just CG him. And I'm like, but it looks so bad. None of the other dwarves are digital.
I don't defend them as being like good works of art. I enjoy them. Like, you give me Legolas skateboarding down a couple of whatever, shooting dudes in the head with arrows, I'm set. I'm fine.
I hate all the Legolas stuff in Hobbit.
Loved it.
I'm like, we don't need this. We already have 9 hours of this in another trilogy.
I need more of it. You know what I wanted? I wanted the Legolas spin-off in between the Hobbit and Lord of the Rings, where he's just running around skateboarding on shit, killing people.
Sure, do a spin-off. Don't sandwich it into Lord of the Rings. Anyway.
Okay, the Hobbit. So Rings of Power.
Yeah.
I really tried with this show. I gave it. Someone said it really good. I think it was a buddy. He's like, you shouldn't have to try so hard to like something, and that's where I was. And after like 5 episodes, I'm like, I can't do it. I can't finish this shit. It's over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and also because of your politics, again, guys.
Well, Marxist, racist, sexist, communist.
I'm looking at the chat revenue, and we've made $100, and that's really, really great. That's really awesome, and I appreciate everyone, but it's not enough to fix Adam. So next on the list after April, and we're gonna read some of these super chats. This is a movie
oh my god, we're only 4 months deep.
Yeah. We're having so much fun talking. I can speed through some of these.
No, it's fine. If you're good, I'm good.
I'm good.
Okay.
Now, The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent, I really wanted to see it. I didn't get around to it. If you look on our set, a friend of mine, Jordan, who was in our Jurassic World episode, he gets like early screenings of stuff, and they gave away like these little face masks of Nicolas Cage, and he hid 2 of them on the set. Nice. So I've just had 2 Nicolas Cages just floating around the set for the last few months. But this movie looked really hilarious. The trailer was really funny, and I was afraid it might not live up for the whole movie. How was the actual whole movie?
Yeah, I would. Your instinct was right. It doesn't hold up for the whole movie. It did have funny moments. It's a watchable comedy. Comedies are like a dinosaur at this point, aren't they? They just don't make theatrical released comedies.
Yeah, it's more like on TV and whatnot. Yeah.
Or they pretend that, or they make Thor 4 just a horrible
or they
comedy.
sandwich
they sandwich it
stuff.
in. Yeah. But this was one of the few, like, I guess, comedy dramas that they've released in a while, and it is fine. It's a fun watch. It's nice seeing Nicolas Cage kind of reprise some of his old character roles. It's again, it came out 7 years ago, so I don't remember it that well. The chemistry between the 2 leads, though, I think Mando is the other one. I can't remember his actual name. Starts with a P, doesn't it?
Pedro Pascal.
Yeah, thank you. Yes. Double P.
Yes, PP. Yes,
PP, as he's known for in Hollywood.
Yes.
Him and Cage are really good. They have a good rapport. It's an easy watch. I would check it out. Just, it's something you could put on like in the background.
Yeah,
while you're eating a sandwich or something.
As a big Nicolas Cage fan, I do want to check it out. But I kind of got the feeling. I'm like, I don't know if I want to go for the theater for this, because I feel like not all the jokes will land. And if it's a bad comedy, I'm like, I'd rather watch a bad comedy at home than at the theater.
And you know what? The other thing is, they could have even gone even harder into the Nicolas Cage nostalgia stuff.
Yeah.
I felt like they played it a little too broad, like they wanted to pull in more audience. It's like, you got to go all in on Cage. Does he sing Elvis like in Wild at Heart? I think he might.
Oh man.
I think he does have an Elvis. I know there's an Elvis scene in there.
Okay, and then
Yeah.
I might actually. I've been rewatching the shit out of Wild at Heart. Okay, let's pull up some super chats. Let's see before we get into our next few months. One second. I should have had this. I'm gonna leave this page.
Should have been ready while I was rambling. I was having a monologue.
I was so invested in what you were saying, Adam.
Yeah,
okay?
you were really into it. Yeah, I could tell.
Okay.
Yeah.
Supers. Okay, where did we leave off? We left off at. Oh my God, Kenny Williams, I think was the last. Oh no, ASC Presents was the last one. All right.
Yeah.
House of Furor. For $4.99 said in March would love to see Stone Cold movie review as well as other wrestling in movies
Jesus.
during WrestleMania weekend in April, which ends Monday on Raw.
What was the series that he kind of, I mean, it was already dead before he jumped into it, but I think it was was it a Universal Soldier he was in?
That you're thinking Goldberg. Goldberg jumped in.
Oh, that's
Universal
Goldberg.
Soldier,
I'm
The
sorry.
Return.
I apologize to the Stone Cold community.
On Patreon, we watched a movie called Chain of Command with Stone Cold and Michael Jai White. And it's one of the worst films I've ever seen.
Michael Jai White.
It's awful.
Is that Urkel?
No, Michael Jai White is Spawn and Black Dynamite.
Oh. What's the name of
Jaleel
Urkel?
White? You
Okay, they're both white. They're both white.
Also, I'm pissed that Jaleel White is not the voice of Sonic. Anyway.
Oh yeah, that's right. He did do the voice of Sonic.
Jake Moore for $5 says, "Hey, I know it's a 2022 wrap up, but what is the movie that you're looking forward to in 2023? Mine is Evil Dead Rise. I am excited.
Had that ready.
I'm excited for. No, he had it in his chat.
Oh, gotcha.
I am also excited for Evil Dead Rise. Honestly, I would have to look up a list. But no, Evil Dead Rise, that's high on my list of things I want to see. Because the Evil Dead movies, I don't think there's been a truly bad Evil Dead movie ever.
Yeah, they've all been pretty solid.
Even like the remake was okay. It was fine.
Tony, what was one of the biggest movies of this year? High octane action, mega superstar from the 80s, action, short guy, used to be married to Nicole Kidman.
Oh, Tom Cruise, yes.
Tom Cruise. He's got a Mission Impossible
Oh my
film
God,
coming out
yes!
2023. Gotta be ready for it.
No, that is my most.
Gotta be ready.
That is
for
my
it.
most excited film. Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning Part 1.
Was the long walk necessary to get there? I think so. I think it was.
You know what? That movie's been in development for so long that I forgot.
It's a two-parter. It's a
two-parter, and also
Into the Spider-Verse Part 1.
No, that's woke. Now, no, I'm kidding. I actually really like. I really like Into the Spider-Verse. I review for Into the Spider-Verse on this channel.
Nice.
Okay, here we go. Panic Pun for $5. You only like Moon Knight because they put a mummy in it. Yes, there was a mummy in it. So mummies are now canon in the MCU, and I love mummies because I made Mummy Cop.
There it is.
Mid-South.
Hang on. But you don't like the Transylvania shows, Hotel Transylvania? There's a mummy in there.
Those are for children. I don't watch cartoons for children.
So the animations that cancels out the mummy.
Yeah, that cancels it out. Mid Salad, she must have a lot of simp bucks this month because she's spending big money.
Just cash money.
Just cash money.
Cash money.
$10. Are you guys going to talk Clerks 3? I don't know if Scrooge McToney has seen it yet.
Oh.
I think it's a good Clerks ending, and I can barely wait for him to make tusks and moose jaws because of it. Did you see Clerks 3?
That's Kevin Smith?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a Kevin Smith guy.
Really?
Not a Kevin Smith guy.
Not even like old Kevin Smith?
No.
Oh, wow.
Dogma is the only Kevin Smith movie that I was like, this is kind of good.
Dogma's my favorite Kevin Smith movie. I love the first Clerks, and I'm sorry because I'm looking ahead at the next super chat. I hate Clerks 2.
Okay.
Like Clerks 1 is so relatable, and that's what makes it so good. And then Clerks 2, they're doing fucking dance numbers. They have a donkey show at the it's terrible. And then Clerks 3 look like garbage, and Kevin Smith has just become a corporate mascot for Disney and DC.
I was going to say that it seems like, again, I tried to ignore celebrities and social media as much as possible.
It's hard
but every time I see him, he seems so phony. Like, is it me, or does he just seem like the most fake guy on the planet?
He is very fake. Because I remember when Batman v Superman came out, he was kind of making fun of it. And then
Yeah,
I guess
well, that movie's terrible.
I guess that he forgot that Warner Brothers paid for him to do this half-hour special on the CW, hyping everyone up.
Okay.
Because then afterwards, he's like, well, there's some good things in it, like this and this. I'm like, oh, you got a talking to, didn't you, Kevin Smith? And the crying is just... And I see people defend his crying. I'm like, no, it's okay to cry. It's the fact that he constantly films or takes a picture of himself
does that?
crying.
It's like openly sobbing, like...
Like, what the fuck? Like, every time? He takes a picture every time? Like, that's weird.
It's so bizarre.
But maybe it works. Maybe I should start doing that. So anyway, on that note, Mike Moorhead II. Clerks 3 is my third favorite movie of the year.
Oh, sorry, dude.
Sorry.
I don't knock Kevin Smith movies. It doesn't like hit me. It doesn't resonate with me.
The last one I really liked was Zack and Miri, really.
Oh, he did that?
Yeah.
That doesn't seem like a Kevin Smith movie.
That's when he was trying to like break the mold and do different stuff. Jersey Girl failed, but then
that looked more like an Apatow movie than
I think Apatow might have produced it. I think he was.
That felt very Apatow. It had a lot of the cast from his movies.
Yeah, and then it flopped.
It did?
Oh yeah, it flopped hard. Surprising, it was really good. There's reasons for why it flopped. I think he didn't like the make a porno title.
I was gonna say probably hurt it in some box office.
Been Zack and Miri. So yeah, mints out again. Clerks 3 is by far my favorite movie of the year. It had such a real story-driven emotion where Wakanda Forever had to use real life emotion. Well, we'll get back to that when we get to there.
Min Salad knows my Patreon if she wants to request the movie review.
House of Fury for $4.99. You guys should do what's the best Death Race movie. Also, worst. God. This is a mistypo. Worst Keeper Creepers. I think he means Jeepers Creepers.
I heard that new Jeepers Creepers is awful.
Yes, but it's the first one not made by what we call on this channel a Cuties fan. Because the 3 previous ones were. There's
3 previous Jeepers Creepers?
Yeah. They made a third one. I thought
there was only the 2.
Nah, third one went direct to Netflix.
Wow. So there's 4 of them now.
There's 4 of them now.
And the 4th one's like a reboot, right? Reborn or something?
Something stupid. I saw a picture of what the Creeper looks like in it, and I was like, oof. I don't know if Casey's still in the chat, but I think on my list for this year, me and Casey are going to do worst Jeepers Creepers movie.
God, I don't even think I saw anything after 2. 2 was horrible.
It's kind of hard to... They're separating the art from the artist, but when you know what the director did, a movie about a monster winning young boys' bodies, it's like, all right, it's kind of hard for me to separate the art from the artist.
Yeah. Well, that's why it's hard to watch The Cosby Show, because, like, didn't he drug some of these women on the show?
Oh, God, yeah. Yeah.
dropping the pills in.
I never liked Cosby that much.
Anyway. I love Cosby. That show was the shit.
That was like a big thing when I went to Temple University. It's like, when you graduate, Bill Cosby talks at the thing. And I was like, you know what? I'm not going to graduate because I'm protesting Bill Cosby years ahead of time.
Wow.
Not because I'm like really bad at math and I just was like, fuck this. I went to all my film classes. I'm out. It was because of Bill Cosby I didn't graduate, Adam.
So you hated a very successful household comedian who just, I guess, happened to be black.
Well,
that was just a convenient thing years before any sort of charges came out. Isn't that convenient, Tony?
Actually, no. Apparently, there were a lot of charges. It's just they were always usually covered up. Ryan Powell for $5. What I like about you, Tony, is that you still feel like a relatable dude. Keep up the good work, man. I'm very relatable. I'm very relatable. I'm kidding. That is the biggest offense I've ever heard, Ryan. I'm very famous and I shouldn't be relatable at all. No, I'm kidding. Thank you so much.
That's from you, isn't it? That's your alias. You're so relatable and handsome, Tony.
Yeah, Ryan Powell's my what do they call it? A sock
alias.
Account. It's my sock account. Like, Tony, you're so relatable because I'm you.
It's like looking in the mirror.
Greg C for $10. Adam convinced Tony to watch RRR, please. Thanks.
I know Greg C is a good guy. Watch RRR, Tony, please.
I will. And
it's
then,
a balls to the wall action epic saga.
I assume it is.
Tony.
I didn't have 3 hours to watch it today.
It's got CG animals running around. It's like a good version of that Marvel movie you hate, Shang-Chi.
I thought you were going to say Black Panther, because the end of the first Black Panther with the rhinos was a little rough.
Oh, yeah, that was rough. Black Panther 2 sucked. Did you see Wakanda Forever?
We're going to talk about it. I didn't, but we're going to talk about it.
If we ever get there.
Yeah. For $2 mid-salad again. Do not use my super chats to fund women in films. A woman said that, so I think we're fine. I don't know. I don't know.
God.
Okay. Oh God, we got even more. All right, I'll get back to these after.
Oh no, Tony's making some money. Oh no,
God,
poor Tony. You're like
wiping
wiping your tears with bills.
Adam, all this money goes to you, is what I'm telling people.
Oh yeah.
Do you remember Howard Stern? Do you remember Stuttering John?
Yeah, I do.
I have a friend who's constantly in a war with Stuttering John. Stuttering John is the biggest loser on earth, by the way.
Yes.
And he tried to do he did an obvious like fraud thing where he was telling his viewers to send him super chat money that he was going to give to a fan of his who wished to remain anonymous for his cancer treatment. God. And everyone was like, why don't you just set up a GoFundMe? Everyone started picking apart.
Yeah.
And then all these podcasts started making fun of him. And suddenly that we never heard about that cancer guy ever again. Everyone's like, John, this is like a fraud what you're doing right now. But I'm not doing that. I'm actually going to send Adam to sensitivity training.
Yeah. And that Ryan guy really was a Ryan guy, not Tony in disguise.
I'm gonna Photoshop a picture of you in like a sensitivity thing.
For some reason, I'm like have a full body cast.
He's no longer a big. Okay, what's the next movie?
He's doing okay, guys. He's doing all right.
He's okay. So next is the month of May. May was when I was still doing 2 episodes a week, and that was really rough. So
sun is out, the flowers are in bloom.
They rebooted Firestarter again for some reason. How was the Firestarter remake?
I wanted to set myself on fire while watching that film.
A lot of
that
people
was a
did
miserable
not like
movie.
it. Yeah.
It's on my top 10 worst of the year that I'm still editing.
What's so bad about it? So I didn't read the book. I've seen the original movie with Drew Barrymore.
Yeah.
And I saw the direct-to-video sequel with the girl from Mighty Ducks and Wet Hot American Summer that no one remembers. But I don't have a good memory of either of those things. So what is it about this new Firestarter that is just bad?
Well, I had no expectations going into this. I believe it was also released on Peacock day in, day one, whatever. Released on the Cock.
Yeah.
Check it out on the P if you want.
Yes.
I went in blind, didn't see a trailer. I don't really remember the Drew Barrymore being very good, or I don't even remember it at all, really. No. It's just first off, the story is really kind of dumb. I don't know how close it is to the the Stephen King one, but it's just really kind of fucking stupid. Like this family's constantly switching schools because the little girl's getting mad and she's burning parts of the schools down.
Okay.
So they have to keep changing identity, like they're in a fucking Simpsons episode and they're out on the boat now and Sideshow Bob keeps chasing after them. Except for in this instance, it's this shadow government that's after them.
Okay.
And they have a guy that's like a super sniper shooter and he can move things with his mind. And it's just like every cliche lame ass thing you've seen a million times over is in this film.
Yeah.
And you can tell the budget was $20 and some expired Sizzler coupons.
Is Zac Efron, is it?
No.
Who's the guy in it?
Oh shit, you're right. I think he's the dad.
Yeah. I thought that was
How old are we? How old are we that Zac Efron's playing dads now?
Dude, he's
like
about to play a famous wrestler in a movie.
Yeah, I saw. He's like huge.
Yeah, and like all these girls who love Zac Efron are confused by his hair, and it's like, well, that's what the real guy looked like. I don't know what to tell you.
They just don't know how to process any of it anymore.
It's like that was what
was
hot. That was what was attractive in the 80s. Sorry.
Yeah. It looks really bad. It sounds worse. Everything about like the production's really cheap. It looks like they shot it and took the raw footage and were like, it's good. We don't need to color correct it or
really? It's that
no
bad?
Process scene. It's just really flat and ugly. You can tell they cut the shit out of it in the editing room. It was probably another hour longer. Like, we got to get this thing down. It's bad.
We need people in and out of this theater.
We need yeah.
We need people
This is a fucking Peacock exclusive. We need this thing to shine.
We need this movie to not
What is the logic? What is the logic? Like, okay, we got him. We got Firestarter as a Peacock exclusive. That's going to bring in new subscribers. Like, really? What do they think with some of these?
I have no idea. Now, this next movie, it gave me what I wanted, but I didn't watch the full movie. Oh, wait, no. Oh, God, I mixed up my images here.
Oh, no.
Chippendale Rescue Rangers. Now, I did not watch this movie, but I watched every clip of Tim Robinson as Ugly Sonic. Because I really wanted to see Ugly Sonic, and this year I got real into the sketch comedy show I Think You Should Leave with Tim Robinson. And those scenes were hilarious. I'm like, that's the perfect guy to play Ugly Sonic. This is great. I'm never going to watch this movie. It looks bad.
Yeah, that's the good takeaway. Yeah. It was like if they made, well, it is. It's a modern Who Framed Roger Rabbit. It's exactly a modern Who Framed Roger Rabbit, meaning the quality's way down. The budget is conceivably low. The animation is awful. You can tell they wrote the script in a day and shat it out. Whereas Who Framed Roger Rabbit is like all-time classic, right? Even if you don't like the movie or the storyline, you can look at a film like that and say, like, holy shit, that looks great.
Have we ever been able to capitalize on Who Framed Roger Rabbit? Because now I'm thinking Theodore Rex, Cop with a Dinosaur, didn't work.
Theodore Rex.
Yeah, I'm thinking that movie that came out a few years ago with Melissa McCarthy and the Muppets, that didn't work. No. They've tried to do this like thing before.
Live action hybrid with the cartoons.
Yeah, or just like a human cop with like a really crazy out of this world cop, and it's just I don't think it's ever worked.
Well, Space Jam. I mean, you have Space Jam. You got
Space Jam changed the story up a little bit, but I just don't think it's ever worked outside of Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
Yeah, I don't. Oh, I'm sorry. You're talking about detective noir style.
Yeah,
but I thought you meant the live action cartoon.
No. Like a detective noir thing, but where there's like a human and then like a crazy character, like a Muppet or dinosaur.
I mean, that's a very specific genre. I don't think they really ever. Yeah,
and they
Theodore
keep trying. Is
it the Whoopi Goldberg movie? Theodore Rex.
You know who did it really well? Me with Mummy Cop.
Mummy Cop.
Season 2, Mummy Cop gets a human detective, and she's actually worse. So I switched it. I flipped it. Where it was usually the cartoony one is the bad detective, and the human one's the good one. I switched it. But also Mummy Cop is a terrible cop. So I kind of didn't switch it. I just made a movie about two terrible detectives.
Yeah, that doesn't work. You have to have the yin and the yang. You got to have the hot and cold.
The point is, I'm better than Hollywood. But yeah, Chippendale Rescue Rangers look bad. I don't know why bad. Why didn't they just do a straight up Chippendale like
Rescue Rangers movie?
They're doing all these live action remakes of their stupid cartoons. Why not just do Chippendale Rescue Rangers?
That's like, I think the first of many takeaways I had when I watched it was, man, remember when Disney made quality stuff that was 2D animated? Why didn't you just make a Chippendale Rescue Rangers movie in line with the old TV show? Instead, they shoehorned them into this kind of meme culture film.
Yeah.
And it just was boring and tedious. And like, this is stupid. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure you're going to go after like one specific audience. But again, Tony, when that came out, I'm like, is this going to get people to jump on Disney Plus to watch this Chippendale Rescue Rangers movie?
Dude, one of the worst, going back a year before, but Space Jam 2.
That was awful.
That movie was a commercial for HBO Max.
Yes, it was. And the Metaverse video game.
But it didn't come out in time because of the pandemic and eventually got released on HBO Max. So you're watching a commercial for the app that you're using.
Yes,
it was so
came
bad
out on HBO Max.
Because it wasn't a real movie. It was just a big commercial, but it failed. Failed as a commercial because it didn't. Oh, God.
Hilarious.
So fucking terrible.
Also, last thing on Chippendale Rescue Rangers, why wasn't it just called Chippendale Go to Hollywood? Why is the Rescue Rangers even part of it?
I have no fucking idea.
Because Chippendale used to be a cartoon before the Rescue Rangers. Anyway, whatever.
Yeah, you're right. It's not. Yeah. Anyway, next up, Men. So I think this is a movie that doesn't have any woke stuff in it. Ladies, take a seat. This is for the boys. Now, why didn't you like this? Are you soy boy?
Yeah, it's just men celebrating men in all their glory. That's definitely what the movie's about.
What is the movie actually about?
It's hard to say because it's abstract. It's whatever you make of it,
It's
Tony.
an A24 film.
It's an A24 film, baby.
So
you're going to get either something bad or something good.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that you're probably not a David Lynch fan.
What else did he do again?
The Elephant Man, Blue Velvet, Wild at Heart, Lost Highway, Twin Peaks Fire Walk with Me.
This is my first David Lynch movie.
No, this isn't David Lynch. I'm just saying.
Oh, okay. I've never seen a David Lynch movie.
Mulholland Drive, Inland Empire.
Oh, I have seen Mulholland Drive. I did not like Mulholland Drive.
Okay. Like when people, with the complaints that you're saying, I'm always like, oh yeah, this sounds like a David Lynch movie that I love. But not everyone can pull it off, by the way. He pulls it off really well, but I have seen abstract, arty films that do just genuinely suck.
Yeah, so it's about a woman who has a messy breakup, to say the least. Her husband kills herself in front of her.
Her husband kills herself.
I'm sorry. Her husband kills himself in front of her. He identifies as a woman, so it's complicated. Okay. No, I'm joking. God, you could actually say that in a sentence now, and it would make sense to some people.
Yeah.
So she goes and stays at some villa off on the countryside in Europe.
Okay.
And it's this beautiful mansion. And the first half hour is her just kind of meandering through this town, seeing the town folk who all look identical, oddly enough. They look like this British guy. They all have the same face. And it turns out they're all the same actor. Even a child has the man's face superimposed on it.
I'm kind of
like kind of in so far, right? I was kind of in too so far, and then the second half came into be.
Okay.
Are we doing spoilers for Men, or should I not say anything?
Been out for spoilers, I guess.
Well, it's not going to be light, Tony. If you want to see the movie, see the movie. I'm just going to say the ending is so insane and so bizarrely graphic in the worst way possible that you're going to sit there and you go, "What? Am I real? Is this real? Someone really animated this? Someone put this on paper and said, yep, we're going to go here for a good 5 minutes straight." And that's the most, that's all I'll say.
I'm looking up the director, Alex Garland.
It's got to be a guy who thinks
Alex
it's a guy.
Garland.
Yeah, he hates men. I'll say that much.
No, Alex Garland has written some really good movies. He wrote 28 Days Later, The Beach. That's a good movie. Sunshine. He wrote
The Beach sucks.
He wrote
You like The Beach?
It's a well-received movie. But
whatever.
He wrote Dredd, and apparently he actually directed Dredd. Like, the credited director isn't really the director. That's a theory.
Dredd was awesome, yeah.
Dredd was awesome. He directed Ex Machina, which I really liked, Annihilation, which I liked, but a lot of people were split.
That's right. Okay, so
people were split on Annihilation.
That's why I was excited to go to Men, because I loved Ex Machina and I really dug Annihilation. I saw Annihilation twice, and that was a very abstract movie too.
Yeah,
but it worked for me. Men, yuck. No.
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure if I had seen it, that would have been my favorite movie of the year.
Yeah, clearly, yeah. You should just watch that scene I'm alluding to. You can probably find the clip on YouTube at this point.
Okay. But next,
just type in men's scene.
Next, enough with this abstract stuff. Let's talk about something everyone knows. Obi Wan Kenobi. The Obi Wan Kenobi show.
Yeah,
Adam,
what? The gift that keeps on giving.
The gift
the Star Wars prequel.
So everyone was excited for this, and I went, why?
Really? Did you actually say why? I think you know why.
But I was like, but we all agreed that Ewan McGregor is a terrible Obi-Wan Kenobi. I thought we all agreed on that. I thought we all agreed.
People that don't like the prequels, myself included, can at least admit Obi-Wan, Ewan McGregor was a good Obi-Wan Kenobi.
No, he was terrible.
Everybody loves Obi-Wan Kenobi. It's terrible
because I know Ewan McGregor can act, and I've seen him act really well in a bunch of stuff. And no, I'm not just mad because he's sleeping with the woman that I think is the most beautiful woman on earth. I'm setting aside Mary Elizabeth Winstead. That aside. He broke up her marriage, apparently, allegedly. No, he's a terrible Obi-Wan Kenobi. He's just kind of phoning that whole performance in. He's doing a bad impression of Alec Gillis. People got mad at me when I said Ewan McGregor is the worst Obi-Wan Kenobi. They got mad at me.
I think the thing is, first off, the acting thing, that's kind of unfair because the direction from Lucas is so bad.
No, I agree.
I mean, Natalie Portman can act too.
No, I agree. But yes, it's a terrible performance. So
yeah, I think that he's the only life in all of those films. Like he's the only guy that seems like even remotely
Ian
relatable
McDermott is the
in those
one who's
films.
having fun in those films.
Yeah. Well, he's great too.
He's having fun.
We got two guys in these movies, these schlocky shit shows that are having a good time. And
yeah.
Obi-Wan's one of them.
So yeah, everyone was excited for Obi-Wan. I don't know why. And then the show came out, and it was very clearly a movie that they tried to pad into a show.
Yeah,
and
a movie on paper,
and
not a movie on budget.
It's one of the worst things I've ever seen.
It's really bad.
Star Wars wise, it has no life or soul to it. Even if you did like Obi-Wan and those older ones, he's not fun here.
No, he's miserable.
Enough. He's not enough like Alec Gillis for me to be like, okay, this is the progression of the character. But he's also not enough like the prequel character. So you're just
supposed to transition to him in like 4 years or something. He's supposed to be Alec Guinness, like the
so
age.
Stupid. I know people have come up with theories that like the son ages you. It's like, no, Lucas is an idiot and forgot their ages.
Star Wars is the only property where the fans, like the ones that really like it still, have to come up with more excuses and explanations than any other property out there. It's like maybe we shouldn't have to do that.
Princess Leia remembering her real mother in Return of the Jedi doesn't make sense when you factor in the prequel, so they came up with some bullshit excuse.
Right.
It's so stupid.
It was terrible. What about the chase scene in the episode 1 or 2 where it's like a Mary-Kate and Ashley special? She's like running under a couple branches and the guy's like, oh, that's too rich for my blood.
Listen. I have a whole worst Star Wars movie episode people can go to. Also, someone is pointing out that I said Alec Gillis. That's a special effects guy. I meant Alec Guinness, not special effects guy Alec Gillis.
I didn't even catch it.
But yeah, no, Alex Guinness is the best Obi Wan Kenobi still because he's the first one, and all the other ones are bad, especially Ewan McGregor. But no, the show was just was just nothing to like in that show. Like I didn't care about anyone. Stupid kid Leia got annoying.
Yeah,
she was like fun for a little bit, and then she got annoying. Stupid kid Luke Skywalker is like non-existent. I've been talking about this. I called into my friend Dick's show years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the complaints that I had, you have to bring in a rage. One of the complaints that I had was that, oh God damn it. Sorry.
What happened?
Are we back? Can you guys hear us?
Did you cancel out of the live stream?
I went to a different setting in XSplit, so it was just cutting to my stream setup with nothing.
Oh, beautiful.
Was everyone able to hear us at least? I think everyone was still able to hear us, so we're going to continue.
Okay. Well.
It's going to be better next time, guys. I swear.
Just give him some more money so he can, hire someone to help him for crying out loud.
It's going to be better next time. It's been like that for 10 minutes. God damn it.
All
right, but they've been hearing us. They've been hearing us.
Okay, that's good.
So, what the fuck was I saying?
Something about you were talking to a guy named Dick about something.
Yes, and one of the things I brought in was that I was annoyed that they were bringing James Earl Jones back for the Lion King remake, and I was annoyed they brought him back for Rogue One because I knew what they were doing, because this technology has existed for a while where they can take so much sampling of your voice and make new audio out of it, because like 10-12 years ago Roger Ebert was involved with it, and they did this whole like presentation because there was so much audio of Roger Ebert over like 30 years. They were able to form new sentences with him. And they used that for when he did like a rebrand of a show because he couldn't talk. And I knew that's what they were doing with James Earl Jones. There's no reason he's the only actor to bring back for the Lion King remake, but I knew they wanted more clean audio of him.
That's right.
And of course, that's what happened, because for Obi-Wan, apparently he recorded no new dialogue. It's all a computer for Darth Vader in Obi-Wan. And I'm like, that's so stupid. Like, I hate it. I hate that there's a movie on our list that uses the technology appropriately. But this was it just made me like really like upset. I'm like, I don't like this.
Do you think they even paid James Earl Jones for that? Or do you think Disney was like, okay, James, here's the script for Lion King. And it's like, dark side. Why am I saying this? Why is my don't worry about it, James.
I'm sure.
Just don't worry.
I'm sure he got paid really well for it, and I'm sure his family will make residuals for the next 200 years.
Oh, good. That's
of
all
Darth
I care
Vader
about.
shit. Yes.
That's all I care about.
But yeah, something about that felt really hollow. I hated that Darth Vader was in the show. I hated that.
So bad too when he's like dragging Obi-Wan across the fire coals or whatever. He's like, how do you like me now? And then he just leaves. He's like, we're good here.
Because it was this stupid bullshit where it's like, when I was I was but a learner, now I am the master, and they had to like,
of course.
And I guess
Dialogue.
if you factor in the prequels, it's like, all right, no, because all right, so they were like, all right, Anakin, he thinks he killed Anakin. So I'm like, I guess we need to make a show that lets you know that Obi-Wan found out Anakin was alive.
They just add more issues.
But yeah, but according to the prequels, they knew that Anakin took the name Darth Vader, and I assume that Darth Vader is a well-known person in the whatever Empire. So Obi-Wan would have been like, oh fuck, I guess that's what Anakin's doing now.
But we got to see how Luke got his little toy ship. Obi-Wan gave it to him.
Stupid.
Obi-Wan gave it to him.
I'm so tired of that with prequels.
Yeah, the blaster. Hey, are you here by yourself? Yeah. So you're solo.
I would have loved.
So you're alone? Writes down alone for the name.
I would have loved if whatchamacallit. I would have loved if in Solo he just went to the gun store and bought a gun.
Yeah.
That's what I want to see in these prequels. I hate how every little thing has to have some origin.
Remember the dumb Tomb Raider movie where at the end she gets her double guns? She's like, I'll take two. And then winks at the camera.
Yeah.
And then they never made another Tomb Raider movie again.
That one I didn't mind too much. Because again, that's her just buying the guns. There were
but she winked at it with the two. She's like, I'll take two.
That was
they
fine.
had to do it.
What would have annoyed me if it was like her dad was like, Lara, I left you these twin guns.
She opens up the
yeah, that like so stupid. And yeah, like the origin of Luke's toy that he played with for 5 seconds.
Yeah,
and George Lucas is responsible for all this because he started this bullshit in this prequel. Movies.
I remember when they did the dice thing too, and I was so confused with the stupid dice Han Solo had. Yeah, I don't remember that even being a thing in the original trilogy.
It was only in A New Hope. And for most like home video versions, it was probably cropped.
Right. I don't remember it at all. And like it was suddenly a thing.
They brought it back for like Force Awakens. It's like, yeah, but it's not it's not that important of a thing. It's like a joke.
I feel like it's brought up several times too. Because it's in Solo also.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so stupid.
But Obi-Wan
people defend this shit because they're like, there was in the 90s and stuff, there's always been schlocky TV. It's just a TV show. It's like the problem is they're based on what we come to expect from like massive properties with big budgets and scale. Yeah. Now we've turned it all into this commercialized crap. Yeah. Like, here's more. Which
again is because I hate when people are like, oh, Kathleen Kennedy and Disney did this. It's like, no, Lucas did this.
No, it's not Kathleen Kennedy.
The prequels only existed so he could sell more merch. Like that's like the only reason they exist. But yeah, the problem with Star Wars,
here we go,
is like Ruin
Wars. Ruin Johnson.
Yes, that's the problem. No, like Star Wars and Indiana Jones, those were those guys taking stuff that they watched in their childhood and making like a new thing out of it. But in modern Star Wars, it's just, I'm going to take what I loved about Star Wars and make a new Star Wars. It's like, we're kind of like, we're losing it. It's like one of those things like, it can't really exist outside of that time frame when it was made.
It's to your point about Ghostbusters, and I agree with you. Like these were lightning in a bottle because you had the right guys, you had the right scripts, you had the right ideas right there. Now it's a son of a famous director making what he thinks a Ghostbuster movie should be, and it doesn't work.
And you could, by the way, there are good reboots. I have an episode on good reboots.
Yeah,
like, there's
of course.
Ways to do it, ways that could work, but Star Wars, it doesn't work. And this show is terrible. Obi-Wan is awful.
Really bad.
I'm tired of seeing Kumail Nanjiani in things. He had a really funny X-Files podcast, and then
he was in that.
And
just
then he
out
became
of
a
nowhere.
celebrity, and he became a real asshole. But the problem is, and all right, this actress was in Ambulance. She was the main guy's wife in Ambulance.
The Sith leader?
Yeah.
The Sith. What is she? Her name is like number 2 or something.
Oh, the seventh sister or something.
Her name? Number 2.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Seventh sister.
And I enjoyed seeing her in Ambulance. She had a small part in that. I'm like, okay, she can act when not given garbage.
Yes. You know what she's great in?
What?
Woman King.
I can't wait to. I didn't see Woman King, but I can't.
Woke King,
I can't
as you would say.
Talk about Woman King.
Yeah. Okay. We'll get to it.
I think you know why I want to talk about Woman King. The people making that movie either ignored the research or didn't do the research. No, but like her character is one of the worst Star Wars characters ever written.
Yeah.
Spoiler for Obi-Wan. The bad guy seventh sister. Her origin is that she was there when Order 66 happened. And she's mad that Darth Vader killed all the Jedi. So her plan is to change her identity, join the Empire, and kill a bunch of innocent Jedi she can get an audience with Darth Vader and get close enough to bop him on the head.
It just adds up. It just makes sense.
That was, I'm like, you killed innocent people to avenge the death of innocent people? I'm like, what is...
Yeah. These people also fast travel like they're in Game of Thrones season 8. They just, I got to get to this planet. Boop. They're there. No ship.
And then I guess she's mad that she couldn't kill Darth Vader. So she's like, you know what? I know that he has a son, I guess. Yeah. I'm going to go kill his son who has nothing to do with this. Doesn't even know what happened. Doesn't even know who his father is.
Yeah, she figured it out pretty easily.
Although his name is Skywalker. I guess.
To be fair, Darth Vader is like Gordon from Batman. He's like the only dude left in the room who hasn't put it together yet that Bruce Wayne is Batman. Yeah. Like Skywalker, I might have had 2 kids. I don't know.
No, that guy who's known for lying told me they died. That guy who tells me to lie all the time and deceive people, I'm sure he was on the level.
Yeah. If only there was some way for me to check if he was telling the truth.
Yeah. I don't like seeing Darth Vader on Mustafar because it just reminds me of the prequels. I'm like, I don't like seeing Darth Vader looks weird on Mustafar. I hated the fight, the rematch with them, because it just felt like it shouldn't have happened. It felt like a desperate attempt to get people to watch.
It wasn't even good either.
It was all
good.
Very cheap.
It's all cheap looking.
And people thought Hayden Christensen was in it. I'm like, no, he wasn't. He did the de-aging thing and one thing with the helmet. It was a stunt man for the rest of it.
Yeah, well, of course, yeah. Why would they have him there?
Because I followed the guy's hot wife on Instagram, and she was posted about how her boyfriend is the stuntman playing Darth Vader. And I'm like, oh, so it wasn't even Hayden Christensen for that whole thing. Okay.
Yeah. That's the world. That's the magic of cinema, kids.
Yeah. And I blame people like you for saying Mandalorian was good. This is all your fault.
Yeah, I mean, I am part of the problem.
I've
accepted that. I've accepted it.
I would really like an apology right here and right now.
I feel like I've apologized a lot on behalf of myself and all the things I've said or done or just being who I am. We're looking for Tony to get some money to help me out.
Yeah.
With your donation, Tony, I feel like I'm almost on one of those like pledge drives more than a thing. It's like with your
what are you talking
$2.
About? This is just a fun review show where people can donate their support. Okay. Okay, this isn't. I didn't grow up watching PBS in the 90s and retained a lot of their tactics. I didn't do that.
Exactly. With your $4 donation,
viewers like you make programming like this possible. Okay,
I will remember you. You gotta have like the background music. Start putting up like puppy images in black and white.
Yeah. Adam, I am not some money hungry guy. By the way, YouTube is recommending I play another ad, so I'm gonna hit that button.
Let's do that.
I'm gonna hit that button. Let me
Can I pee when that's going?
I don't know how long the ad plays. Do you need to pee?
I'm forced to be here this whole time.
Do you need to pee?
I kind of have to go to the bathroom.
Do you want to pee? I will put a be right back thing up and we can go pee.
Okay, can I do that really quick?
Yeah, go pee. We'll be right back. We'll be right back. Leave super.
Just full bore, just like smashed into my chair. It was amazing.
Okay.
I'm back.
All right, we're back.
Did you change shirts or were you wearing that the whole time?
I was wearing this the whole time.
Okay. Well,
why would I change shirt?
We'll play back the video, I guess, and see.
The only way to find out is if you play back the video, guys.
I had to slip into something more comfortable for the second half.
I did have a Jedi robe that I bought at Disney. I should have put that on.
That would have been great.
When I went to Disney last time, it was like I was like, it's like January or whatever, but I'm pretty sure it's still warm down there. Didn't realize Florida can get really chilly at night.
Yeah, I can.
So I'm
we're going in January.
Yeah, so I'm walking around in like just a t-shirt, and I'm like, it's really cold. And I bought an $80 fucking stupid Obi Wan Kenobi.
That's awesome.
A Jedi robe just to warm myself. I'm like, I could buy a jacket, but I have plenty of jackets. I don't have a lot of robes. Let me buy this stupid Jedi robe.
How long ago was it that you went?
2019 or 2019. No, 2020 probably. No, 2019.
My family's got tickets, Tony. We're very excited. We're doing the Harry Potter, Universal stuff, and then we're going to Disney World.
Okay.
How was it, like, population-wise at the parks in January?
It wasn't too bad. It
wasn't too bad? Okay.
No.
We were told it's the time to go. So
yeah, I remember it being pretty. Yeah, it was pretty decent. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
I'm very excited. I
enjoyed it. I enjoyed. I'm not really a Disney guy, but I went to.
I'm surprised you went. Like, you don't strike me as a guy that would like to go there.
It was a company thing. I did get to see my favorite attraction, the Hall of Presidents, before they ruined it. But we got to get back to this list.
Oh, I'm
here.
sorry.
Yeah, Top Gun Maverick.
Hell yeah.
Now, this is a movie I wasn't sure I was gonna like.
No.
I was like, all right, another Top Gun, another boomer, trying to relive their youth.
Relive the magic.
I'm getting really tired of this. I'm getting tired of the goddamn boomers.
Come on, Tony. You know Tom Cruise is not another guy.
However,
this is Tom Cruise,
now,
sir.
The year this was supposed to come out, we were doing rental reviews on Cinemassacre, and I had rewatched Top Gun 1 for the first time in years. And I'm like,
it's not good.
What the hell are you talking about? That movie's great.
The movie's not good.
You're an idiot.
No,
I fell back in love with Top Gun. I'm like, man, this movie's so good.
What do you like about that movie?
I like the characters.
Okay. There's no plot. There's like no plot at all.
Wait. Did you go into the movie thinking it was all going to be jet fights?
No. So I knew Maverick was going to be really good.
No, I mean the first one.
Oh, I just thought there was going to be a story, and there's seriously no story.
He's trying to win this competition in the school for the pilots and win the Top Gun award. At the same time, a unspecified nation is approaching American borders. And he's like,
that's some of the movie, and then halfway through it like waffles into some shitty romantic movie.
Yeah, he's
where
trying to sleep with one of his instructors.
He's courting some mom. The age gap, and she just didn't look very appealing compared to Tom Cruise. I'm like, what are we doing in this film?
I love Top Gun 1. I thought it was great. The music's great.
Music's good.
But yeah, so after watching Top Gun 1, I'm like, you know what? I think I might be excited for Top Gun Maverick now. And it took me a while to see Top Gun Maverick. I didn't see it like right away. And everyone's like, this is the greatest thing ever. This is the greatest thing ever.
It is an awesome movie.
And then I watched it and I loved it. I love Top Gun Maverick. I was like, this is a way. I'm seeing people say Top Gun 1 is boring. I'm going to need you all to unsubscribe.
It is boring.
No,
it's dumb. It's stupid as shit. It doesn't make any sense.
The
what are you doing
scene
in this
is
movie?
great.
Oh
I love it. Reminds me of being a wrestler in high school, hanging out with the bros. Anyway, Top Gun Maverick is awesome. It is actually a really good, like, how do we bring the original hero back and make it make sense?
Yeah.
Because he is kind of in a cockpit. It's annoying when they bring these old guys back and they're doing all these fight scenes. It's like, fuck you. You'd be dead. Like Harrison Ford's about to embarrass himself again.
I was going to ask if you're excited for that at all.
No, why would anyone be excited for that?
Because it's James Mangold directing.
Yeah, now imagine what James Mangold could do with like an actor who's age appropriate.
Like a young Indiana Jones.
Yeah, I would see that movie. I would love to see that movie, Adam.
I don't know. I think it'll be good. I have a good feeling about it.
No, that feeling's wrong.
I have a good feeling about it.
I'm glad they canceled Batgirl because I'm like, dude, I'm not excited to see 70-year-old fucking Michael Keaton Batman with his stunt double doing half the action the whole time.
Listen, Tony.
Yeah,
I agree that's probably whatever. The movie's probably awful, but we should agree that it should have been released at least. It was done. Like, the movie was done. Put the fucking thing out. Like, people worked for a year on that thing to make garbage. It's funny. At least get it out the door.
It's funnier to see people complain about it.
That's true.
I love that.
Imagine being the actress, though. Like, oh man, this is my year. I got my movie coming out, and like I showed all those fuckers in high school that I was going to be movies canceled.
Yeah,
just completely screwed over.
That makes it even funnier. No, my favorite is all the people who were so upset because they, for some reason, they want to see elderly Michael Keaton. I don't know why, but they were so upset. And then Michael Keaton gets interviewed, and he just didn't give a shit. He's like,
he doesn't care.
He literally said, "It's like, I guess it was a business decision. Maybe it's a smart one. I don't know." And he just went off and did whatever.
Michael Keaton got paid. I mean, I doubt it. I doubt Michael Keaton looks at Batman like, oh, this is definitely high art what we're doing. I need this to be seen on the big screen. He's like, I got paid. I'm good.
Anyway, but Top Gun Maverick, they brought the older hero back and they made it make sense. Like, he's not supposed to be the guy on the mission. The movie figures out a way to make him the guy on the mission, but that's never his goal. Like, he's not trying to steal like most boomers do. He's not trying to steal from these younger generations. It's just like, unfortunately, he's the guy. The movie started to get a little wacky when they crash land and they got to steal another plane. I'm like, all right, I don't think we needed that. Do
you remember the Seinfeld finale? The horrible Seinfeld finale?
No,
it was kind of reminded me of that at the end when they kept doing the thing like, are they going to kill them in a plane crash? Are they going to get married? Like, I kept thinking of Top Gun at the end. Like, is he going to die now? What about now? They just kept teasing
I love the Seinfeld finale because of how much like an anti-finale it is. Also, I love that they're literally on trial for being horrible people. Like, did you watch?
I guess I felt bad because I never watched it. Thought, man, these are horrible people. And it was just like, they're funny. This is relatable somewhat.
Did you ever watch the Curb Your Enthusiasm?
Yeah, it was
season?
Amazing.
I love the running gag where they're all like, "Yeah, this will really make up for the finale." And Larry David's like, "What was wrong with the finale? It was great." The
Jason Alexander dinner where he's like, "And we'll finally be able to give the fans what they want." And he's like, "What the hell does that mean?"
So anyway, Top Gun Maverick, again, I really, really enjoyed it, and it is one of my favorite movies of the year, which I didn't expect.
Two, I think.
I didn't expect. As someone who is tired of boomers clinging to their youth and making terrible action movies, I enjoyed every minute of Top Gun Maverick. It was solid. I do think it's mean they don't mention like whatever happened to his love interest from the first movie. I'm like,
screw that. No.
Can we just like get something that like, oh yeah, she went on to do this. She's doing great now. Like something. Yeah,
didn't they do that in Indiana Jones 4? Wasn't Sean Connery's photo in the background?
Well, they mentioned he died in that.
Do they mention it? Yeah, he's like cancer or some shit.
Because he mentioned he died, and then he mentioned the other guy died from the other movies.
It's like the Terminator 3 when John Connor's like, leukemia killed my mother.
Yes, yes. Now,
like, okay.
Now, the Val Kilmer scene was really good. And that is an example of the technology to make your voice being used for because he can't talk. He lost his voice. And I'm like, wow, they used that technology appropriately. And I thought that was a really touching scene because I was afraid he wasn't going to be in it because people forget he is the Top Gun. He won the award in the first movie.
And he was like it's funny because people always said Iceman was like the bad guy. When I watched Top Gun, I'm like, he's fine. He's like he's
not like a straight up bad guy.
Like Tom Cruise pissed me off way more than Iceman did.
Yeah. I thought I was going to be annoyed by Goose's son being in the movie, but that kind of worked for me too. Yeah, they didn't bring Meg Ryan back. They killed her off screen also.
They did. That's right.
Yeah, and I thought that was a little weird.
I haven't seen Meg Ryan in a long time. What has she been doing?
Who knows? I know her son's in a bunch of stuff now.
Is he? They all are. All their kids are.
I think he's the guy in the new Scream movie. I think he's in The Boys. Isn't Jack Quaid her son? Hold on.
Oh, wow. I guess I forgot.
Hold on.
Yes. Well, I know he's Randy Quaid's son. Or Dennis Quaid. Oh, which one's which? Dennis Quaid,
yes.
Right?
He is Dennis Quaid and Meg Ryan's son.
Yeah, that's right. He is in The Boys is the main guy.
And famously, I do not watch The Boys because I'm mad that Amazon Prime canceled The Tick on a cliffhanger.
Didn't The Tick get 2 live action shows, or am I out of my mind?
Yes, and they're both great.
Okay, there was the one with Putty from Seinfeld. I
Yes.
can't remember the actor's name.
Every version of The Tick is great. And they ended
I
on a
remember
cliffhanger. But now, like, the guy's hot sister from The Tick is going to be in The Boys season 4, and she looks super hot in that. I'm like, shit! I gotta watch you're gonna watch The Boys, god damn it!
Tony, a kid in like middle school conned me out of my Sega Genesis video game, The Tick. Do you remember that shitty video game? The side-scrolling beat 'em up?
I didn't play that game, sorry.
Okay, I had the video game on Genesis, and he was like, hey, you want to swap games? And he gave me this horrible boxing game for Genesis.
Yeah.
A day later, he moved.
Oh, what a
Family
dick!
Family moved. Yeah, I didn't really know the kid that well, but we were talking video games, and I was like, damn, you think you knew a kid for a day in school.
You think you know? What an idiot.
Adam became a man that day. Yeah.
You learn about lies and
real world opened up to me right there. Yeah. Now I run that con all the time. We move from town to town.
You're moving town to town, borrowing Sega Genesis games.
That's how I get all my HD DVDs now.
You're on this HD DVD racket. You're wanted in 10 states.
Right. That's right.
He's stealing so many HD
DVDs. I got Planet Earth on HD DVD if you want to take it for a spin. Maybe you scratch my back.
I think that's one of the ones I got.
Oh, I have it. I have the Sigourney Weaver edition. Fantastic.
Okay, let's go into June. First up, let's see here. Spiderhead, starring Thor and the guy from Top Gun Maverick, Mr. Fantastic. Now, what's Spiderhead about? I don't see a man with the spider on his head anywhere here.
I think I said that in my review. There's no spiders. There's no head in this movie. It's a bullshit experience from top to bottom. I think if I remember, I have to go back in time. Chris Hemsworth runs a remote island operation, and he's studying different people, different walks of life, and it's revealed that they have a shady past. And in order to like circumvent the law or jail time, they come to this island to get these tests done on them. He's injecting them with some sort of a drug that allows them to, I think they elicit different pheromones or something, like their senses get magnified. It might be smell or taste or touch. I might be getting this completely wrong, but that's, I believe, the gist of it. And so obviously things go south with the drug. And yeah, whatever. It goes crazy by the end. The movie's just kind of a boring, lame Netflix movie, like almost all of them are.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, I can see it. Is it the worst Chris Hemsworth movie you've seen all year?
All year? It's so crazy that this came out the same year as Thor 4. They feel like lifetimes ago. Yeah. No, I think I'd rather watch... You know what, Tony? My biggest regret of 2022, and obviously it's been a decent year as far as regrets go, was being a little bit too lenient on Thor 4. Because when I reviewed it after seeing it in theaters, it was basically like, I'm not mad. I'm really disappointed. This is a dumb comedy now instead of like the good Thor Ragnarok. I tried watching it at home with my family. Fucking terrible movie. Thor 4 is awful.
I never want to watch it again.
It's awful.
Dude, I'm like breaking my rule because I was like, you know what? I'm not seeing any new MCU movies post Endgame unless it's a character I've always wanted to see or a character I'm already invested in. So I'm already invested in Thor. I went to the movie and I'm like, well, I need to rethink this rule. I think I need to really rethink this rule. I'm gonna wait for streaming from now on.
That movie was, I mean, it seriously looked like it was shot entirely in front of a green screen the whole time. It's kind of your point to Shang-Chi, which I did actually like, but I do agree with you on the look. Everything's so digital and artificial now. Nothing feels like cinema anymore.
Yeah, like they actually shot like a real fishing village set, but then I guess they did reshoots and it's like a digital fishing village and it looks faker than the God City later on. And
which also looks horrendous.
And his helmet is floating on his head. It's so bad.
It's bad.
It was terrible.
The irony is the stuff people were bitching about before it came out, the Jane Foster stuff, was like the only good stuff in it besides her terrible jokes. Yeah. But like the cancer backstory stuff, like that was actually kind of compelling, and how he kind of made a pact with the Hammer ahead of time. Like, you're going to look out for her. And yeah, that was good, but
I did like
fleeting.
I did like that Christian Bale called her Lady Thor. I like that.
Yeah, that was funny.
I like that.
Yeah,
because that's what I call her. I was like the Mighty Thor. I'm like, shut up, it's Lady Thor.
I thought that she was called Lady Thor.
There's a completely separate character called Thor Girl, but then they made the Mighty Thor, and I'm like, all right, now you're confused because Thor was called the Mighty Thor, or whatever. All right, speaking about another movie that I'll never watch, Lightyear. Now, funny story about this. When I went to see Jurassic World Dominion, which I've reviewed,
awful film,
which I reviewed earlier in the year, we did a worst Jurassic Park sequel episode. I sat next to my goddaughter because I've showed my godkids the Jurassic Park movie, so we're like, well, let's go see the last one. And
I'm wearing a Jurassic Park shirt. It's my favorite movie.
So say what you will, Adam, knowing that my childhood T-Rex is now living in Italy, my ancestral home, I'm like, I can't think of a more perfect ending. That my childhood T-Rex made it to Italy and it's hanging out with all the other dinosaurs and she's doing great.
I find it bizarre that at some point in time, the T-Rex became a hero. I mean, I remember watching Jurassic Park vividly and thinking, man, that thing's scary as shit. Get away from it. And now
there's the T-Rex. It saves them at the end, but not heroically.
No,
it just kind of happened. But anyway.
No, he's like, get out of here.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Also, the two T-Rexes that it sees at the end of Dominion, those are the parent T-Rexes from Lost World.
Oh God!
And notice there was no third T-Rex, which means the T-Rex in Jurassic Park 3 was their baby who got killed.
Baby T-Rex is dead.
Yeah, somehow it turned green in between films and it got killed.
Dude, anyway. I love that scene, and I love that shit in Jurassic Park 3.
Yeah,
where he fights the Indominus. So good.
Or the Spinosaurus.
Oh, I'm sorry, the Spinosaurus. Yeah, my son's favorite T-Rex is the Spinosaurus because of Jurassic Park 3. He's every movie that comes out, he's like, when are we gonna get more Spinosaurus? I'm like,
have him watch the Netflix show.
I'm so sad that I have to keep disappointing this.
Did you watch? Does he watch Camp Cretaceous, the Netflix show?
He couldn't get into it. No, because he's 10 and now he's at like the edgy phase where he thinks like it's got to be PG-13. Now he's like it's got to be R. Like he thinks he's cool.
I only watch the show because I know it's for children and I usually don't watch it.
Right.
But because like it was weird that Jurassic Park never got a cartoon during its heyday. So I'm like, all right, look, there's a Jurassic Park animated series that ties into the movies. Let me give it a shot. It's fine. I would show a kid it. The Spinosaurus does have a lot of scenes in the last season.
Oh, so he's getting some respect again.
Yes.
Okay. Well,
or it's fair. Like a different Spinosaurus, whatever. But it's a Spinosaurus.
Yeah. But it's a cartoony thing, and my son is like the same as you now, apparently. He's like, cartoons are for children. I'm a man. I've seen Terminator and Aliens, so I'm ready to go.
Yes. Adam, I don't have any childish shit in my house, okay?
Yeah, I know. Okay? You're a grown adult with figurines and shit in the background.
With a Seinfeld poster, a Neil Diamond book, Spawn toys.
Yeah, Tony, this
autographs from horror movie stuff.
I'm in a man's office, okay? This is a workroom. I got some shitty foam up that's taped. I got tripods and blankets up. Yeah, it's all for the show. There's no fun in this house.
Anyway, what movie were we talking about?
I don't know. We went from Spiderhead.
Sorry. So the point of this was when I was in the theater. Okay. I leaned over to my goddaughter. She's like 13 now. And I was just like, the Lightyear trailer played. And I was like, do you have any interest in seeing this? Because like the movie just baffled me from the beginning. Yes. Like, why are they making this? Who would possibly like this? And like my goddaughter literally is like, she definitely watched too many movies with me. She's just like, I have no interest in his origin story and I don't care. And I'm like, I feel like a lot of kids are going to feel that way. But
I didn't take my kids to it. They didn't want to see it.
All right. I'm glad you mentioned that because a lot of people were like, when they first advertised this like a year before, people were like, this looks weird. I don't understand it. Is it like the movie he's supposed to see? But that's not the kind of movie. Everyone thought it was weird and no one wanted to see it. Then they add in the lesbian kiss. Disney added that in pretty late into production, by the way, which kind of makes it seem like Disney thought gay people were an afterthought. And then all the people bitched about that. And then when it flopped, they're like, go woke, go broke. And I'm like,
go broke.
And I remember like some guy was getting at me on Twitter because he thought that's why the movie failed. I'm like, no, if you've been paying attention, even hardcore Disney people were like, this movie looks weird. I don't want to see it.
I am so confused by that whole crowd of people. They make no sense to me. They're just bizarre. So like one of their favorite movies, which is a joke to us, is Alita Battle Angel.
Yeah.
Produced by James Cameron,
Yeah,
who they say is woke as shit.
Yeah.
And even in Alita Battle Angel, there are like comments. At one point, the dude looks and he goes, "I'm with her," which was clearly a clear campaign Hillary Clinton
Well, remember,
thing.
they loved Alita despite Captain Marvel because they were out at the same time.
Okay.
But it's like, yeah, but Alita's owned by 20th Century Fox, a major corporation that then got bought by Disney. So now Alita is a Disney property.
Is it because she's like a sexy anime chick?
No, it's just
that like
that was the other movie that was out at the time, and God forbid they watch a movie that doesn't have goofy sci-fi bullshit in it.
Okay.
Anyway, Lightyear, it looks terrible. Is it bad?
It's bad, yeah. It's bad. I went in with low expectations. I saw it with Bless, two middle-aged guys going to two for Lightyear, please.
Yeah.
And hi kids, you like in the movie? So seriously, it starts with text. It starts with white text. It's like Andy went to a movie when he was younger, which inspired him to buy the Buzz Lightyear action toy. This is that movie. And then that's it. We don't see Andy. They don't even do like the easiest shit they could have done that would have drawn like a little emotion, which would have been to end with like Andy and his dad seeing the movie together. And because we know his dad's not in the picture in any of the Toy Stories, but we don't know why.
Yeah.
I don't believe we know why.
His dad goes home and he just is like, God damn it, that movie sucked. And his wife is like, I can't hear you bitch about movies anymore. I'm leaving. It's like, this is the movie that broke up Andy's marriage.
That is not the route I was going, but I love that. I love that. Fuck you, Dad. And then you and your movie bullshit.
And then his wife takes all his money and he kills himself. So now,
oh my God.
Buzz Lightyear is just this.
Oh my God. Can we make this? Can we make this movie?
I would love to make this movie. Oh my gosh.
And his name is Woody too. And he like carves Woody was here and he hangs himself by the belt like Shawshank style.
Yeah, that would have been great if that was the ending of the Lightyear movie.
But seriously, it would have been so easy to just end it with Andy like the theater with this.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Andy's dad goes home and is just complaining about all the people of color in the movie. And his wife is like, I can't, you're corrupting our son with this poison.
Why is there a fucking lesbo kiss in this movie? What am I watching right now?
It's the 90s, so she's listening to Melissa Etheridge.
Yeah,
she's like, I can't take your bigotry. I need to get out of here.
To that point, though, that is the funniest thing. We talked about this earlier. You said something about how on the nose and like lame. I can't even remember the context of it, but something Disney's like known for this.
Yeah.
Do you know what the conversation was before?
Well, I was talking about how Black Christmas is like a legit woke movie. I don't know if that was part of it.
Well, regardless, Disney does this now with all their stuff. They're like, hi, I'm the gay character. And then we move on. That's it. That's like the only thing. It's like, I'm the representation. Yeah. It's like, how about you just put it in and then don't like make a deal out of it?
Well, that was the thing.
Because they've actually they've done that in movies before.
Well, that was
nobody
the thing.
cared.
Apparently they put the lesbian kiss in to like protest something Florida was doing. It's like, wait, so it wasn't always in the movie? It was an afterthought? I'm like, I feel like gay people should be pretty mad about that.
Well, what I heard is it was in the movie and then they pulled it because it wanted to be able to show it in China, but then they put it back in because Florida was making a deal. So like, I don't actually know. It doesn't matter. Who cares? It's so useless. The movie sucks far more because of other things than a stupid little 1 second kiss.
It looks so terrible. Like the whole movie just looked bad. And they've done this concept before. They had an animated series, Buzz Lightyear of Star Command.
What's so puzzling is when it was all done, I'm like, why would any boy who's like 11 or however old Andy is watch this boring shit and be like, I want to get the Buzz Lightyear toy now?
And he doesn't even act like the toy. Like, first off, it's weird. It's weird. It's not Tim Allen.
Yeah.
I know he came back for the stupid Santa Claus show.
Yeah.
But like, it's weird they didn't bring Tim Allen back because it's like, that's Buzz. Are they going to do a fucking Woody movie next? Like, what the fuck?
They should have done it, and people were mad at me for suggesting something, I guess. But it would have been really clever and more Pixar style, because this didn't feel like a Pixar movie. This felt like some bottom tier shit. Yeah. If they would have made the Buzz Lightyear movie, since it is a movie inside of a movie, if they made it look and feel like a 90s action kids movie, You know, they can still make it look pretty, but use some of the more cliched tropes and funny things that we're used to. And you and I grew up with like the Ninja Turtles and Transport, like
yeah.
Right. So make a movie like that a 10-year-old Adam would be like, yeah.
If it was in the 90s, it should look like the Power Rangers movie.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But no, instead it was a modern movie that I guess came out in this fictitious universe of Toy Story, and it featured a bunch of really unlikable side characters that Buzz has to deal with. Yeah. Like 4 Shaggies from Scooby-Doo are basically in this movie. And they're constantly like pratfalling and screwing everything up. And all I'm thinking is, you got to jettison these dipshits out that airlock right now and get stuff done.
Well, how is Chris Evans as the beloved Buzz Lightyear?
I like Chris Evans, but this was just, he's just boring and dull. It was nothing. There's a cat robot in the movie that steals every scene it's in. And then in that instance, I'm like, why does Andy not have the cat toy? Because that would be the one that would fly off the shelves.
Why does
before
he
any
not
of this
have
other
all
shit.
The toys from the thing? Because in the 90s, they would pump out an entire toy line.
Or well, because all the other characters suck ass. So that's like the Captain Marvel, Brie Larson dolls that don't fly off the shelves. That's what those other characters would be.
It is funny when you go, I don't know if you have the store Five Below in your area.
Yeah, I've heard of that actually.
Yeah, when you go into a Five Below, the last time I was in a Five Below, it's like all the girl characters from Shazam, Captain Marvel, and then when you go to the Blu-ray section, it's like Black Panther and Last Jedi, just stacks of Last Jedi and Black Panther.
Connor still plays with a ton of toys, like he's got all the Dragon Ball Z characters, and when we go to Target and stuff, there will be like the female action hero. They're full every time, and all I'm thinking is like, my daughter who played with like whatever dolls and shit, she never played with toys the way boys do. They just don't. They just for the most part don't do it.
Because I was like a completionist as a kid, and I would have like the Pink Ranger and Yellow Ranger because you want all the Power Rangers. Same with Star Wars.
Yeah, but that's more of a set type of thing. But
and that's also because like my sister was a little bit of a tomboy, so she would play with me, so she wanted those characters and stuff. But not every girl's like that, so I understand.
Yeah, I feel like the market is so much smaller for.
Like, don't not make the toys. Just
make them.
Don't print as many of them because you're going to be left over with a lot.
It's like you go to Target, it's all Rey's and Captain Marvel's and like 3 other characters from Wakanda Forever. It's like they never have the ones you want.
Yeah.
And they all cost like $20, so you can't get more than a couple of them.
Speaking of strong female leads, Miss Marvel. Please. How many episodes did you get into it?
I think we got 3. And the thing is, all these Disney Plus shows start out with potential, but it's clear that the script was large enough for a movie's worth of content. And they're like, we got 7 or 8 episodes, so let's just pad this shit out.
Miss Marvel is a character I don't care about. I liked when Captain Marvel was Miss Marvel in the comics and the old cartoons.
Okay. But I don't know anything about the comics.
This new Miss Marvel, the Kamala Khan, my biggest exposure to her was that terrible Avengers game.
That game was awful.
Where they went all in on her.
They did,
And I'm like, I was like, oh no. I'm like, your general audience hasn't read the comics.
Yeah.
They only know the movies.
Yeah.
You should probably give them a character from the movies as their entry point. Like the Spider-Man game did it really well. Yeah. They introduced Miles Morales, and then after the movie came out with Miles Morales, they gave him his own game. And then
that game was great too.
And then Avengers was just like, yep, we're all into Miss Marvel. It's like, oh no one knows who she is. They want to
not only that, but the Avengers are like kind of like pissy and down on their luck, and they're not really the Avengers anymore.
Also, it was a terrible game. I do admit, when I was streaming it, I would only play as her just to be an asshole. But whenever I gave you a choice, I'm like, oh, my girl Kamala.
She wasn't very fun to play as either. But to be fair, the actress, I don't know her name, but she is good in Miss Marvel. And the show started out promising. We actually really enjoyed the first 2 episodes for what it was. It's definitely a lower budget for even Marvel standards now.
Why is she a big Captain Marvel fan? Because I'm thinking
she's a stan for
Captain Marvel. Was
she
around during the 5 years, or was she blipped?
I don't know if they address it. And if they do, I lost all interest. I only have so much room in my brain, so like I throw all that out right
I'm
afterwards.
thinking, I'm humanity's exposure to Captain Marvel, it's like nothing. It's like, I don't think it was reported on in the 90s, and then she showed up for that last final battle. It's like, well, maybe if she was around for the 5 years, Captain Marvel came to Earth occasionally, but other than that, who the fuck cares about
Maybe
her?
Captain Marvel was like live streaming when she's on other planets doing stuff and not helping much during the Endgame fiasco.
Maybe.
It's like, hey guys, I'm over in Gorkon 3 saving some indigenous creatures.
But this and WandaVision are just to set up those characters for the next Captain Marvel movie, which is not Captain Marvel 2, it's The Marvels. She couldn't even justify a solo sequel. They're like, nah, you got to throw all of them in there. No one cares enough about you.
Yeah, no, that movie was so lame. Did you watch, what was I going to say now? Captain Marvel. Oh, they have a second season. Oh, so you didn't watch She-Hulk, right?
Nope.
Okay. Nope. That was all right.
We were going to get to that on the list.
Sorry.
That's all right. But you know what I did watch? Elvis. Now, let's pause for everyone in the comments to say that he stole from black people and he's a Cuties fan, and let's let them get that out of their system. Okay, we're going to pause for that. You know, while we're pausing, maybe I'll play another ad, Adam. Hold on. Get it out of your system, guys. Okay? If you're listening to this later on the podcast feed in your car, scream out loud all the things you hate about Elvis. Okay? Okay. So I saw Elvis, Adam, and I thought the movie was really good. Did you see it?
I didn't, no. It's one of the few movies I didn't see this year that was kind of more popular and mainstream.
I really, really enjoyed the movie. I thought it was a really good biopic. He was a controversial person, but like I don't think enough people know his backstory, so they jump to conclusions.
Well, he stole from black people, so I boycotted the film because
what I think people don't realize is like he lived with black people. Like his family was like very poor, so it's like he went to the black church because that was his church. Like
he was very much embedded in that culture.
Yeah. And because of him, a lot of those artists were able to come up and be accepted finally, which the movie explores. Because people are like, why is there so much rap music in this movie? And I'm like, I think it's showing that because like he was able to get black people's like music heard, it opened the doors to all the stuff in the future. But other than that, it's a Baz Luhrmann movie. So you're going to get like real colorful imagery. You're going to get like crazy editing. But no, I actually really enjoyed Elvis. I took my mom and her boyfriend to it because they're big Elvis fans. And they really enjoyed
HBO,
it.
I think it's on HBO Max now.
It's on
HBO.
So
I am going to watch it. The thing is, it was 2 hours and like 45 minutes long, and I'm just scared. Why is everything so freaking long now?
I will be honest. It did not feel its length.
Okay, well that's good.
When I was watching it, because Baz Luhrmann is so fast paced and he's constantly got something exciting on the screen and whatnot. I actually really, really enjoyed it. It's not my favorite Elvis movie. I love. And actually Casey got this for me recently, the Kurt Russell Elvis movie directed by John Carpenter. It was like a made for TV movie. It is really good.
3,000 Miles to Graceland.
No. It's just called Elvis. It was the first thing John Carpenter did after Halloween. And I talked about it.
I don't think I've even heard of that.
I talked about it in our best Halloween episode. But no, Elvis was really, really solid. And Austin Butler, I don't have a lot of exposure to Austin Butler.
He's pretty relatively new.
He's like one of those Disney Channel guys or Nickelodeon guys who became now they're big boys and they get to do big boy stuff. He's gonna be in Dune 2 as the Fade Ratha character who was left out of Dune Part 1. The character Sting played in the original Dune.
Dune! Oh my God, he scared me. I'm like, Dune? They're making a sequel to Doom with The Rock?
Well, no, they did a second Doom movie, a direct-to-video one, and it sucked. It's on Netflix. Doom Annihilation. Well,
the first one sucked. Of course, it's got Annihilation as you've basically set it up to fail at that point.
The second Doom movie, it's basically like, all right, people were mad that the monsters weren't from hell in the first movie, so that's literally the only thing we're going to change.
Perfect.
And then the director lied, because people are like, so is the Doom guy in this? Is the Doom Slayer in this? Because it stars a woman, and he tweeted a tweet he has since deleted, He was like, no, the Doomslayer will be in it. And I bet you he was like, oh, I'm so witty. It's going to turn out she's the Doomslayer. And everyone's going to say it's so witty. And then the movie came out. Everyone hated it. And he deleted that tweet as fast as he could.
I swear there's just one dude working in Hollywood right now that goes under different aliases. And he writes the same script every time. And it's like, Taskmaster was a woman this time. That was weird. This person was a woman. It's always the same twist.
The Taskmaster thing was weird because, again, getting back to video games and cartoons, like the Marvel cartoons are building up Taskmaster. He's in the Spider-Man game. He's in the Avengers game. It's like, okay, they're trying to get people exposed to this character, I guess.
Yeah. So that they can hit him with the twist.
Yeah, and it was weird, but not even like it's not even the twist. It's just they didn't act like Taskmaster at all. Like that was weird. Anyway.
Yeah. Sorry to throw you off. So Elvis was great. I do want to see
fun.
it.
If you like Elvis's music, it's real enjoyable. They actually do they deep fake him at one point. Like they recreate a lot of Elvis moments.
Okay.
And they recreate them almost perfectly. But for Elvis's movies, they literally like deep faked Austin Butler's face onto Elvis. It was pretty fun.
Oh, that's cool.
But yeah, no, my like I said, my mom and her boyfriend are huge Elvis fans. They really enjoyed it. They were aware of the changes that they made. Because obviously you're gonna make changes with the biopic, but it kind of highlighted that Colonel Tom Parker was kind of an asshole. And friggin' Tom Hanks played a really good asshole in it. I recommend it. I recommend Elvis, except I don't recommend Elvis because he's a bad guy and we all hate him.
And now, I assume you didn't see the Whitney Houston movie that came out.
A Whitney Houston? I literally didn't know a Whitney Houston movie came out. It
just unceremoniously came out, I think, this week against Avatar 2.
What? Yeah. No.
Yeah, I think it's I Want to Dance. It's called Whitney. I think it's called I Want to Dance with Somebody, and I'm pretty sure the actress is from Saturday Night Live. I want to say.
Hold on. Are you kidding?
It looks really bad. And you know what? To be fair, Tony, we already saw the Whitney Houston movie, and you know what that is.
The Bodyguard?
Absolutely, The Bodyguard. Yeah. Hell yeah, The Bodyguard.
Yeah, Whitney Houston, Naomi Aki.
I want to dance with somebody.
She's apparently in Rise of Skywalker.
I want to be the. Oh, really? Yeah. Is that the SNL? Maybe it's not. Maybe she just kind of looks like her.
She's at SNL. No.
Okay, I'm probably wrong.
Oh, Nafessa Williams is in it. Okay.
Vanessa Williams is a treasure.
Nafessa Williams, not Vanessa Williams.
Oh well, Vanessa Williams is a treasure.
Yeah, she is. Okay. Before we jump into the month of July, let's do some super chats here. How you feeling, Adam? You feeling good?
I'm feeling fatigued, but I'm okay. I'm doing all right.
You're gonna get through the rest of this
year? I'll get through it. I'm ready. I'm excited.
Okay, let's see. Where do we leave off? I think we left off with don't use my super chats to fund women in films. So Mid Salad again for $5.
Shout out of a cannon tonight.
Who is your guys' actor/actress of the year?
Oh, that's a good one. You know what? I don't want to kind of give mine away because my secret movie reveal that I saw 2 nights ago will be ruined if I do.
Okay.
I will say it when we get to it. I'll answer that mint salad question at that point.
Well, my actor, I'll give it to Austin Butler. I thought he was really good. I'm excited to see him as Fade Ratha in the new Dune movie. Rob K for $2. Tony.
Oh, you know what? I'm going to give it to for actor. Oh. Probably not the best of the year, but I thought freaking Skarsgård was fantastic in The Northman. Alexander Skarsgård.
He was good.
The physicality, the full-on beast mode, I thought was great.
Yeah, that's like a part that he was born to play.
Yes.
Such a good movie. I really wish it did better.
I know. Man, all the good movies bombed this year because people aren't going to movies unless it's like a huge blockbuster.
Yeah. Rob K, Tony, you need someone to handle the bots. Yeah, there's a lot of bots in the chat. Is
it out of control?
I see it. It comes in waves. I usually don't live stream on YouTube, so I think that's like a new thing.
How could you help that, Tony? Get moderators. Do you think you need like some support financially to hire people to help with that?
Yeah, I feel like if I have a moderator for these live episodes, I might have to pay them. Maybe some super chats could help. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Again, Mint Salad, Mint, all right, how much are you making on that website that we're not allowed to say the name of? Because you're spending a lot of money. Adam, I will stay on your Patreon and request new Kevin Smith reviews monthly.
Oh my
year,
god!
starting with the first Clerks.
Oh my gosh!
That was a $10 super chat.
Mint Salad, unrelated. The
Yeah.
Patreon tier for movie reviews has gone up quite substantially. For the
Oh.
monthly no, I'm joking. There's a Kevin Smith tier now. No, that's fine. Bring it on. I could use a little bit more Kevin Smith culture, I guess.
Yeah. Splattervision for $5. Will you be going to any conventions in Kentucky or Texas next year? If so, I want you to sign my pirated Mummy Cop Complete Series DVD and James's new book. I'm not even mentioned in James's new book. Why would I sign that? Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to Kentucky or Texas. One of the things this coming year I want to do more conventions. I did some conventions this year. Monster Mania did really well. We sold out of t-shirts. We didn't bring a lot of t-shirts because the previous conventions I went to, we didn't sell very much. And then we went to Monster Mania and we sold out of everything. So yeah, I want to do some bigger conventions. Texas, I've been to Texas a few times, mostly for work. I would like to just hang out and look around in Texas. I've never been to Kentucky. How about you, Adam?
I have not been to Kentucky. No, I haven't been very many places. I'm just kind of like a basic bitch. I stay where I live. It's sad.
No, that's sad. You know what's not sad? Mint Salad with $50 super chat.
Wow.
What was your favorite episode of the hit new Mint Salad Saul show in 2022? Thanks for getting me into reviewing movies, and Happy New Year's to you all, Tony and Adam and Johanna and Jess and Crystal and everyone at Hack the Movies. My favorite Mint Salad Saul episode was clearly the episode I did with Mint Salad. We reviewed the original Halloween.
Incredible.
And yeah, we watched it on my birthday. Mint fell asleep. And then we reviewed it afterwards. And that was one of my favorite reviews because Mint Salad is the best movie reviewer, even better than us, Adam. This is a one-time.
Well, yeah, I mean, wasn't she on your show one time? I think I saw it, and she didn't even watch the movie that you were talking about.
She watched the movie, she just didn't pay attention to it.
Oh, that's what it was. That was beautiful.
She has
that was
since made up for that. Now she watches all the movies. Even if she falls asleep, she will watch them again, and she reviews movies every day. You know what? Hollywood's right. Girls are better than us, Adam. She's the reboot of us.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. That's the twist reveal. I pull my face off and I'm in salad.
But yeah, the Halloween video I did with you, Mint. But Mint, your reviews are pretty hilarious. I watch them all the time. It's funny just seeing Mint try to remember what happened in a movie. House of Fur left 2 chats, one for $9.99. So I know you might not remember, but I said you should do a Patreon show of you, Tony, and Justin do a Jason Segel film called Segel Watching Saturday and have Tony in a safari costume. I don't know if I'm going to do a Segel Watching Saturday show, but I'll consider it. And then for $4.99, also for the show, you would talk about seagulls, and Justin talks about the film. Also, are you a fan of the Psych TV show and their Twin Peaks inspired episode? I've only seen a few episodes of Psych. I thought it was fun, but I did not watch it, and I do not know what you're talking about. Ryan Powell for $5. I remember when you two covered Godzilla vs. Megalon back on Cassilla. Good times. I am bringing back Cassilla vs. the Pod Monster, Adam.
Oh.
I'm the early episodes that never made it to the Cassilla YouTube channel, I'm moving them over there.
Beautiful.
To hopefully get that channel monetized so we can come back. But yeah, there are plans in motion to bring Cassilla back. Now, let's get back to our list here. Now, Adam, this is a very important film for me.
I'm excited.
DC League of Super Pets. Now, real quick, I just have to... Let me know what you think of this film as I text the person who told me to watch this.
Another one that felt like it came out an eternity ago. I know you just watched it for the first time. What an odd thing to just watch now. But I did enjoy it. I went in with the family, with the 2 kids, I should say. My wife, believe it or not, did not want to see Super Pets. And we all had a good time. We went in with a bit of a chip on our shoulder. We just thought this is going to be hot trash. You know, what do you do with this property? But it turns out Dwayne Johnson and what's the little guy's name?
Kevin Hart.
Kevin Hart, they have some magic together. They have some chemistry on screen. It just so happens to be in dog form. This was a lovely little flick, some great action. It had more superhero stuff in it than I imagined. I thought it was going to be mostly pets. Good amount of Superman and Batman. And yeah, I thought it was good. We all had a good time.
Adam, I'm a
Please.
very big DC Comics fan. And this movie upset me greatly. It broke the established lore of these characters, Adam. Krypto the Superdog did not arrive in the same pod as Superman, okay? He went in a different pod. Just like each animal member of the super family came in their own pod, even the horse. Now, I know what you're saying. Tony, Jor-El made a pod big enough for a horse. Why couldn't he just fit his whole family in here? We're not there to answer those questions right now. I was so upset right away when they put the dog in the same pod as Superman. I'm like, nope. This is a retcon I do not agree with. And then I
No. Did you ever watch Futurama?
Yes.
Okay, you know how that show kept kind of going back to that event with Fry where he gets cryogenically frozen? It's like, oh, there's Nibbler, and oh, this actually happened. That's what they do with Superman. It's like, oh, his cousin's around that got shot into a pod. Now there's a dog. There's probably a cat. That's what they're doing.
I don't agree with this. I do not agree with this.
Chill on it.
And listen, Ace the Bat Hound. I'm like, well, obviously they're not gonna species swap Ace. He is going to be, what was Ace the Bat Hound? A German Shepherd, as he should be. And then I see he's a pit bull.
Yeah.
I'm like, what is this species swap? This breed, they breed swapped him.
Well, they breed faced him.
They breed faced him. Yes.
They breed faced him.
And I'm like, why? No, Ace the Bat Hound is a, what did I just say he was?
I don't know. I stopped listening to you 10 minutes back.
He is a German Shepherd. He is a German Shepherd. And now look, I watched the Krypto the Superdog animated series from the 2000s. Mm-hmm. Okay. And I'm pretty sure Lex Luthor, his animal was like an iguana. Or some kind of reptile. And here
sounds right.
And here it's a guinea pig?
Well, it makes more sense, you know. He's doing experiments. He's always like pulling the strings. It makes sense for it to be a guinea pig.
Get out of here with that.
It works better.
Get out of here with that.
It tracks better.
It's just, you know, these are the kinds of mistakes we're going to see in the DCEU with James Gunn leading the ship. I know it.
Oh God,
I know it.
Tony, I had an awesome theory about that. That's completely made up out of nowhere.
What?
I was proud of it. I said James Gunn's not actually the head of well, he is the head of DCU, but he's also really the head of Marvel now. So he's like a rogue agent, and he's firing all of the stars over there, and they're just going to become Marvel property. And then he's going to make like really shitty DCU movies going forward to tank Warner Brothers. Listen. And at the end, he's going to open the shirt, and it's going to say Marvel CEO. He's going to drop the mic 5 years down the road and watch the thing burn. Watch the thing burn.
That's what's going to happen. Yes, I'm sorry, Adam. I did check it out in the show. Lex Luthor had a pet iguana, Ignatius. You know who would have gotten this right, Adam?
I don't care.
You know who would have respected the lore? Zack Snyder.
Oh, well, that is true. He is a visionary.
Zack Snyder respects the lore of the comics. Okay, he screwed up on Doomsday. He respects the lore of the comics. Okay, he kind of screwed up on the Flash too, but he kind of screwed up Steppenwolf too. Steppenwolf doesn't really look like it, but he respects the lore of the comics. And DC League of Super Pets did not respect the lore. Okay.
Yeah. I do like my Batman in a duster in the middle of the day with a machine gun. That is definitely the Batman I picture when I think Dark Knight.
He messed up that one, but other than that, he respects the lore. Okay. Listen, all jokes aside, the movie was fine. I didn't like that. Real nerd rage. I was really upset that Ace the Bat Hound had superpowers. I was like, no. Ace the Bat Hound does not have superpowers. He should be like Batman. He should be a normal dog who fights crime. Krypto can have all the superpowers he wants, but Ace cannot. But no, it seemed like a fun movie. You're right. The Justice League actually is in more of the movie than I thought they would be. John Krasinski is Superman in it. He's pretty good. Yeah. The Rock is Krypto and whatnot. I like Keanu Reeves
as Batman.
Batman.
Yeah.
That was kind of fun.
I thought the guinea pig was hilarious. She reminded me
of... the guinea pig was fun. The guinea pig was fun.
She reminded me of the criminally underrated, underappreciated Emperor's New Groove.
I love Emperor's The New Groove.
Oh my god, it's so good. Yzma's character in Emperor's New Groove, that's what it reminded me of.
Yeah. That was, I believe that was Kate McKinnon, I think. Which of course makes the movie... It is
Kate McKinnon. Yeah, I looked it up after.
Makes the movie woke because she was in Ghostbusters.
Obviously, yes, of course.
But no, I actually, like, honestly, DC League of Super Pets, or whatever it's called, is probably the best theatrically released Superman since Superman 2. I was just like, wow, this is a really good movie with Superman in it. It is a good movie. Haven't seen that in a long time. I don't think I've ever seen a truly good Superman movie in theaters in my lifetime. I mean, I kind of like Superman Returns, but I know it's not great.
It's not great. It has like great moments in an otherwise pretty mediocre film. Yeah. I like Man of Steel, but
You're wrong.
But not as like a Superman movie, as like a cool alien killing a bunch of innocent people movie that hopefully will one day become Superman. And he never does. And instead Snyder's like, well, we did the Superman thing. Now he hates everyone. Like, wait, what? We didn't do Superman?
I actually did enjoy that the Wonder Woman animal was a pig, because it reminded me of the famous Justice League cartoon episode where one of Wonder Woman's enemies turns her into a pig, and the whole Justice League is trying to find this pig that is Wonder Woman. So I thought that was cute.
That's a flex.
I did like the joke about how the kittens all get adopted and none of the other ones do. I thought that was funny. The turtle was great.
Turtle was great, yeah.
The turtle was great. I love when the turtle gets its vision fixed, and it has assumed this whole time that the other animals were turtles. She's just like, oh my god, none of you are turtles. This makes so much sense now.
That's right. I'm sorry, it's been so long, Tony, because I actually go out and see movies in theaters to support cinema and support theaters. So I haven't seen it in a long time.
Don't do that at all. But yeah, no, it was a fun time. I mean, it was for kids, so I'll never watch it again. But I have nieces now. I have twin nieces.
That's right. Congratulations.
Thank you. I did a lot of work getting that happen, I guess.
Uncle Tony has such a good ring to it.
Uncle Tony. I love calling myself old Uncle Tony.
Old Uncle Tony's coming over, kids.
Now, I'm like, hey, if you need any help, call up old Uncle Tony. And they're like,
old Uncle Tony's coming over, children. Go upstairs and lock the doors.
Okay, shut up. No. But because my sister has like 2 dogs, my brother-in-law loves animals. So I'm like, all right, if I got to show my nieces, how do I introduce them to Batman and Superman? I'm like, yeah, this is the movie to do it. This is the movie to introduce your dumb, stupid kid to Batman and Superman.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fun flick.
Yeah, I thought it was fun.
Light and fun. Nothing big about it.
Now that was light and fun. Now you put a movie on this list, and really, Adam, it's kind of disrespectful to go from talking dogs to a movie about Princess Diana. I don't know why you put The Princess, an HBO documentary about Princess Diana.
No, that's not the one at all. That's not the movie.
Oh.
Yeah, The Princess, Tony, is a movie that no one knew came out. I believe it's a Hulu exclusive.
Oh.
It might also share the same name as the Princess Diana movie, but that's not the one I'm talking about.
I looked up the Princess movie and I saw Princess Diana documentary. Let me look at this other princess
This is a high-octane, edge-of-your-seat period piece featuring that girl from the kissing booth.
I'm looking at it now. Excuse me, Adam. You know damn well who she is.
I forgot her name. I know she's in Bullet Train.
Joey King.
She's got big lips. Joey King.
AKA one of my co-stars from The Dark Knight Rises. She was young Talia al Ghul in The Dark Knight Rises.
She is in The Dark Knight Rises. What was it like working with Joey King?
You know, I wasn't on set with her that day, but I like to think that we really helped each other out. Just our energy that we were putting out into the production rubbed off on people and eventually came back to us. But yeah. So my co-star Joey King, 20th Century Studios, because Disney killed the name Fox. This was like their first movie that they put on streaming, because eventually they did Prey also, and then Hellraiser, I think.
But it is called The Princess, right?
It is called The Princess. No, because I looked up Princess 2022, and there is an HBO documentary about Princess Di, and I thought it'd be fun.
Okay. Yeah. So I was right, though. I was right. It was called The Princess.
Yes, it's called The Princess.
I just want you to say you were right, Adam.
Adam, you were right.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You were right.
It's not good.
It's not good. I remember seeing the trailers for this. I'm like, oh, this might be fun, like an edgy princess saving herself action movie. I could see a young girl liking this, but apparently it's not very good.
It's no, it's really stupid. The thing is, it's like a watchable movie while you have a bowl of cereal in the morning and you look up and watch a couple action scenes. You're like, oh, well, this is something. And that's it. The whole movie is seriously non-stop action, though. Okay. It's just Joey King is a princess. She's locked at the top of a tower, and she just fights her way down, endlessly fighting waves of bad guys. They do there is some creative stuff going on with the shots. It's definitely low-ass budget. The characters are all pretty terrible. She's like, everybody's just one-dimensional. It's such a... I don't understand how this movie got made. If there's like some drug stuff going on in the background where they're like, we got to move drug money along. We got to put it into some bullshit movie. Because I seriously, the script could be written on a napkin. There's nothing there at all. I don't know who the target audience is because, again, it's Joey King. She's in like 15 kissing booth movies at this time. Bullet Train's not out yet. Yeah, I don't watch it. Like it's a total waste of time.
Okay. Well,
like I have no reason to like recommend this film to anyone.
Well, there you go, guys. Adam doesn't support strong female leads, which I think is hypocritical because you sell a shirt that says strong female leads.
Hey, you know what? If you want to watch a good semi-recent female-led action film, watch what is it called? The Charlize Theron film that came out like Atomic Blonde. Thank you. That's a far better movie.
Made by one of the John Wick guys.
Yeah, I believe that's right.
Okay, next on the list, a movie I finally watched. I still have not seen his previous film, but I watched Nope.
Nope is great.
Nope was really good.
Yeah, I love that movie.
I really like Get Out. I didn't see Us. I heard Jordan Peele ruin the Twilight Zone and made it shit, so I wasn't really in a rush to see a lot of his stuff. But Nope hit Peacock. People were telling me it was really good. I watched it and I really enjoyed it.
Nope was awesome.
It's got a good twist on like the whole alien thing.
Yes.
And this is a movie that it highlights like how like CGI can be good, because this is a movie that would not exist without CGI. And you need CGI to pull it off. And the CGI is incredible. Like, I looked into, like, this is, like, the first movie in a while where I, like, looked into how they made it. So it's the first, like, horror movie shot on IMAX.
Wow. Okay. I mean, you can tell the scale of some of this, especially in the final stuff, is freaking vast.
Because they couldn't get, like, a digital camera to get, like, that big of a picture or something.
Yeah.
So it's an IMAX camera mixed with, like, a digital 3D camera. The whole sky, like all the night stuff was like shot during the day because they were going to digitally replace the sky anyway. And you can't really tell that the sky is digitally replaced. Like you assume because of the spaceship and whatnot or whatever it is. But yeah, I really got sucked in to Nope. What a pun, Adam. Sucked in. You get it?
Yeah, I got it. I got it. I gave you the appropriate response for that joke, which was to say nothing.
Oh, I thought it was to laugh like hilariously.
No. It was...
So anyway, Nope. I was really, really focused on it. I was on the edge of my seat. Like, I'm just like, I need to know what this thing is. Like, I know it's kind of an alien thing, but what is it specifically? I love how
it's cool too because it has that Jaws vibe to it.
It does.
Where you know it's there. It's in plain daylight, you know, but it's creepy as shit because at any time it's like going into the ocean. It could be anywhere.
Yeah.
And at any time it can strike. So yeah, it had that like looming threat going on.
Yeah.
There's that brilliant chaotic monkey scene that's thrown in.
Okay,
And
yeah.
it all ties together with the trauma of these characters.
There's like a horrifying scene. So Steven Yeun's character, he was like on. So basically, the story of Nope. There's this horse ranch. Keith David, who I've met, he dies horribly. Some like debris from the sky falls down and kills him, and they say it came out of a plane, but no one's really sure. But it's a horse ranch that's meant for like horses in films. They like train horses to be in films, and they rent the horses out, and they're on hard times because now you can just digitally replace a horse, which they do in the movie. They pull in that like green horse to replace the real one. And Steven Yeun owns an amusement park, but he was a former child actor, and he was on a sitcom where a chimpanzee went crazy and killed a bunch of people. And I kept like wondering, like, how does this play into the rest of the movie? Like, even when they do that flashback, which is kind of horrifying.
Oh my gosh, it's insane.
Which is like, it's kind of like commentating on like in 2009 when that one chimpanzee like ripped that girl's face off.
Yeah.
That was like a big story.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what is this? I don't understand what the show has to do with the monster. And then that scene, that really chaotic scene, it's like, oh, I get it now. Like, I understand it now. Like, again, really good writing where it's like, this thing really stood out and I don't understand how it makes sense. And then when it gets to that moment, it pays off so well.
Well, and you see the shoe kind of like standing up on its side, and like, whoa, this something supernatural's happening. And it's always been established that animals have that like sixth sense where they know something's going on.
Yeah. But even like for Steven Yeun's character, it's like a whole thing.
Right, the trauma.
Yeah, where he's just like, look, I profited off this previous thing. I can control this one. And like, nah, you can't. You can't.
Exactly.
But you know, the whole thing of like the thing flying through the clouds was perfect. I loved the trap they set up for it. I was just really, really invested in the movie. I need to go back and watch Us. I didn't see Us. Did you see Us?
I did. The first half is really strong, and then the route he goes with the story kind of loses me, gets a little too zany. It's not bad though. Lupita is fantastic in it, so it's worth watching just for her performance.
Yeah. And speaking of Jaws, I do like that whatever the thing is, gets that flag, that rope flag caught in it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's like the barrels in Jaws.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, there's definitely inspiration taken there.
So I love seeing Steven Yeun in things.
Yeah, but he's great.
It always makes me sad because
Glenn from The Walking Dead.
So when Walking Dead was first coming up, he was at a Monster Mania, and the girl I was with was a big fan of the show. And we went to his table. He didn't have a big table at that time because the show was still like taking off. He wasn't like he isn't like what he is now. So he was very chatty. Like he was talking to the girl I was with. Like you could actually have a conversation. Now it would probably be really hard. His line would probably be out the door. But yeah, so he's having fun. Like he was really nice. I enjoyed talking to him. And at one point he goes, "Hey, do you watch the show?" And without skipping a beat, I went, "Nah, that shit's boring. I don't watch it." I'm like, I gave it like 2 episodes, and I was like, oh man, this shit's boring. I'm like, you seem really nice. I'm like, you seem really nice, because I don't think he's in the first episode.
The Walking Dead?
Yeah. I think his voice is in the first episode. Like he calls.
Okay, yeah, because he goes to save Rick, right? When the zombie horde is attacking the horse and shit.
So I felt really bad that I was just like, nah, that shit's boring. He laughed. He laughed at when I said it. But then I see it now. It's like, oh wow, I should have been nicer to that guy.
He's like, fuck you, Tony from
Hey, you know what? I was ahead of the curve because I know a lot of people watch Walking Dead and they all stopped because they said it got boring as shit.
Oh no, that show was an embarrassing train wreck after a few seasons. Oh my gosh.
By the way, everyone's making fun of the way I say Jaws.
Jaws?
It's a Northeast Philly thing. I put L's at the ends of words that end in AW. How dare you guys make fun of my voice when we have
Tony,
fucking Minnesota guy.
Yeah, you're preaching to the choir, dude. I can't say my T's properly. I say potato. It sounds like potato.
You say stuff in videos sometimes. I'm like, that's the funniest pronunciation of that thing I've ever heard.
It's the struggle of my life.
And I'm pretty good because I don't have a Philly accent, but that's one of the things that I have. And I'm like, God damn it, I can't beat it. But no,
Yeah.
Nope. I cannot recommend Nope enough. Really, really loved it.
Top 3 for me this year, I believe it was Everything Everywhere All at Once, Maverick.
Yeah.
Maybe it was The Northman and then Nope. But yeah, it's in the top 5. That was a good movie.
No, like I'm excited to watch Nope again. Like I'm excited to watch it again.
Yeah, because you're gonna pick up. It's the type of movie where you're gonna pick up on things.
Yeah. Now, you know what a lot of people weren't excited to watch, Adam? The Netflix Resident Evil show. Did you end up giving this one a chance?
Yeah, we watched, I think, 1 episode, and the like giant alien zombie worm thing.
Yeah, the giant
coming out of the
caterpillar.
ground. Yeah, I that was it for me.
So
the protagonist was so awful. And,
I watched the
everything was
entire
so
show.
bad.
She is terrible. I watched the entire show. Fans were wondering what I thought of it. I didn't like hate it. What I can tell is I'm like, I don't think this started as a Resident Evil show.
No, I don't think so either.
And I think at some point they made it Resident Evil, but they overcompensated because the show literally takes place in the Resident Evil universe. All the games happened. However, this is an alternate reality where the only difference is in this reality, everything from the games happened except Wesker is black and pop songs exist. That is the only difference. But they straight up, spoiler, there's a bunch of Weskers. And Lance Reddick is actually really good in the show, but he's just not Wesker. He dresses up like traditional Wesker and he looks like Blade.
Did that Raccoon City movie come out this year too?
No, it came out the year before. They were
making Resident Evil has so many bad movies.
They were making both these at the same time, but at some point they're talking to one of the Weskers, and he's like, "The original Wesker died in the volcano." And I'm like, "Holy shit!" So Resident Evil, I'm like, "So Resident Evil 5 happened in this continuity?"
What?
So they throw in all these references to the games, but it doesn't really tie super much into the plot. I'm like, "You guys overcompensated." But no, it's
please tell me that's how the exchange went, Tony. Where's this guy? Oh, he fell into a volcano.
No, literally,
and then they move on.
because it's like multiplicity. There's multiple Weskers, and the one's kind of dumb. And he's like, the original Wesker was bad, but it's okay. He died in a volcano.
Is the dancing scene just as amazing as it looked on social media?
That's out of context. People don't realize she's being controlled with like nano machines or something.
Oh, well, I assumed there was something like that, but it still looked so stupid.
So I kind of like enjoyed the show here and there. What I did like, you talk about the caterpillar, because one thing that gets left out of all the movies are the giant animals.
Sure.
So we got a giant spider, we got the giant caterpillar, we got a giant alligator toward the end of it. But yeah, it just felt like, hey, this is just a different zombie thing. Someone had a idea for a zombie show that's pre and post pandemic, and then someone went, make it Resident Evil, throw all these references in.
Yeah, it felt very kind of like amateur art school too with the production.
Yeah.
There was a shot just in the first episode where the 2 unlikable characters are sitting on the sidewalk. It's super fucking bright outside and everything's white, you know? And the camera is placed like on the sidewalk ground and half of the character is out of frame. I'm just thinking like, this is not, you don't learn to shoot like this. When people are talking, you go over the shoulder, you give a perspective. This Jackass is like, we're going to focus on the blades of grass over here, like some fucking M. Night Shyamalan stuff.
Yeah.
I just couldn't do it. Like, no,
it would have been an interesting pre and post zombie apocalypse thing, but the characters kind of sucked. And the Resident Evil stuff they injected in it was so bizarre. It was like, okay, well, there's liquors. They did the liquors right, I guess. But yeah, there's a fat guy who goes on a shooting spree, and everyone kept calling him John Thick.
God.
By the way, do you know how fucked up Philly is? You saw the first Creed movie, right?
Yeah, I like Creed movie.
The girl keeps saying how people in Philly keep calling things a John. There's that whole scene. That is a thing. People will refer to things as a John. I don't do it, but that's
weird. So, that's like saying Coke for all forms of soda or pop.
Yeah,
what
are
we doing
that John?
here?
Yo, that John over there. Now, a few years ago, there was a guy who was holed up in his house and he was shooting at the police. And it was one guy No one got hurt. No one ever ended up getting shot, but he was fending off like a bunch of cops. So everyone in Philly started calling him John Wick.
Oh, okay.
I just wanted to bring that up. The John Thick reminded me of the John Wick. I'm like, this is like a scary thing that's happening. Everyone's like, John Wick is fending off the cops. If you're in Philly, do you guys remember John Wick? I don't know how that story ended. Anyway, Resident Evil Netflix, don't watch it. August. We're in August now, Adam. We're almost there.
Okay.
Now, you watched Dragon Ball Super Hero.
Hell yeah, I did.
And I don't think you're looking at the stream, but I have definitely a real image from the movie up on the stream right now. It's definitely not fan art I looked up. Now, I haven't watched Dragon Ball Z since the Cell saga, so I don't know what's going on. What is Dragon Ball Super about?
Well, I don't really know. I watched, like, my experience with Dragon Ball Z is I watched it when it was on Toonami, if you remember Toonami.
Yes.
Kids. And they didn't play it in order, which was so miserable.
Oh.
So I've only seen maybe like a handful of Dragon Ball Z episodes, and they were always the freaking episodes where they were powering up for an epic fight. So it's like 24 minutes of, you're not going to be able to handle what I'm going to throw at you. Try this on for size. And it's just them powering up. I'm like, oh man, I can't wait for the next episode. And then the next episode's completely unrelated. Yeah. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to watch some Dragon Ball Z Super with my son. So I watched probably the first 20 or so episodes. It was fun. I like this character named Beerus a lot. He's like this cool god cat thing, just a total badass. And then I saw there was like 140 episodes, and that was enough. I'm like, I'm out.
So what's Superhero?
Okay, so Dragon Ball Z Superhero, really well done on the title, by the way.
Yeah, great title.
Takes place, I believe, after the entirety of Dragon Ball Z Super.
Okay. Do they tell you what happened in the show?
Not. I think there kind of is a little bit of a this is what happened in between, but I mean, I'm very happy I saw this with the knowledge I had from the first few, the first 10 or 15 episodes of Dragon Ball Z Super, because I did at least know all the characters, what their capabilities are, and I will say this movie was pretty awesome.
Okay.
The characters were all really likable. The action was damn cool. I think this is the first time, and keep in mind, I don't know shit about this stuff, that they used this like hyper 3D / 2D mix.
Okay.
It was very cool. I liked it a lot. I thought visually it was impressive, and the fighting was badass. And this is someone who watched the show. Now, I did hear that Dragon Ball Z Brawly is even better. Haven't seen it, no idea. But after watching Superhero, I'm ready to watch that one.
Okay.
There you have it.
And I believe that is not the last cartoon on the list. Okay.
Wow. Sorry.
Next up, I just realized everything in August is stuff I haven't seen. Next up is Beast. What did you think of Idris Elba's Beast? Was it good? I saw the trailer.
Not everything that comes out is like amazing or bad.
Yeah.
Beast is one of those movies. It's just a very mid film, as the kids say. Yeah. Okay.
Now we have back-to-back vampire films. Invitation. How was it?
Terrible. That was awful. Awful film. Horrible.
What is the invitation? Is he just a vampire inviting people to eat them, or what's going on?
It's kind of like a mystery. She's invited to this extravagant event. It's I can't remember exactly. She's related to these people somehow.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, what's the mystery? We already know they're vampires, and it takes an eternity for anything to happen. What's up? Okay, hang on. Sorry, someone's at the door. Just 1 second. Oh. And things are running hot and loose over at this house right now at 10:30 at night, I guess.
Okay.
Where is it? Here you go. 1 second. We're almost done. Okay.
Yeah.
She doesn't know these people, so she goes to spend this like weekend retreat at this mansion of a millionaire who's eccentric. And the film takes the entire length of an hour and 25 minutes to get to the point. Like it's like me trying to explain the movie times 10. Okay, that's how bad it is.
Okay.
I think it's PG-13 and it's a vampire movie. So it's a very what are those young adult novels called? YAs, young adults. That's what this is.
Oh, okay.
I should have started there. It's 50 Shades of Grey, Vampire Edition, Twilight.
So was your vampire fix? What was your vampire? Whatever I'm trying to say. Was it satisfied with Day
My
Shift?
appetite? No, my appetite was not satisfied. It was fucking horrible.
What
movie.
about with Day Shift?
Oh, Day Shift. No, that movie wasn't great either. Did you see Day Shift?
I didn't, but the one fact I know about this, Bobby Lee from Mad TV, a guy who used to be funny, who now just cries like all comedians do. He admitted on his show that like his girlfriend convinced him not to do the movie.
Wow.
Because the character he was playing was like offensive, I guess, to her. She thought it was offensive, so she convinced him not to do this huge Netflix movie.
That's amazing.
And he decided not to do it for her. And this year, after I guess she realized she milked enough money from him, she broke up with him. So that's all I know about Day Shift. I hear it's pretty bad.
It's bad, but it does have some cool action scenes. So if you want to just watch, Tony, you and I don't know. Actually, I don't know if you did, but I watched a lot of Jean-Claude Van Damme movies growing up.
I watched Jean-Claude Van Damme movies, not a lot though. I wasn't super into Jean-Claude.
Because the movies are all pretty awful. But I still enjoyed them because there would be like 2 or 3 kick-ass fight scenes and they were all relatively short.
Yeah.
Day Shift, I guess you could look at it like that. Okay. Very, very stupid script, pretty miserable characters, but every once in a while you get a pretty badass fight scene, and that's going to be enough for some people. At this point in my life, I'm good without seeing that crap.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then next I have a picture of She-Hulk twerking, and you said you did finish the show?
I did watch all of She-Hulk, which is ironic because I just said a second ago I don't have time for that crap, and I just watched an entire season of crap. She-Hulk, it's fine. It's like a really kind of dumb It's Their cartoon show that lasts 25 minutes if even, and it's done. I really like the lead actress, Tatiana Maslany, I think is how you say it. Okay. She was great in Orphan Black, if you ever watched that show.
I hear that's good.
It was good. And so she's fine in this. The show is not meant to be taken seriously at all.
No, she was always like a fourth wall breaking character anyway.
Yeah, so I just treat it as its own property, separate from all the other MCU stuff. But at this point, the MCU kind of just sucks in general. So
how was Daredevil in his yellow outfit?
Yeah, who cares? I don't know.
Okay, next. I'm actually sad I didn't see this, and I know it flopped, and I feel bad. George Miller's 3,000 Years of Longing. I really love George Miller. Huge Mad Max fan. Fan of a lot of his work. How was 3,000 Years of Longing?
Tony, I feel like you set me up to fail in this thing. Like, we're going over all the like horrible movies I saw this year. And
is this movie not good?
No, actually, 3,000 Years of Longing is fine.
Okay, because I like George Miller.
Yeah, and I like Idris Elba a lot. He was in a couple just mediocre movies this year, and that's how this was. I expected it to be actually pretty awesome from George Miller, but no, it was kind of missed the mark a lot. It's all told through 3 different flashback stories, which I'm also not the biggest fan of, doing the whole, once upon a time, and then you go back to the main characters, then back again.
Well, I mean, it's a genie story. That kind of makes sense.
Yeah, it does, but it's not a genie story for like kids. It's for adults. So it just kind of had a mixed style to it.
A genie movie for adults like Wishmaster?
What was Wishmaster again?
That was 1997.
That's the horror. Is that a horror movie?
Oh yeah, the horror. That was the first episode to talk about tapes. Yeah, Wishmaster.
Okay, I was thinking of Pagemaster, which I think is the Macaulay Culkin
Pagemaster
animated.
Is very different.
Oof, that was rough.
You didn't like Pagemaster?
I just realized I probably offended a lot of your fans. Probably not for that. That movie does suck. I will stand by it. But I said I watched Jean-Claude Van Damme movies and they're garbage. Yeah. There is some awesome Jean-Claude Van Damme movies. It's just, I imagine that new generations would watch them and think these are terrible. I'm a big fan of like Time Cop.
Oh, unlike in the 90s where everyone was like, well, Time Cop is a masterpiece. Okay.
Yeah. Well, whatever. Hard Target, like those schlocky movies I eat up. I like
so
them.
3,000 Years of Longing, you approve?
I approve 300 Years of Longing. It's a fine watch.
Okay, next, Bullet Train.
Yeah. Bullet Train was fun. It's fucking long, man. Again,
Really?
I'm like an old man yelling at his kids in the yard, like, "Get out of here!" Because Bullet Train is like 2 hours and I feel like 20 minutes. It's fucking long.
I meant to,
but it's good. It's like a fun, like over the top. I think it's the director of Deadpool.
Okay.
Did he do Deadpool 1 and 2?
I think so.
Did he do both of them? Yeah. Okay. So he did. Actually, it might have been just Deadpool 2.
I think it was Deadpool 2, yeah.
Yeah, Domino's in there from Deadpool 2. She's so good. I wish she had more Zazie Beetz. I wish she had more screen time in movies because she's just delightful. It looked like a lot of fun.
It looked like something I would really enjoy. I just haven't gotten around to it. I saw it's on Netflix now, so I definitely want to watch it.
Yeah, Brad Pitt, it's nice to see him, I guess, just in movies again.
Yeah.
He's playing kind of an aloof hitman who's trying to change his ways. And obviously that's not going to happen when he's put on a train full of assassins.
Yeah.
Things get zany. The two standouts are these British guys that are arguing about Thomas the Tank Engine, Lemon, and Tangerine. They're great. They steal the film.
Yeah.
A lot of good characters in this. Your girl King is in this. Joey King.
Co-star
Joey King is in this. She's delightful. Has a good look to her.
I'm gonna check it out.
Yeah,
I'm gonna check it out because, like I said, I really am longing for action films not tied to franchises.
Yeah.
Next up, Pearl, an extraordinary origin story. Did you see Pearl or X?
I saw both. They kind of like his trilogy. I can't remember the director's name, but he has a trilogy of these. Ty West. Yeah,
the third one is on the way.
It's crazy. They're all coming out the same year, or like right around the same year.
Well, X and Pearl came out the same year. I talked about X in the 2020 horror stream. Really loved X, and I didn't know what to think of Pearl because I know he filmed it around the same time because of pandemic and whatnot. He just kind of came up with it, and they started shooting it.
Yeah. It's funny. I loved X. It's also on my top 10 of the year. Yeah. I dug everything about that vibe. I did not like Pearl at all.
You didn't like Pearl? I really liked Pearl. And I didn't expect, because I'm like, do we really need an origin story about this horny lady? Like, what's going on? But like, for whatever reason, I got super invested in it. I'm like, I kind of like this. I really like this.
Okay, what did you like? Just the kind of going into her psyche and her breakdown?
Yeah, I kind of liked her. I kind of like knowing where it's one of those things where like sometimes prequels are lame because you know what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
But this was kind of fun because we know what happens to her. And I'm like, I kind of want to see how she got there. It was like one of the few times I asked myself that.
Yeah, I guess that's just my problem with it is I didn't care about her character in X. Yeah. She was just the crazy old lady. And in Pearl, it's like the whole time is spent on her just being a crazy young woman.
Well, that was the thing. Like, I was really enjoying. I was waiting to see when the snap, like the switch would happen. Yeah. So I think I was having fun with that.
And it takes the whole movie.
Yeah.
That's the problem. It's just like this. It's like waiting for the DJ to drop the bass. Yeah. And it just keeps hanging and hanging.
But I like the build up because I like Ty West's movie House of the Devil, which is a movie where like not a lot happens for a really long time and you're just waiting for something to happen. But I like for some reason he's able to keep me interested while I'm waiting.
Yeah. Yeah, like the thing is, I looked at it and I don't even think I shit on it that much in my review. That was clearly a movie that was not for me. And when I review some of these movies, it's more of just a heads up. Like, hey, if you like slow moving films that are more just on the character psyche and less on the spectacle, Pearl's going to be up your alley. It looked good. Obviously it's a timepiece. It was shot great. It sounded awesome. Good score. And the acting was phenomenal. It's just the story was not something I cared about at all.
Yeah, she is. Mia Goth is really good. Yeah. I'm gonna watch more of her movies. I know she's popping out babies for Shia LaBeouf now, but she's a good actress. I really like.
Is she really?
Yeah, she's with Shia LaBeouf. I really liked her in the Suspiria remake, and she's gonna be in another movie coming out that looks really really good. But no, I really enjoyed Pearl. It feels so different than X.
It does.
I was waiting the whole movie to figure out how they were going to work porn into it. And when it finally happened, I'm like, that's going to be the connective tissue between all three is that at some point porn is integral to the plot.
Yeah, that was a very yeah, okay. And
Yeah.
she dry humps a did she dry humps a scarecrow?
The scarecrow. Yeah, that was great. That was great. I loved it. Now next, the Woman King, inspired by true events. Adam,
Yeah.
did you like the Woman King?
Yeah, it was actually pretty damn good.
Oh,
Not on my top 10, but it was good.
oh, you liked it, did you?
Yeah, I took my buddy Bless saw it too. He didn't want to see it because he listened to a bunch of guys like you that were like, "This movie's bullshit. It's painting the race trade in a positive light into its history," and they didn't actually see the movie because the entire movie addresses that point. So,
I couldn't believe they made it. Wait, so what are they saying in the movie?
So the whole point of the movie is this African tribe, this whole like little region, is profiting off slave trading.
Yeah.
That's the fucking plot. In this tribe of like vicious
Are they trying to
like
end the slave trade, or
so they're part of the slave trade. They're doing it. Like
okay.
They're selling, young black women to different African tribes. Like it's not like a pretty thing.
Yeah.
And eventually the main character, Viola Davis, is like, yeah, we should maybe not do this shit anymore. This is the part that I guess is fantasy, that didn't happen.
Because they did not want to end the slave trade.
Correct. So that's the part that's like bullshit or whatever. But there's no point where the movie's like, this is a true story. But the marketing, of course, is like, yeah, well, that was the really funny thing.
By the way,
blah, blah, blah.
By the way,
yeah,
there's been plenty of movies about white history where they embellish things.
Yeah.
So I'm not like mad about it, but I'm just like, wow, you think they would like look into it a little bit more? And it's just like this. I don't know. I would have picked a different story. I don't know.
Yeah. It was
in this day and age. But I'm like, you know what? There's plenty of movies about awful white people that are painted to look good.
Right. Let's put it this way. Let's put it this way. I didn't watch The Woman King for a history lesson the same way I didn't watch The Patriot and love that movie, or The Last Samurai and love that movie.
Yeah.
Like, I just wanted to be entertained, and The Woman King actually was pretty damn good.
I heard it's like a decent action flick. Like it's got some good stuff in it. Yeah,
it is. Viola Davis is fantastic in it, and the other actress that we brought up from that terrible Kenobi show, who was awful in it, she was fantastic in this movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little almost. It was weird for Sony because it almost felt more 90s Disney to me. I don't know if it's R or PG-13. It felt like it was maybe kind of skirting the line between the two. It didn't go as hard as it absolutely could have. But it was good.
I'm thinking of a problematic history thing. I think Disney released that movie 7 Years in Tibet with Brad Pitt in the 90s. And I think the real life guy Brad Pitt played was a Nazi. And if I remember right, the movie ignores that. I could be getting it confused with a different movie. There's some movie out there that like is about this like really nice guy, and the movie is like, oh, by the way, he was a Nazi.
Nice.
Next up, a movie I did not see, but people wanted me to, Smile, which looked like It Follows, just people smile. How was Smile?
Yeah. I like Smile. I enjoyed it quite a bit. I was smiling during it. The thing is, they made this movie already, just like with the Batman. Yeah. They already made that movie. It was called Seven, and they just changed the characters and whatnot. Yeah. Smile was already made a few years earlier. It was called It Follows. It's a freaking awesome movie. Yep. Smile is the exact same film.
Only but now instead it's Smiles.
Instead of STDs following you, it's Smiles following you. And,
did you see the marketing they did? They sent people to like baseball games.
Yeah, I did. There's that creepy girl. Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, that was good. That was good.
But the playbook works, and it's not like it's been done a million times. You know, how many slashers do we have? Where there's a guy with a machete or whatever.
Yeah, I really want to see it.
I think you dig it.
I probably would.
It freaking gets you a little stressed out because you're in the shoes of this woman, and at any point, and they do the fucking jump scares really well in this.
It Follows scared the shit out of me.
Yeah, it's because it's not like your cheap, like Monster in the Closet sort of stuff. It's kind of a psychological thing, like, oh my god, when is this gonna come out at me? And I liked it a lot.
So next up, one of the Pinocchio movies. Now, I'm offended by this movie. Tom Hanks is not Italian. This is Pasta Face in full force. He should not be playing an Italian character based off of Italian literature. But besides that, I don't want to watch Disney remakes, and this looked bad, and I heard it was bad.
It was terrible.
All right, moving on.
Yeah. Zach. Wait, that was the what's the director's name? It's freaking Back to the Future. Zemeckis.
Oh God, he did that?
Robert Zemeckis directed that movie.
Oh God.
I don't know if times are tough at the Zemeckis household, if the Back to the Future residuals aren't coming in anymore, but that did not look.
They refused to reboot it.
That didn't look or feel like a Robert Zemeckis movie. It was atrociously bad, and we have to rant for a second.
Yep.
Disney Plus is such an embarrassment to like the Disney name.
Yeah.
How they've just completely destroyed their own credibility by remaking all their iconic animated classics and doing a far worse job almost every time. The fact that the Lion King remake is like the top 5th highest grossing movie of all time is just depressing.
Lion King is one of my favorite Disney movies. I still haven't seen the new one because I just bad. Jungle Book was like okay.
Yeah, that was fine because it was nothing like the animated one. It was its own thing.
But then I saw what you call it, Beauty and the Beast. I'm like, this is the same movie. And then I saw
Aladdin, but way worse.
And then I saw Aladdin, and I was like, fuck, no, this is awful. And then I haven't seen one since. And I don't intend to.
At best, these shitty remakes can be competent.
Yeah.
So that's the bar. Like, oh, it's kind of okay, but not near as good as the animated one. What's the point? Yeah. What's the point? Besides making money, obviously.
But next, a Netflix show, Guillermo del Toro's Cabinet of Curiosities.
I didn't see that. Is it good?
I really enjoyed it. As with all anthology horror, minus Creepshow, some of the segments are hit or miss. But overall, I really enjoyed it. I had a lot of fun watching it in October. It was nice for spooky season. He's got some really good directors coming in and directing it. Okay,
so he just produced it, right? He didn't direct it.
He's like the guy who opens up the show each segment.
The producing thing always scares me when they make that like the focal point because it's like a misdirection and sometimes it's really bad. Like he produced a movie years ago called Tooth Fairy. It was so bad.
Mama, I think.
Mama was awful, but no, this was one about teeth. Maybe it's called Teeth. I don't know. It was something like these little fairy creatures were like pulling teeth out, and it's just a miserable film. But it was like Guillermo del Toro presents.
Yeah, it's risky with that one.
Yeah.
Now this one, everyone's upset that I haven't seen it, but I've seen the previous film, Terrifier 2.
Yeah, Terrifier 2 is. Have you seen Terrifier?
I saw All Hallows Eve, which is the original film.
That's the original,
comes from. Yeah. And I saw Terrifier, and I love telling the story. The girl who's naked, who gets hung upside down and cut in half,
and split in half.
Me and her were bridesmaids in the same wedding, because she's from a trauma movie called Return to Nukem High, and the other star in that movie got married and made us both bridesmaids. So when I was watching, I'm like, oh, there's Katie, and I'm like, and there's Katie naked, and there's Katie getting split in half.
That's amazing.
I haven't gotten to Terrifier 2, but I want to see it because they shot it locally around here.
Yeah.
And I think they shot it at Fright Factory, which is a haunted house. And I've shot multiple things at Fright Factory. And I've seen a couple clips from the movie, and I'm like, I filmed in that same room at that haunted house.
That's so funny.
So yes, I will see Terrifier 2. I think everyone in this chat right now, Adam.
Yeah.
Well, one, they should post some super chats. But two, they should all tweet Damien Leone asking him to come on Hack the Movies, don't you think?
Oh, that would be cool. Yeah, he'd be a way better guest than me.
Yes, I think he would have a lot to say about Terrifier 2. Or the guy who plays Art the Clown. Maybe tweet him and let him know that they should come on the show.
Well, what is he going to say?
He probably has a lot to say. I don't know.
No, that was the joke because Art doesn't talk. Sorry, it's getting late.
We're almost done. We're almost done.
Sorry, Tony.
He's also the killer in that Grinch horror movie that's out now.
I liked Terrifier 2. I thought it was more over the top than the first. For some reason, it goes into this completely bizarre, not supernatural, that's the wrong word, but almost medieval, demonic. It's like a weird combination of things. You have the cool synth music. Plus, you have like an Excalibur sword in the mix, and I'm saying it goes like medieval horror for a while, and I really freaking dug that.
Yeah.
The acting's just as terrible as the first. The mother in it is so comically bad; it's almost she has to be doing it on purpose. The acting, But that's what gives these movies their charm, is they definitely stand out from the pack because of the unbridled gore, the silly dialogue, and just the unrelenting shenanigans from art.
Yeah.
Plus, there's a female art, which I also
saw pictures. I saw pictures of that, and I saw that, and I went, Terrifier's woke now. Just kidding. Please tweet to Damien Leone that he should be on the show. Now, I also have a couple friends that are in Terrifier too. Now, next,
hopefully one of them's not the mom.
Yeah.
I apologize. Sorry.
No. Next,
you're great.
I didn't watch it. Werewolf by Night. I'm only mentioning it because Man Thing's in it, and me and Mint Salad reviewed the original Man Thing movie from 2004. Was Werewolf by Night any good?
It was okay.
Okay, moving on. Okay, one that we really have to talk about. This will probably be the last big one we talk about.
Sure.
Black Adam. Black Adam, a movie that took The Rock many years to make. Had a lot of time to think about it, didn't he, Adam?
He did have a lot of time to come up with that tagline. What's the tagline for that?
Hold on, is it on the thing?
The power of balance.
Oh well, no, that was his tweets that he was making. That the
hierarchy that's what I mean. The hierarchy of power
is about to change.
It's about to change. It sure is. Dwayne the Rock
For
Johnson.
some reason, he wanted his movie to take place in the Snyderverse. I wouldn't have done that because he had big plans to go up against Henry Cavill, and the movie is trash.
It's really bad.
The movie is absolutely awful, and I like Black Adam as a character. I read a lot of his comics. I read the World War III comics, New 52 or 52. He is nowhere near as brutal as the character should be. He's not a bad, Black Adam is a bad guy. Even when he's an anti-hero, he's or at least when I was reading him, I don't know what's changed. He's a pretty brutal anti-hero.
Does Dwayne Johnson have in his contract or some bullshit that he won't play straight bad guys?
Probably.
I mean, he probably has to always win a fight and be I feel like the ego has maybe gotten a little too far away at this point.
It is.
Yeah.
But he looked like Black Adam 15 years ago. He doesn't look like him now. Black Adam's not bald. Now he's bald. Now he's way too beefy. They just kind of rush through everything now, don't they? Yeah, I mean, and here's the thing, I wouldn't have minded a Justice Society film. But they did the same thing the Harley Quinn movie did, where they're like, all right, no one's going to see a Birds of Prey movie. We got to shove it in the Harley Quinn movie.
Throw it in. Just ram it in.
No one's going to see Justice Society. We got to shove it in the Black Adam movie. I'm like, why?
It's just so weird. Okay, here's a whole X-Men mansion's worth of characters, including Hawkman. I don't know anything about who the fuck is this guy.
I like Hawkman. They don't go into which version of Hawkman it is. Is it the alien
They don't
version?
go into anything. He's rich, and I think he has superpowers. I don't know.
Is he the alien Hawkman, or is he possessed by the spirit Hawkman?
He fights Black Adam 35 times in this movie. He just hates him for really weird reasons. He's like, we're fighting again, even though I know 100% you can kill me at any point.
Yeah.
So it really is. It's the equivalent of an 8-year-old just smashing toys together. And that will work for some people that just want to go out and be entertained, watch action. Okay, fine.
I think they needed to tone down the Hawkman helmet. It was a little sometimes I like over the top, but it was just not working for this movie.
Yeah.
I don't know who Cyclone is. I'm a DC Comics guy, and I couldn't tell you who Cyclone is. Adam Smasher looked cool, I guess. I did like that the original Adam Smasher was Henry Winkler, because then I kept imagining him as Adam Smasher.
Random. Do you think this is like the James Earl Jones thing again from earlier? Do you think Henry Winkler got paid for this movie, or do you think they just called him up on the phone and hey, Grandpa, could you just say this line really quick? It was so poorly done. It was like a cameo. He has a cameo account. They're call up Henry Winkler. We'll throw him $50 and we'll get this over with.
I was excited to see Pierce Brosnan as Dr. Fate, but he also kind of sucked. Easily the best part of the movie, though. He just
wasn't in it very much.
No, it's a miserable experience. I never cared about Black Adam's character.
What about Skateboard Kid? You didn't like Skateboard Kid?
So ISIS which is not her name in the movie. She never gets her powers, so I guess that's how they got around that. But even when she gets her powers, I don't think they're going to call her Isis. I forget her real human name. Her son eventually becomes Osiris. I think in the comics it was her brother. And his character... His character was...
Isis is the name of the character?
Yeah.
It's so good.
Look, before 2011, it was very different.
The son's name is like QAnon, and there's all these other...
No. So that actor is so terrible. That was a terrible actor. I almost thought his voice was dubbed. Like, is this a case where, like, the actor didn't speak English? I don't think they do that in movies anymore.
He felt like one of those kids that came out of the early 90s cereal commercials.
Yeah.
Where it's like, oh, cool, Mom, we got Apple Jacks. And then he gets on a skateboard and goes around.
He would have a hoverboard, which I hate calling them hoverboards. But anyway, he is so terrible that I just remembered the comic where an alligator man turned on him and ripped his guts out. And I sent that to you because that's what I wanted to happen to him. Because I hated him so much in this movie.
When you sent that, I didn't understand the context of it. I'm just like, okay, Tony, whatever.
No, that's the character in the comic. He got viciously murdered.
Gotcha.
I didn't think I was going to hate this movie that much. I really don't like the DC movies that take place in Snyder's universe. I like a couple: Wonder Woman, Shazam, Aquaman. I didn't mind Harley Quinn to a point.
Yep.
But like the Suicide Squad, the further they get away from Zack Snyder, I usually like them more. But this was straight trash. And again, like Shang-Chi, it's all green screened bullshit. None of it looks real. It looks like a video game from like a while ago.
And they put like this gross dirt filter over everything, like an orange hue, yellowish piss hue. Hey, I think my Twitter's broke and has been broke for like 2 years.
Yeah.
Do you get Zack Snyder trending like every other day and like release the Snyder cut and
now
fire James Gunn?
Well,
you get all that shit too?
My whole thing is I just like to retweet and make fun of them. So Twitter thinks I'm enjoying this content, so they feed me more of it.
But I don't ever interact with it at all outside of like roll my eyes into the back of my skull and think these have got to be bots, right? Like who is really this invested?
I think they discovered a lot of them are bots because then no one goes, they all want this movie and then none of them see the movie.
Okay.
No one saw Black Adam. It flopped.
But who are these bots for? Like, is Zack Snyder like making this shit? He's like,
I don't know.
Snyder's like, all right, I got different server farms going up over here. I sent them the Bitcoin. We got more trending coming my way.
I have no idea, but Black Adam, it was like making me annoyed watching it. I'm like, this is not good. This isn't even like fun to make fun of.
No,
like Black Adam's been away for like 5,000 years, and then he's able to pick up on like human dialogue really quick, and like quip, and like they try to do the Thor fish out of water, but they don't do it right.
Well, they don't do it because Dwayne Johnson, without his charisma, is just nothing. Yeah. So he's just like standing in every scene. You know who he's like? Is Vin Diesel in this. Yeah. He's just miserable, standing there like, you tell me who to kill and I'll kill them, and they can't beat me. I'm super awesome. Like, this isn't interesting.
And the action sucked. It was all cartoony garbage.
Yeah, it was
There's
pretty
not
bad.
one good fight scene. And I really like Shazam. I was excited to see Shazam fight Black Adam in the future. Doesn't look like that's going to happen now, and now I'm kind of glad.
Did you see that he got out of he was supposed to do a cameo? They asked him, and he's like, nope.
Yeah.
He's done. He's pissed.
Yeah. Someone's saying in the chat, of the two movies about DC heroes featuring The Rock, the one about talking dogs was better. This was a miserable experience. He
always wanted his like movie franchise, you know?
Yeah.
Arnold has it. Stallone has like 3 of them. Bruce Willis had it. The Rock doesn't have a movie franchise. I don't know what happened to the
He's
Jumanji.
The Fast and the Furious and Jumanji.
Yeah, but that's not his.
He came in late to Fast and the Furious. Well, he has the spin-offs. They only did one so far.
Did one, and then I think both of those Jumanji movies made a lot of money. What the hell happened to the 4th one, which is really the 3rd one, but they pretend it's in the same universe as Robin Williams? Like, what happened to that?
Yeah.
So he's he's got to be just completely defeated at this
Yeah.
point with his billions of dollars and like, God, I lost it again.
What a loser that Dwayne
What a
Johnson
loser.
is.
They should have made The Rundown a trilogy because that's like just
I reviewed that.
money.
I reviewed that earlier this year. Well, Rundown flopped when it came out for some reason. But I reviewed that earlier this year. That it's like one of the most underrated action movies. The Rundown is great. They really should. Like, it has enough of a cult following. They probably should bring it back. But should.
Yeah, that was good, and it's short. It's like a simple action movie, in and out. Just make that a trilogy. Be done with it.
But yeah, that might be one of the worst of the DCEU. Like this, and the music that's playing throughout it remind me of the Suicide Squad, where they were just trying to rip off Guardians of the Galaxy. It was like, no, but Guardians like had a reason for the music. Like Suicide Squad, they just threw it in. And this, like, why does Paint It Black play when he's killing everyone in the beginning?
Yeah, and then there's that scene where he's underwater and it's like, oh, is he gonna die or get out? Well, of course he's gonna get out. There's no stakes or tension at all.
And then you find out his backstory way too late. It's like, well, I already don't care about this character and this isn't helping. So
that was weird.
Black
weird
Adam
CG deep fake rock on a skinny body. It looked really bizarre too.
So Black Adam is trash. Don't watch it. I'm glad the DCEU is dead. I didn't care about Henry Cavill's cameo. He's the worst Superman. Not his fault, but he is the worst Superman. Next.
I mean, yeah, because of the writing. I think he could have been a great Superman.
Oh, he could have been a great Superman.
Yeah, just the writing was atrocious for him.
Now, you apparently watched a movie with Will Ferrell and Ryan Reynolds called Spirited. Why?
That was not intentional. So I have what is this? The Regal Theater by me. I've never been to a Regal until I moved to South Carolina. It's literally the only theater within several hundred miles. Yeah. South Carolina.
We have a lot of Regals near us.
I moved to a state as a movie that loves doing movies with like no theaters at all. South Carolina is like the worst state to go to for movies. But I got the Regal pass, so I pay like $22 a month and I see unlimited movies. Okay. So I go every Thursday for sure. Anyway, that's kind of defeating the purpose because outside of the free movies that I pay for, the pass also gives you access to secret mystery movies.
Ooh.
So Spirited was the mystery movie. At this point, I'm pretty positive Regal has a deal with Apple Plus or whatever that stupid app is called.
Okay.
Because the last couple mystery movies have all been Apple exclusives.
Gotcha.
I went to this mystery movie with Bless. When it started up, we both looked at each other like, what in the hell is this trash? And Bless actually walked out. He turned to me 30 minutes in. He's like, I just can't. Can I go? I'm like, just please do. Please go. I'm only here because I'm going to review it at this point. I would be more upset if you stayed for this.
Yes.
And he was not the only person that walked out. There was several other people that left during the movie and never came back.
Well, looking at the poster, I don't blame him. Next up, The Menu with my girl Anya Taylor-Joy. This looked like it was like a Most Dangerous Game kind of film. How was The Menu?
I liked it a lot.
Okay.
I really liked The Menu. Definitely would recommend seeing it. I don't know if it's in theaters anymore. I'm pretty sure it didn't make much money because nothing does anymore unless it's a blockbuster. Rave Fiennes, is that how you say his name?
Ray Fiennes, yeah.
Ray or Rave?
I think it's Ray.
Ray? It's spelled like R-A-L.
I know it's
whatever. Figure out your
asshole.
name. Figure out your name spelling. That's not on me. That's not on me. Okay. Ray Fiennes, Voldemort.
Yeah.
Really good here is this kind of bitter chef who is dealing with all the new generation of people.
Yeah.
Anya Taylor-Joy's great. You got Beast in here from the newer crappy X-Men movies. John Leguizamo, Year of Leguizamo. He's back again, baby. He's doing it. It's just a great cast of characters.
Yeah.
It's kind of a murder mystery. You're on an island again, much like in Glass Onion, trying to figure out what's going to happen next.
Okay.
It doesn't quite stick the landing for me as far as like a big reveal, but it's a very competent hour 45 minute movie. And I absolutely recommend watching it. One of the better ones this year.
Cool. I will put that. I think someone said it's coming to HBO, so I'll see it.
Perfect.
I did not watch the Guardians of the Galaxy holiday special. Was it any good? Should I bother? Can I skip it?
If you like the Guardians of the Galaxy movies, it's good.
Okay, then I'll give it a shot. A Now Black Panther Wakanda Forever. I tried to guess the plot of this movie a while back.
Okay.
So let me think.
Did you see it?
No.
So you didn't see any movies featuring strong black leads all year. That's what you're telling me. And you did watch one about a guy who steals music from black people. Okay.
Ambulance had a black lead. Ambulance had a black lead.
That's a Jake Gyllenhaal film. We both know that.
No, that other guy's
That's a Jake Gyllenhaal vehicle.
Listen. Yeah. Black Panther. All right, I'm gonna guess the movie. Okay.
Please do. Let's hear it.
Opens up on a funeral for real Black Panther. And everyone's sad.
Of course, yes.
And then fish people, they're like, hey.
A fish called Wakanda. Huh? Sorry.
The fish people featuring Namor, who now pronounces his name with a Mexican accent, which has never been a thing in the comics. But now when you say Namor, a million people are going to correct you and say it's Namor. And it's like, well, it was literally never Namor until like a week ago. He attacks Wakanda because it turns out they have a problematic past that they were either unaware of or they ignored. And then he has to attack them. And even though he might be like right, the methods he's using are bad. And the only one who could stop him is Black Panther, but it's Lady Black Panther, which is his sister, who they thought was a good idea, casting her as Black Panther. And then it turns out she was an anti-vaxxer. So they had to make sure she apologized before the movie came out. And then they fight. But because he can't kill Namor, because he's like integral to Fantastic Four, they become friends and they team up.
And I think he's getting a spin-off movie too, or show or something. And Disney Plus garbage.
Yeah, and they team up and they become like one nation. Did I get it?
You got one of several plots, but yeah, that is the main thorough line throughout this dumpster fire of a film.
So Wakanda did like a bad thing in the past to the fish people, and
yeah, of course.
Did they steal? Like did they steal the vibranium from the fish people?
Actually, you know what? I don't know. I don't think Wakanda did do anything bad to the fish people in the past. No, someone did, but it's unrelated to Wakanda. Namor or Namore, that's Namore, or however you say it. He I don't think he knew of Wakanda even, because they've been living under the sea with Little Mermaid the entire time. Because he's a mutant he drank a Red Bull, which gives him wings on his feet. And never explained why he has dumbass wings on his feet when he lives underwater.
I just thought the Atlanteans had wings on their feet. I forgot. I'm not big on Atlanteans in the Marvel universe.
Did you like the first Black Panther movie?
I enjoyed it. They clearly dropped the ball on the visual effects in the third act, but I still thought the story was okay.
It's pretty solid. Yeah, pretty solid. This movie's a dumpster fire. Like, I hated this film.
I think people are afraid to say it's bad.
No, it's straight up bad.
That's what I thought.
It's not good at all. Like, it's so fucking long. It takes an eternity to go anywhere. There's they shoehorn in another character. I don't know her name. Ironhide or Iron Girl. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, because they're doing
Ironheart.
They're doing little kid Iron Man. Yeah.
Is Ironhide from something?
Ironhide is a Transformer.
Okay, that's who's the Heart Care Bear?
Isn't that
Ironheart too?
I can't tell you.
Lionheart. I think it's Lionheart. Anyway,
I can't tell you a single thing about the Care Bears.
I'm off the path. Anyway, there's very little action in this movie. It tries to pay respect to Chadwick Boseman, but every time it does that, it does something really like silly and cartoonish.
Yeah.
Like, for instance, the burial scene. For some reason, the casket rises up into the air with like a tractor beam, and then it just slowly lifts into the sky. It just looked terrible.
What?
The action is an embarrassment in this film. And the final act, they do this fight. They're like, we have to take the fight out to Namor and his people. So we're going to go on this giant all black Titanic. But the ship is seriously like a box. That's the design of the ship. It's a box. And they just slowly, I don't know why they have this.
Yeah.
I don't know why the Wakandians have a ship. I don't even think they're by an ocean in the first movie. Is this a border state? So they take this thing out there and they're like, we have 30 people at our disposal for some reason. And they're like running off the side of the ship with ropes. And I just, at that point, I'm thinking, how is anyone liking this dumbass movie? Black Adam, in comparison, is looking better by the second.
Oh, really? It's that?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
Jesus.
bad. Like, it's really long. It's really long and boring.
How
I don't
is
get
Lady
why-
Black Panther? Does anyone call her Lady Black Panther?
Shuri is in it. She's like she's sad the whole movie because her brother's dead. They don't show how he dies, by the way. He dies from cancer in the movie. Black Panther does.
Movie?
Yeah, they say like they don't show him ever. It's like he died from poison in his blood or something, and yeah, she couldn't save him, so that's that.
Okay.
She doesn't become Black Panther until the final, I don't know, few minutes of the film.
Are there any Panther outfits in the movie until that point?
No, but they
that's
design so Iron Girl, Ironheart, whatever. She's like, I'm a super genius and I'm now working with the Wakanda people and I have a day, so let me build all this extravagant shit, including making new armor for the tribe. I can't remember the name of the King's Guard.
Okay.
They have a cool name. But the main girl, she gets this blue cartoonish Power Rangers jetpack armor thing, and she's flying around with it. And I'm like, this is so bad. This is so fucking bad. This is where we're at with movies now. Burn it all down.
Yeah, I'm starting to understand the movement with people who they were like, we should just recast T'Challa. Like, it's sad, but let's just recast him because people just wanted to see more Black Panther stories, not Black Panther's sister. But
yeah, I mean, the script was just really poor. I don't care if it's a female Black Panther or a male Black Panther. Shuri was very likable in the first film. I actually really liked the character, but she didn't strike me as a fighter. She was like the brains of the operation.
nah.
So it never really even made sense to have her be Black Panther. You could have had one of the King's Guard take up the role, or even Lupita's character, who's not even in the movie for like an hour and a half.
Really?
Yeah, she's barely in this thing.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, and she looks phenomenal too. I wish she was in it more, because that was like when she showed up wearing one of her little outfits. I'm like, oh, okay, we have a movie now. Now we're getting somewhere at least. And it was over.
But yeah, that sounds terrible.
It was miserable. It's a miserable movie. Yeah.
Now, we are at the last month here. So get your super chats in now.
Get them in. We've been running hot for like what?
Sorry,
4 hours.
It's so fun talking about movies for you. I'm sorry I'm keeping you late. I hope it's
you're not. I warned you though, and I warned you. I'm like, how long do you want to go for? Because I feel like we could go all day with this. You're like, hour and a half. Like, okay, dude.
If you guys are enjoying this, I do want to do like monthly recaps at some point with guests. They will not go this long. We're covering an entire year, so this one's going long. I'm sorry. But in the future, it will not go this long. I only want to mention this movie because you saw it, Strange World.
Yeah. It was all right. It was okay. It was fine. It was fine.
I'm bringing it up because everyone complained it wasn't advertised enough, and for some reason, the almighty algorithm could not stop advertising it toward me. So I was confused when people said they didn't see any advertisements.
Because you always joke woke on Twitter, so it's like woke world, Tony, we got him.
But no, it looked fine, but it's not my thing. You said it was very middling.
Yeah, I mean, I took my son because he'll go to anything. He'll watch any movie. He loves watching films and being lazy, and that's fine. That's exactly how I was, especially at 10. But we both were like, this is pretty good.
Okay,
that was about it. It's not great. It's pretty solid. I don't think it's horrible. There's obviously going to be, the stricter households that for some reason 2022 just don't want to see anything to do with gay stuff in their kids' movies.
Oh, okay, it's woke. Fine. Turn it off. Nah, get it out of here. Get it out.
You do you. Yeah, you do you. Whatever. So I'm
gonna be the parent that's like, hey, it wasn't gay enough.
Exactly. So the son's gay in it, and I think there's like 2 conversations where he's like, oh, do you like that boy over there? And even my son, who's 10, actually picked up on it, and he turned to me and he's like, wait, so is he gay? Does he like boys? I'm like, yeah. And he's like, okay. And that was it. That was the whole conversation. So
he didn't get up and start like saying slurs or anything. Well, kids are very different from when I was there.
He walked up and left. He's like, I am out of here. I am done. First Lightyear, now this. Yeah, the movie is about 3 generations of men and how they communicate with each other, the baggage, how they want their sons to be like them. Honestly, as a parent, it was relatable because as much as my son and I bond over movies and stuff, he is a very different kid than me.
Yeah.
He's not into sports like I am. He's not into, a lot of the things that I grew up doing, and I don't raise him the way I was raised. So it does have that like father stuff going on that I did appreciate.
Yeah.
And people say that's missing from Disney movies. It's there. People just didn't see it.
Yeah. Real quick, 1 second.
Yeah.
Hello. Oh, never mind. Space Cat was trying to get my attention. She doesn't like when I do live streams because she doesn't understand that I'm talking and there's no one I'm talking to.
The notorious KAT.
But she's waited. She's in like every 20 minutes. This is the first time she's come in, so she must have been asleep or doing something terrible.
My voice just repels Space Cat. Space Cat's like, I can't with this guy.
So next film, I watched Glass Onion this morning. Whoa! All right, we got that out of our system. I actually like the first Knives Out. He definitely does hammer in his political views a little bit, but
oh yeah, for sure.
But to his credit with these movies, like the story and mystery keeps me engaged. And I kind of I'm just like, all right, whatever, this is fine. Glass Onion is very different than Knives Out.
It is. It's zany, isn't it?
It gets a little wacky.
It's bonkers. Yeah.
Knives Out was a little grounded. This one, you got a giant, there's a literal giant glass onion.
There's like a robot thing walking in the background.
There's like a big tech dude there. But
he's clearly like Elon Musk in the film, or someone like that, a big billionaire mogul.
No, he's not.
Edward Norton.
Yeah. No, he doesn't remind me of Elon Musk because Elon Musk personally cost me $9,000.
Oh, sorry for your loss. Did he get you a Dogecoin or whatever?
No, he did a publicity stunt. Where he said Bitcoin is bad for the environment, as if the batteries for his cars are safe for the environment.
Yeah. Right.
And it tanked the crypto market and never recovered, and I lost a lot of money. So when people bitch about Elon Musk's mean tweets, I'm like, how much money did he cost you? And when they say nothing, I say, shut the hell up. But anyway. Ed Norton is a fictional character, so he didn't make me as mad as Elon Musk.
Yeah, that's right. And Edward Norton is just a great actor, so he has that going for him too.
Yes. I actually really enjoyed Glass Onion. I was a little worried when they worked in the COVID stuff, but I think it kind of worked in the movie's favor because I like that Benoit.
Yeah, that was funny.
I like that Benoit Blanc. He's hasn't done anything forever, so he's playing Among Us with Natasha Lyonne and Angela.
Oh yeah, that
Lansbury.
was fun. Yeah, there's 2 Academy Award winning actors just hanging out with him.
I love that he's just he's so bored.
He's so bored.
He just needs to get out of the house.
I also liked that. So the first half, I was like, what is wrong with this guy?
Yeah.
And it turned out he was playing up a part, which I had no idea. So I was like, okay. Because I thought they rewrote his character for this one. And I was a little annoyed, but it was all part of the story, which was cool.
No, I had a really, really fun time with it. I was intrigued by the mystery. It definitely gets crazy. I kind of want to go back and watch those movies Kenneth Branagh has been doing, the Death on the Nile and Death on the other one. Death on the Orient.
The Orient one's decent. That one's pretty good.
Yeah.
Death on the Nile was horrible.
Oh,
I didn't even finish it. It was really bad. And Gal Gadot.
Yeah.
Oh, what? Gal Gadot's good as Wonder Woman, but man, she's not a very good actress when it comes to certain material.
Yeah. No, but Glass Onion, I really, really enjoyed it. It's got a really great cast. I love Batista as the right wing asshole dude.
He was great. Yeah, kind of the Joe
reminds
Rogan,
me of some friends I have, but I really liked him.
Yeah, he's great.
Catherine Hahn was really good in it. She's had a good year too. With
Catherine Hahn's always good.
Yeah. But no. Glass Onion. I'm sorry. Am I supposed to hate this because Ryan Johnson did it? Am I supposed to hate
I think people are over it now. You know, Last Jedi sucked. That was a
Yeah.
long time ago, believe it or
Yeah.
not. And
Yeah.
he made Knives Out, which I think most people really enjoyed. And now here he is again with another murder mystery. So
Yeah.
I think it's time to heal.
Yeah, no,
from Rian
I
Johnson.
enjoyed Glass Onion
Yeah.
a lot. It was very fun. I'm excited to see more of these movies. To his credit, he like shoehorns the politics like early in both films, and then it just like plays off. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I didn't see this one as like a right or left leaning
Mm.
politics this time. It was more just kind of social commentary on
Yeah.
the the disruptors obviously I guess are more on the
Yeah.
the right side of the fringe, like the far right shit.
Except for
but,
the one who's like a Democrat politician and whatnot. I did like what's her face. First off, I like Jessica Henwick's in the movie. I usually like Jessica Henwick, even in bad movies like The Matrix.
why am I not putting a face to that name, Jessica Henwick?
Jessica
Who is she in
Henwick,
that?
she's the celebrity girl's assistant, the Asian girl.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah.
I really like who is the blonde girl in Glass Onion? Holy shit.
I don't know her. Oh yeah, the old school actress who plays the model.
Kate Hudson.
Yeah, I haven't seen her forever.
She is really great in the movie.
She is good in the movie.
So there's like a thing where you find out that she's like a problematic celebrity, but I love that like she goes through her emails and someone warns her about a sweatshop and she mistakes it. She doesn't understand what a sweatshop is and she's making sweatpants and she's like, please tell me you didn't think sweatshop meant a sweatpants factory. And she's like, I'm like, all right, that was really funny.
She's basically playing Bautista's character Drax in this, where everything she takes literally, and she is really good. All the characters are really. You can tell they're just having a really fun time with the movie.
And again, you think it's going one way, and then it twists, and there's multiple twists, and the one twist with Ed Norton at the end was my favorite. But yeah, I don't want to spoil too much because it is a good time.
Oh my god, yeah, that scene had me laughing my ass off. I know what you're talking about, right when he starts the dinner. Oh my god, yes, that was so good. I put that as like I think number 10 on my best of this year. Because there was, I don't think it's near as strong as like Nope or my top 5 or 6, but overall the year wasn't great for me, and I saw a lot of movies. But then I saw that movie, Tony, last night or 2 nights ago.
So what movie was it?
Glass Onions off the list.
All right, tell us what that movie is.
My top 10 is already irrelevant. I saw Babylon. I'm the only person that watched it. It was fucking awesome.
I'm hearing it's awesome. I'm seeing stuff for it. It looks interesting. This is a movie I did not see advertisements for until recently. What is it? What, should I see it?
Oh, you should see it. Yeah. Okay. I mean, it is 3 hours, and that's the only reason I didn't see it right away. Because God, I'm sick of these long movies.
Yeah. It's like the stream. It's just going on forever. But anyway, keep going.
It's going on forever.
I'm sorry.
I forgot his name. Chazelle, the director. He did.
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
So he always knocks it out of the park for me. He did La La Land. He did Whiplash. He did First Man. I love all 3 of those movies. They're all pretty different from each other. And here, the movie is about old-timey, the golden age of Hollywood. So it takes place in 1926, I believe it starts, and it kind of spans a decade, maybe. It follows multiple characters. Margot Robbie, who knocks it out of the park. She's the best actress of the year for me in this role. That's the mint salad question earlier.
Okay.
Margot Robbie's a beast in this film. She plays a up-and-coming Hollywood star who already knows she's a star, but no one else does. She crashes this extravagant party to begin with. And this is where the director sets the stage for this film. It is not a like, look how wonderful and magical Hollywood is. Aren't we all special and great? It's not a biopic. It's not like based on true events. It's incredible. It's like if The Wolf of Wall Street had a baby with Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. This is the result. Like, there's like depravity everywhere. There's like a little midget jerking off a giant penis. Like there's a giant elephant shitting on a guy, like women peeing on dudes. This is all in the first 10 minutes of the movie.
Oh, that sounds great.
It is awesome, Tony. I turned to my buddy like an hour in. I'm like, is this movie rated like NC-17? How are they getting away with this stuff? Because Blonde was rated NC-17 and that was tame as crap compared to this.
No.
So yeah, Margot Robbie, one of the main characters. You have what's his nuts? Freaking, we were just talking about him. Legend, Brad Pitt.
Okay.
He plays the big star of the movie. Talking pictures haven't happened yet, but they're on their way. So he's gonna start to struggle and maybe get phased out of the industry, because much like a lot of regular actors can't do voice acting, it's not a one transition from silent film to to speaking.
Well, that's a lot of what Sunset Boulevard's about, but yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, we basically just kind of follow these parallel storylines and how they kind of intersect and interweave with each other. There's another actor in it. He is Hispanic. I can't remember his name.
Diego Calva?
Yes, that would be the guy.
I'm looking at the cast list here.
He is the other, so he's like the third main guy. He is basically like a runner. He does like all the shitty stuff that directors need, or producers, or like, go get a camera from over here. Go do this. The movie is incredibly over the top. So they're basically going like, hey, all those like QAnon conspiracies, or people that are like, man, they probably just like blow crack off of a squirrel's ass and then like put it up a woman's hooch. That's the kind of stuff that's in this movie. Like, they're like, we're doing all this. They're fighting rattlesnakes. They're falling off rooftops in a pool because they're on crack. Like, it's crazy. And it's having fun, but it also has a lot of heart. Okay. It's got some good dramatic moments. You start to sympathize. And the thing it does really well is these people are all fucked up, right? They're normal people. They have not normal, but they have sad lives off camera. But when they go behind the camera, or when they're playing music, they're in a different world. They're like living another life. They're providing entertainment. It's magical. And I can't say enough good things about Babylon. I want to see it again. Us right now. We're providing a service.
Yes. No, that all sounds good. I'm looking at
it's awesome, Tony. Tony, you would really appreciate a moment. There is the movie's long because there's like a 30-minute section of the film where they finally start to get, they finally shoot their first movie with sound, like a sitcom or something. And there's 30 minutes of them just trying to do one take of Margot Robbie walking into a room, dropping a briefcase and saying like, so this is college, and shit keeps going wrong. And the director is like, shut the fuck up. And he's like yelling at people. Guys are passing out because they can't use fans because it makes noise.
Funny.
Oh my God, it's gold.
I want to watch it. I'm looking at the cast list, and Ryan Reese is in it as pregnant woman. And she was the cute redhead from Halloween 2018 who I thought was going to be in more movies, and then I never saw her again. So I will definitely be checking it out.
Oh, wow. Olivia Wilde's in it for 4 seconds. Like, she's like a top build. She's not in the movie. She's
she was too busy doing Don't Worry, Darling, which I talked about in the horror stream.
I'm pretty sure she was probably filming at the same time. They're like, hey, Olivia, you want to be in this scene?
And directing it. She directed it.
Yeah, that's right. Directing it. And Tobey Maguire, if stands of Toby, he's maybe in it for 15 minutes. He is great, but he's not in it very long.
So you watched the Del Toro Pinocchio. What did you think?
I couldn't finish it. I love Del Toro. I think he's amazing. The animation's wonderful. Once Pinocchio started talking and singing, I was done. I'm like, I can't do this again. Another shit. I don't think I like Pinocchio. I think that's the bottom line.
Wow. You don't like that Italian literature? That Italian character?
He annoys the shit out of me. I wanted him to fall into a wood chipper. Yeah.
I don't know what your background is, but I'm going to find out what you are and shit on your famous literature.
Tony, I was really hooked by the movie for 15 or so minutes. I was like, wow, this is actually really good. And then they started doing musical numbers and I had to stop. I'm like, I'm not doing this.
Okay, well, how about Violent Night? Was that good?
Yeah, I like Violent Night.
Yeah, everyone who did watch my Die Hard, which was not a lot of people.
No, not many people watched that.
Yeah, they were like, Violent Night. That was kind of like Die Hard, but with like a Santa. And I'm like, well, fuck. I literally just did Die Hard with Christmas characters. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? But yeah, I hear it's good. I hear it's a good time.
It was a fun time. It's, it's kind of like a John Wick Santa Claus going around killing bad guys. They even do a Home Alone thing in there, Tony.
Oh, they do.
There's a Home Alone section and it's it's way better than yours. It's amazing. It's way better than yours.
Get your super chats in now. Now, I did not see this next movie, but I made a video about how I didn't see this next movie. Avatar 2, The Way of Water. Now, I saw Avatar 1 with a friend, and I had to pay for his ticket, and he forgot to pay me back. And then I saw Avatar 1 again with my cousin, and I had to pay for a ticket, and she forgot to pay me back. So for the original Avatar, I spent like 40, 50 something bucks on a movie I didn't care for. So I have no intention of ever seeing Avatar Way of Water. How was it, Adam? Was it worth the wait?
I was, we were having a good time. I was laughing, and then you brought up Avatar 2, and it just put a
Was it not worth the wait? Is it not the biggest movie of all time? Is it not like changing cinema forever?
It's making a lot of money, so I guess it's, whatever.
Does it justify the dumb theme park they made?
I like the theme park. I like Avatar 1. I own it on Blu-ray. I've never been able to finish it because it's not a movie that should be finished. It's a movie that should be experienced once in the theaters. And you say, wow, the world is amazing, isn't it? James Cameron's a visionary genius. And then we just walk away. Instead, we have Avatar 2. It's really, really bad, in my opinion. I know people are enjoying it, but it seems like the people that are enjoying it only see like 2 movies a year. So I think that's maybe when we went to Babylon 2 nights ago, Avatar was packed. This is on like a Wednesday night. We walk out. I had to go to the bathroom because it was a 3-hour movie. And as I was walking out, Avatar was getting out. And I overheard a guy say to someone else, he was answering a question. And this is how deep I think the movie is. The guy turns and he goes, yeah, Jake was the guy from the first movie. He used to be a human, and now he's one of the blue creatures. And it's like, yep, that sums up the conversations you can have about this dumbass film.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, there's one of us in Babylon.
So, real quick question.
Yeah.
Why is Sigourney Weaver a little kid?
Because I think James Cameron likes Sigourney Weaver. They've been in a couple things together. Sigourney Weaver's awesome.
But
if you want to know the character, it's because Sigourney Weaver's character from the first movie, scientist lady.
Yeah. They tried to put her conscience into the Na'vi, but it didn't work.
It didn't work. It didn't take, but she had a miraculous child somehow. The thing is, Avatar 2 spends 4 seconds grazing over 12 years worth of information in the first, the first couple minutes of the movie. It's, hey, I'm Jake Sully. I have a whole family now. I have 4 kids. I also have been living with the Na'vi for so long that it sounds like they're speaking English. And then the rest of the movie, the Na'vi speak English.
I heard about that. Yeah.
Which is terrible. And it removes any of the like alienistic cool factor that these creatures had. Now it's just dumbass broken English where kids are saying bro constantly. I'm not even joking. They say bro in this a lot. And Natiri, I think, is Zoe Saldana's character. Yeah. She's like barely in the film. And when she talks, it's so weird because Zoe Saldana had that beautiful like accent she was using for the alien language in the first movie. And now she's like, hey, Jake, we should probably stay here.
It's like Halle Berry from X-Men 1 to 2. It's like, oh, you really just dropped that accent, didn't you?
I love that so well. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is. So James Cameron doesn't spend any time on the plot. The plot is so paper thin and stupid across the board.
By the way, the movie is a cartoon. Why do they have to put it 12 years later? Could you just said it was like 2 years later?
I don't know. I don't know anything. Because the passage of time had to allow the humans to come back again. Okay. Now they're ready. And for some reason, they don't just fucking bomb the woods, the floating forest place, and just be done with it.
Yeah.
Instead, they land and they start mining the unobtainium again or whatever. Oh, now Earth is dead. It's another one of these Earth is dead now. So we have to live here. So they're going to like dig up and make it a place where the Earthlings can go live. But that's all irrelevant. We don't ever talk about that in the movie. The whole movie is a revenge story revolving around Sergeant Douchebag from the first film.
How is he alive and how is he a blue man?
Because like everything else in this film, the story is done off camera and it's explained away really quickly. Apparently, in the first movie, at some point when we didn't see it, he downloaded his memories and all of his whatever to an avatar that they had on a remote plane. And so that avatar is now him, and his whole ragtag crew is alive and ready to go back and fight on Pandora.
Wait,
and
so he left Pandora?
No, he didn't. They just like put a little machine on, and then that other guy from the first movie, I can't remember his name. He's like, "Thanks, I have the zip disk. Let me plug it in over here," and beep, boop, beep, 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 it goes across. Which, like, I haven't seen the first Avatar in a while, but I'm pretty sure that it was important for Jake Sully to be the person they used because they only had like certain.
They built it for his twin brother who died.
For his twin brother, yeah. So I guess they also had like a whole other set of avatars on a different ship for these soldiers.
Oh my god.
So then what they decide to do is spend, I would assume, $1 kabillion to bring these guys back as avatars, and let them just kind of run loose on the island to go after Jake, because Jake's the leader of the Na'vi. And what Jake does is he says, okay, these guys are after me and my family. We got to fucking move. So he convinces Natari, whatever her name is, it doesn't matter, Zoe Saldana, in like 2 minutes to just up and leave their entire tribe of people and go live in the water world with Kevin Costner.
Okay. Oh, Kevin Costner's in the movie.
It's ridiculous. So the tribe's like, okay, we do this spiritual ceremony where we cross your chest, which means you're dead to us. They do this to Jake Sully. He's like, I'm dead to them. I can never go back. Okay, guys, let's go. Say goodbye. And they leave the whole tribe, not knowing if Sergeant Guy is going to come just wipe them out completely. Like, it's so bad. It's so stupid. And everybody's just like, it looked beautiful. You just didn't appreciate it. Would you have
liked it with 10 more minutes of gun violence?
No.
Because he cut out 10 minutes of gun violence.
The whole final act is him just versus the sergeant guy again.
Oh, like, cool.
You took 12 years to make the same. It's kind of like how Brad Bird said he wasn't going to make a sequel to Incredibles until he got a perfect script, but then he just made the same exact movie again.
Yes, I didn't like Incredibles 2 at all.
It's fine. It's fine, but like, really? You had to wait that long to just kind of tell the same story? As far as the technology goes, since it was 12 years and I am familiar with like Cameron and what he's doing, there was all this talk that he was developing this crazy new tech. And so I was expecting like some 4D amazing stuff going on in the theater. Like I was going to get like punched in the balls when the character did. I'd be like, wow, I really feel this.
That sounds like a 4DX theater, which I hate.
Exactly. Yeah. But no, it was just another 3D movie. It didn't have the wow factor because it's now 12 years later.
Yeah.
But the tech hasn't grown that much, at least, from my perspective. So yeah, it was just kind of, all right, well, this is not even 2 hours in and we still have another hour to go.
That sounds terrible.
It was terrible. It was miserable.
Yeah. Real quick, I finally
But again, a lot of people only see a few movies a year. So that it's fine for them and that's cool. Great.
Yeah. Well, that
for me, though, no.
That sounds terrible. But you know what's not terrible? Super chats. Let me pull some of them up here. I'm going to play an ad while I'm pulling them up. Okay, Adam, first off, thank you so much.
Cry myself to sleep while you do that. Okay.
Thank you so much for doing this.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Anytime. Thank you for having me on. Anytime, Tony.
The future ones will not go this long unless it's another year-end one. But yes, we have.
You'd be surprised at how long I can ramble about nothing for.
And one of my goals in the coming year is to meet you in person and do an episode with you in person.
I know, it'd be so awesome.
Yes. Okay. Joe P for $5 says, "Nice live stream, Tony and Adam." Well, thank you.
Why did you say it like that? You made it sound sarcastic.
I don't know, because I think it's because I know that this live stream was kind of a shit show setting up. The next one will be better. It'll be better. I know what to do now.
Nice live stream, dumbasses.
Girk Pectus, GRK Pectus for $2 says, "Ghostbusters Afterlife is the worst movie I saw in 2021. Hate it. Strong agree." I strongly agree with that. Like I probably saw worse movies in 2021.
Yeah,
but
there
that
was
the
worse
one,
movies.
That's the one I hated the most.
That's a big flex.
Yeah. AASC presents our good friend Mint Salad. Well, I learned about wrestling stuff recently. I think The Rock had a face turn and doesn't want to make another full heel turn for Black Adam because modern cancel culture is all heat, no pop. She's using a lot of wrestling terms in there.
No pop.
For someone who's only watched part of one wrestling pay-per-view. But good job, Mint Salad.
The Rock is not an ambi-turner. He can only turn one way.
Girk Pectus again for $5.
Sure.
I'm not one of those Bible humpers that cries about everything being woke unironically, but Rings of Power was easily the worst thing I saw in 2022.
I was waiting for the but. Yeah, Rings of Power was just awful.
Greg C for $5. When Bless left Spirited in theaters, would that be called Spirited Away?
That's actually what it is called, Spirited Away.
Oh, cool.
Which is a fantastic film too.
And then Mysterious Midnight for $10 said absolutely nothing. Okay. Just gave us $10.
He needed to, or she needed to, because
it's their prerogative.
Yeah.
Pectus again. This is actually an important one for $2. Are you fans of Maniac Cop 2? I love it. Saw it for Christmas. Are you? Have you watched the Maniac Cop movies?
I have not. I don't. How many are there?
There's 3. 3 is apparently really bad. But I watched the first 2 Maniac Cop movies. Adam, Maniac Cop 2.
Yeah. Cruise Control
is the best movie I've seen this year that didn't come out in 2022. I was aware of the Maniac Cop movies. I think I'd seen the first one. So I rewatched the first one and really liked it. They played part 2 on Joe Bob Briggs' show, and I was watching that episode. And I'm like, this is the most... It's like they made a sequel to a horror film, and then they forgot it was a horror film, and they made the most awesome action film I've ever seen.
Wow. Okay. Amazing.
It is full-on 80s action. It's ridiculous. I love every second of it. Maniac Cop 2 is awesome. Apparently 3, they fired the director during it, and 3 goes to shit. But the first 2 are solid, and Maniac Cop 2 is one of the most amazing movies I've ever seen.
Amazing.
Sage D for $10 says... Thoughts on The Shadow and The Phantom? I'm assuming that's The Shadow starring Alec Baldwin and The Phantom starring Billy Zane. I haven't rewatched The Shadow in a long time. I love The Phantom with Billy Zane.
Remember the cover where he's got like the power ring pointing and he's all purple?
Yes, that was awesome. One of my life goals is to review The Phantom with Billy Zane, because I love that movie. So I love that that's his Twitter picture. It's still him as the Phantom.
Is he? Are you serious?
Because he was a big fan of the Phantom. So he like pushed for that part. He knew all the lore and everything, and that's why it's a really good movie. I really like the Phantom.
Isn't he on a horse at some point? I just remember him being on a horse. I thought it looked really weird. A guy in all purple on a horse.
Well, it's because the original comics made him purple, so he could stand out from the green background of the jungle.
Makes sense in the comics. What was the other one? The Shadow?
The Shadow with Alec Baldwin. I remember that one being a little goofy.
I remember it not being good except for one scene, and it's in the trailer, but that one shot in the trailer had me hooked, and that's when they both shoot and the bullets hit. They like hit each other in the air and they fall.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, that's cool.
Because
I think every kid at some point has thought that, like, what if you shot 2 bullets at each other like perfectly? What would happen? Would the world just like go like collapse in on itself like a dying star? Yeah.
I do like that I think there was like a living dagger in that movie.
It's been a long time. Didn't that come out like around Forrest Gump, one of the best years?
Around that time.
Like Shawshank Redemption, Pulp Fiction, and then there's The Shadow. I think it's
the director of Highlander, and unfortunately he's also the director of Highlander too.
Well, there can only be one.
Rob K for $2 says, more 4-hour streams, at least 3 hours, please.
I don't think you'll be able to find anyone else that will go for 4 hours. Like
I don't think there's again, this was a year-end thing. Also, me and you haven't talked in a while, so
it's been a while.
This went on for a while, and like the last 2, I think we have from The Flail for $2 just said stabbing eyeballs.
Oh,
fuck you, Flail. Ryan Powell for $2 says fun time here, guys. Thanks.
Thank you.
And I believe that is the end. Thank you so much, everyone who watched and donated.
We did it.
Adam, please subscribe to Adam Does Movies. It's my favorite movie channel. You have a new channel out?
Yeah, I mean, I'm like kind of low key doing it. Adam After Dark. It's more for just like skit based stuff, like 2 to 4 minute videos, just because YouTube really hates if you do anything outside of your one basic show. So yeah,
okay.
I want to.
I not do a 4-hour live stream? Is that what you're saying?
I think that's fine because it's still your like movie chat thing. But yeah, maybe don't do any more like Die Hard parodies, as great as they were, or as great as it was. Yeah, maybe not worth your time. As much as I like it, and I know some of your fans really appreciate the work, it's YouTube doesn't give a shit about us.
Nope. But yeah, so subscribe to Adam.
Yeah, subscribe. Yeah, please do. I would love it. Tony, we're kind of at a race to what are you at right now for subscribers? 54,000?
Yeah, I'm coming up on 55,000, I think.
You know, my goal for the end of the year was to hit 70,000 subs. That's clearly not going to happen. I'm at 68.
Oh, well, I stagnated on subscribers for most of the year until like August, where I had a nice little
bump. That's like where I was too, because I think a lot of the big movie, there was like a huge lull of movies for a while, and everything was kind of backloaded.
Real quick. Hold on.
So we're like at a race.
She just wants to say hi.
Oh, is Space Cat in the house?
Space Cat, do you want to say hi? She does this every time. She begs for attention, then I pick her up, and she's like, "Get me the fuck down, get me out of here." There she is. Oh, one last super chat. Villain Rise Revenge for $2 says Hot Shots Harley. I don't know.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what that means. Hot Shots Harley.
I thought maybe that was like an insider thing.
Okay. I know Hot Shots and Hot Shots Part 2.
Hot Shots Part 2.
But I don't know Hot Shots Harley.
Hot Shots is great. I love Hot Shots.
Is awesome. Hot Shots is awesome. But yes, I guess that is it from us. Thank you all for watching. I am going to end the stream now. Adam, I will talk to you later, hopefully for not this long.
Hopefully it is for this long. I had a good time.
Hopefully it is for this long.
Thanks for watching, everyone. And Tony, it's always a pleasure, sir.